been a long time coming. Let's read every item description in Once Upon a Katamari. I did this for We Love Katamari, and that was a very fun video. And I think there's even more items in this one, and a lot of them have new descriptions as well. I'd also like to thank my buddy Shrimp for helping me collect a bunch of items, and also a couple guides I found online too that were super helpful. I'll link what I can below. I'll see if he wants me to put them in the description or anything, but yeah. Alright, let's start this. All 3,752 items. Tomato. A vegetable commonly associated with the color red. This was initially not for eating and instead used for aesthetic purposes. Daikon radish. Grate this plant for a light crunchy garnish on your salad. When it comes to acting, a radish is very baddish. Okay, the descriptions in this game are kind of crazy sometimes. Daikon radishes. Daikon radishes sold in a bundle, a crucial element in many, many dishes. Chinese cabbages. Chinese cabbages sold in a bundle. Add some big chunks to your hot pot cooking and pickle the leftovers. Cabbage. A round vegetable consisting of several layers of leaves. Many Earthlings chop it finely and serve it with fried food. Pumpkin. A vegetable packed with nutrients. It's better to eat with the skin on, but it's extremely hard and practically inedible. Sweet potato. If you eat this mischievous vegetable, you may fart. Garlic. There are various methods of masking the smell. If eaten in a group, nobody really cares. Canned tomatoes. Tomatoes tightly packed in sturdy metal, able to be preserved for a long, long time. Canned corn. Corn tightly packed in a sturdy metal. Inside, all the little corn bits are frolicking together. Corn. An exquisite food which tastes delicious boiled or grilled. Required skill to eat without getting it all over your face. Greek salad. Good little children who eat their vegetables shall become strong, healthy grown-ups. Wasabi. An ingredient planted in sushi, used for pranking others. Sends a sharp sting through the nose. Edamame. A bothersome little devil whose innards can only be accessed by pushing with precise force. Chili pepper. An extremely spicy food. Some people find this hotness addictive. Golden corn. Golden corn. Apparently sweeter than regular corn. It's probably more expensive too. Fava bean. A somewhat large bean, called sky bean in Japanese, but it cannot fly. Red onion. The color may appear dreadful, but this is actually sweet and highly nutritious. Eating raw is recommended. Lotus root. It has holes, but it's not because insects ate it. Sakura carrot. A carrot cut to resemble sakura petals. The taste doesn't change, but it's a little more cheerful. Shiitake mushroom. A mushroom used in hot pots and tempura. Dry it up or use in all sorts of dishes. Slim mushroom. A mushroom that sprouts in cracks when you least expect it. It is often seen after lightning strikes. Green pepper. Loves children. Unfortunately, though, most children hate it. Carrots. An orange vegetable often associated with rabbits, but horses love these even more. Cucumber. A healthy vegetable often appearing in pickled dishes and salads. It's mostly water. Parsley. An herb chock full of nutrients, easier to eat when chopped into fine pieces. Eggplant. A vegetable that pairs well with oily environments. If this appears in your first dream of the new year, your future is bright. This is rare, however. Onion. It does nothing, yet makes everyone cry. That makes it want to cry too. Broccoli. A vegetable randomly used to garnish the outer edges of beef patties or steaks. Bamboo shoot. A vegetable that grows very fast. It doesn't get along with mushrooms. Green onion. A vegetable with distinct green and white colors. It's good to wrap around your neck when you have a cold. Green pumpkin. A vegetable which becomes sweet and sticky upon boiling. Remove the insides and make it hollow to use as a container. Gigantic green pumpkin. If carved into a certain shape, this will come alive and ask for candy. Salad. A chef somewhere devised this recipe on a whim. It'll look the same regardless of who makes it. Purple cabbage. A purple cabbage. It looks poisonous, but it's actually quite nutritious. Bitter melon. The poster child of bitter vegetables, the interior is soft and cottony. Sliced bitter melon. Even cut in slices, it's still as bitter as ever. Dreams of becoming a sweeter vegetable. Spinach. It looks like a plain plant, but it's tasty. A lot of vegetables look like this. Spinach bundle. They try their hardest to stick together in a group, yet unfortunately nobody is willing to buy them all. Boxed tomatoes. Some of these get crushed and become square. They angrily protest if you stuff them too aggressively. Boxed green peppers. Show this to small children who dislike green peppers, and they will flee. Turnip. This vegetable can be uprooted easily without any help. Big turnip. It's important that everyone works together in order to uproot this. Its flavor is not very good, though. Sugar beet. This veggie is sweeter than it looks. Change the spelling of to beet, and it would be a great name for a DJ. Sugar beet. Fruit. Strawberry. A fruit with a particularly sweet flavor in the very tip. Lately, they make a white variety too. Giant strawberry. The seeds attached to the outer layer are as big as coffee beans. Half apple. A sweet yet sour fruit. Someone obviously ate the first half already. Apple. Cut this a certain way to change it into a rabbit. Unskilled cutters will accidentally cut the ears off. Rabbit apple. An apple cut in the shape of a rabbit. Its ears are pointier than that of a real rabbit. Green apple. This apple is always green, therefore the harvesting time is difficult to determine visually. That never crossed my mind. Half melon. A fruit whose innards are soft and sweet. The rind features a maze-like pattern. Melon. A somewhat luxurious fruit. The more expensive the fruit, the fancier the pattern on the rind is. Melon with raw ham. A melon with a bonus slice of raw ham on top. Some people just eat the ham and melon separately. Is this a thing? I've never heard of that before. Okay. Katamari to me has always been kind of educational. Like, I first played the first game as a kid, and it taught me a lot of, like, Japanese foods and, like, cultural things I never knew about before. And even to this day, this series is still teaching me stuff. That's kind of cool. I'll have to look into that one. Mandarin. A fruit used to decorate kotatsu tables in the winter, and as a mochi topping, frozen during the summer. Mandarin peel. If you leave these all over the table, you are lazy. Your fingers are probably yellow, you slacker. Mandarin piece. A bite-sized slice of mandarin orange. The white part is nutritious as well. Mandarins. These mandarins declare they can work together to overcome any wall standing in their way. Boxed mandarins. Even with this many mandarins, you may accidentally eat them all while lounging under the kotatsu table. Half mandarin. A mandarin sliced in half. The fruit juice overflows eternally. Shiranuhi. This fruit bumped its head after falling from a tree. Now there's a bump. Asian pear. A juicy fruit packed with moisture. This will certainly satisfy that extreme thirst. Big pear. In Japanese, the words for big pear are total epic fail, are homonyms. Don't worry, eating this will not make you a total epic failure. Is that true too? What the? European pear. This fruit becomes depressed when called by its name because it's, homophones with a useless bum in Japanese. Peach. A fruit with a cutesy pink exterior, however the interior is usually white or yellow. Big peach. This fruit may be large enough for a little boy to possibly fit inside. Case in point, Katamari taught me who Mama Taro is. When I first played it, because like I remember you could pick him up in the first game, and I was like, who is this character? Turns out he's from folklore. Cherries. A tiny fruit which often comes with a twin. Some Earthlings compete to see how far they can spit the pit. Monster cherries. The pit is monster-sized too. Hard to eat indeed, but it's still sweet and delicious. Banana. A fruit whose peel is recycled after consumption for use in pranks. This one has become independent after detaching from its sibling. Banana bunch. Leave these sitting outside for too long and it'll gradually turn brown. Banana peel. The banana is a food intended for eating. It doesn't appreciate being used for pranks. Grapes. Sweet and delicious little bits. Foxes want to eat these too. Muscat grapes. One crunchy bite through its green skin will reveal a juicy fruit for you. Half lemon. A fruit cut in half. Drizzle its juice on fried food for a refreshing taste. Lemon slice. Often placed next to fried foods. If you squeeze it without permission, you'll get scolded. Palm fruit. A relatively large fruit. Enjoy spending time near the beach. Coconut. A fruit containing liquid of a hint of sweetness. And fun fact, my favorite fruit as well. Half coconut. A mysterious fruit from which milk can be obtained despite not being an animal. Star fruit. Just by cutting this into slices, you can make tons of little stars. Starfruit slice. A star-shaped fruit. No matter how many you eat, your wish won't come true. Permission. When these get dried out and wrinkly, even a bitter specimen can become sweeter. Pineapple. A fruit which will make your tongue feel tingly. Refrain from eating in ample quantities. Gigantic pineapple. A fairly large pineapple. You can't finish it alone, so try sharing it with others. Fig. The flowers bloom on the inside of this fruit, perhaps because it's shy. Fig bowl. Oh look, some figs. There are 3 of them, about 1 serving. Olive branch. A berry-like food in greenish or black color, supposedly bitter when eaten as is. Golden kiwi. I'm not going to do that every time. A fruit with just a bit of fuzz, sweeter than the green variety. Persea. A precious fruit from a tree. It looks like an avocado, but it's slightly different. Loquat. You must be patient with this one, far more patient than with peaches or chestnuts. Durian. Creamy and sweet, although quite foul-smelling. Half lime. A cute fruit that appears as an unexpected bonus upon ordering other food. Half guava. A tropical fruit boasting sweetness with a hint of acidity as well. Half papaya. A papaya sliced in half. This fruit ain't nobody's papa. Half cherimoya. A cherimoya sliced in half, also called the ice cream of the forest. Half passion fruit. A passion fruit sliced in half offers a dense, rich flavor to be enjoyed. Half mangosteen. Referred to as the queen of the fruit, its gimmick is that sweet and sour contrast. Half jujube. Characterized by a faint, mild sweetness, the farmer responsible for growing this fruit must be a kind person. Sliced fruit. A melody of fruit, cut in bite-sized pieces. So many flavors, what a bargain! Strawberry jam. Strawberry friends for bread, popular with kids everywhere. Marmalade. A fruit made from fruit skins that normally go uneaten. The mild bitterness is an attractive touch. Red berry harvest. Those look like gems. The neighborhood grannies brought all of this over. They got meat in return. Green berries. The fruit of a non-toxic plant. They are edible, but probably not very tasty. Box of apples. An army of apples packed like sardines. There is rumored to be a single golden apple among them. Box of grapes. An army of grapes packed like sardines. If you stomp on them right now, you can make juice. Box of muscat grapes. An army of muscat grapes packed like sardines. They're thin-skinned, so they'll get crushed for sure. Box of pears. An army of pears packed like sardines. Due to their odd shape, they are bothersome to cram in a box. Apple basket. We wonder how many servings of apple juice can be squeezed from this. Peach basket. When picking this up, try not to drop any. Orange basket. We are slightly afraid the ones at the bottom will be squished. Also, let's take the first of many breaks, because I am not doing this in one sitting. 1 second. Alright, food category. Rice bowl. We'd rather eat a larger helping of white rice, but we don't want to get fat. Let's settle for a smaller size. By the way, something else noteworthy about all these descriptions is that they are written from the king's perspective. You can tell because we is capitalized. It's the royal we. Large rice bowl. After an intense workout, even this hefty portion would be too small. Small rice bowl. You're probably hungry for more, but your diet only allows for this small portion. Kids' rice bowl. Just the same size. Children get scolded by their parents because this is their limit after filling up on sweets beforehand. Medium rice bowl. Wait, I need to look at these sizes again. 29 centimeters. That's smaller than the normal rice bowl. What the... The size is just right, but growing children and big eaters may need a refill. Bento lunch. An ideal serving size for one Earthling. Trade the side dishes with friends. Big bento lunch. A large serving size to feed multiple Earthlings. Tastes at its tastiest when eaten outdoors. Dried fish lunch. If you eat these too quickly, you will become thirsty, but that's to be expected. Cornbread. A multi-purpose food, delicious when eaten with sweet or spicy meals alike. Toast. A food you can garnish with sweet or spicy spreads. It will be delicious however you choose to flavor it. Stew on toast. This became popular after someone slapped some stew onto thick toast to make it look more handsome. French country bread. This bread has remained a favorite throughout the ages. You can even taste the historical significance. Sliced bread. Many have different preferences regarding how to eat this, such as soaking or dipping in soup. Tiny bread. A short piece of stiff bread. There is a proper name for this variety, but nobody knows it. What do you mean? Bread slice. Bread cut in an easy-to-eat shape, preferably served with jam or butter. Bacon knots. A bread filled with bacon resembling a wheat ear. Easy to tear and eat by hand. Pretzel. Bread baked in the shape of a tied shoelace. Another certain snack holds a similar shape. Croissant. Shaped like a boomerang, but this won't fly back, so don't throw it. Bread loaf. A food that specializes in gently sandwiching other foods, somewhat unsatisfying when eaten by itself. Baguette. A long piece of crunchy bread. Put this in your bag as an emergency weapon to take on bad guys. Long baguette. Long and hard enough to use as a weapon. Don't play with your food. Bratwurst. The epitome of happiness in the form of a sausage sandwiched between sweet dough. Hot dog. Some of these contain wieners long enough to protrude from the bread. Hamburger. Meat and vegetables sandwiched between bread. Some Earthlings eat the different elements separately. Champion burger. This burger is free, and you can finish eating it in under 3 minutes. A bargain indeed. Egg sandwich. A food consisting of an egg sandwich sandwiched gently between bread. Some feature thicker slices of egg. Sandwich. A food item consisting of ingredients sandwiched gently between pieces of bread to allow their mild flavors to flourish. Steamed beef bun. A piece of bread stuffed with salty sweet beef. Cut it like this to appeal its delicious contents to potential buyers. Steamed bun. A food that looks more delicious when broken in half. Split with friends to make it even tastier. Pizza. A food cut differently depending on how many people are eating. The stringier the cheese, the more delicious. Gigantic pizza. This oversized pizza requires 4 people to carry out for delivery. Cheese. A food with numerous tiny holes. Some types are known to grow mold. Cheese wedge. A wedge cut too big for a mouse to swallow in one bite. Big cheese slice. This increased size allows it to stretch longer and sturdier. Swiss cheese. These holes were not chewed by mice, they were there from the start. Blue cheese. A strange food you can stop eating even though it's you can't stop eating even though it's stinky and moldy. Whole cheese. Cheese before being cut into triangular slices. You could probably toss this pretty far, but don't attempt it. Cheese wheel. A mouse won't be able to steal an object of this size. Cheesy corn. Sweet corn coated in cheese. When you pick this up to eat, the stringy cheese will stretch. Sausage. A tube stuffed tightly with meat. It used to be even longer than this. Coarse ground sausage. A juicy food of a firm bite. When cooked, it might burst. Ham. Smoked ham which grew impatient after waiting so long to become delicious. Sliced ham. Thinly sliced processed meat, a handy ingredient utilized in many foods. Meat. Hung meat undergoing a curing process. Talk to it every day to improve its flavor. Fried chicken. A food made from juicy fried chicken meat. There is a variety of delicious flavors to be achieved depending on the cut of meat. Hanging meat. Meat hanged on the wall. Looks good enough to take a huge bite right now. XL roast on bone. This rare variety of meat is difficult to come by. The texture is delightfully soft. Roast on bone. A glorious chunk of meat that is cooked while still attached to the bone. Eating this will make you feel like an animal. Large meat. Eat this by yourself every day and you'll become big and brawny in no time. Campfire meat. Although the meat appears cooked through, it's still raw on the inside. Let's wait and cook just a tad longer. Roast turkey. A food eaten during special occasions. Seeing the whole roast leaves quite an impact. Turkey. Now that's a bird of a small face. There's all sorts of stuff in its belly. Salt-cured meat. This is far too salty to eat. Wash it thoroughly before consumption. Raw meat. Meat which is yet to be processed. Cook however you please. Large raw meat. An abnormally large slab of meat. Eat it promptly or freeze it to avoid going bad. Well done steak. A slab of meat that has been thoroughly cooked through. The residual heat cooks the inside and the outside. Octopus shaped wiener. There aren't enough tentacles and it neither has eyes nor a mouth. In response, the octopi are protesting? What? Super-sized fried chicken. Too big and therefore slightly hard to finish, but it sure is scrumptious. Kebab. Eating the meat stuck at the bottom cleanly requires a skillful technique. Quail egg. A teeny tiny adorable little egg. No roughhousing, it'll break. White egg. Successfully cracking this with one hand makes you feel kinda cool, does it not? Giant white egg. An egg this size must have 3 yolks inside. Egg. What? Okay. An ordinary egg sold in stores, a diverse cooking ingredient used in many, many dishes. Fried egg. Eat this with eyes wide open for a free health checkup. Omelette rice. A dish consisting of rice wrapped in an egg. Highly popular with kids because you can decorate it with pictures drawn in ketchup. Oyster omelet. An exquisite dish that combines fluffy egg and savory oysters in perfect harmony. Grilled squid. You can't have a proper festival without this. It's a whole grilled squid. Fried squid. Squid fried in oil. The flavor will take you prisoner, and you'll chow down like there's no tomorrow. Shumai dumpling. The green bean is a decoration, just like the strawberry on a slice of shortcake. Beef patty. A dish consisting of kneaded and grilled meat. Some agree and some oppose to garnishing with pineapple. Jumbo beef patty. This portion size is perfect for several people to enjoy. Its size does not take away from its delectable taste. Steak. One might think it's simple to grill, but many Earthlings are quite fussy about how it's cooked. Greek lunch. A dish decorated with various foods. However, shall we decide what to eat first? Dried fish. Salted fish, dried in the sun, packed with dense flavor. Tacos. This food is healthy, but it's too delicious and very easy to overeat. Daikon radish salad. A dish made from thinly shredded daikon radishes. The leaves are from different vegetables. Squid ink pasta. A serving of pasta containing squid ink. Your mouth will turn completely black upon consumption. California roll. Sushi wrapped with rice prepared in vinegar, sprinkled with sesame seeds on top. Konjac. A mysterious food that's both springy and slippery. It seems to be quite popular in Odin stews. Minced pork and rice. Scarf this down your gullet on a hungry day to experience a short moment of tasty bliss. Naruto. A food invented for the purpose of making its eaters feel dizzy. Giant Naruto. This enlarged version will make you even dizzier. This alone will fill up your belly. Stinky tofu. A food whose signature trait is its stench. Fans of this food can't seem to get enough. Fried shrimp. A food made from battered shrimp, a popular treat for children. Gigantic fried shrimp. Finding a shrimp this large is more difficult than preparing the dish. Ramen. This bowl of food may seem unremarkable, but fiery passion and countless tears went into it. Gigantic ramen. If you can finish this in 30 minutes, you won't have to pay for it. Gyoza dumplings. These manly little dumplings vowed to stick together on the frying pan. Nothing can pull them apart. Poo. A food ingredient that absorbs everything like a sponge. It's so fluffy, it doesn't really feel like food when you eat it. Spring roll. A food whose crunchy shell falls apart when you bite into it. Even so, you'll continue devouring it. It's that delicious. Corn soup. A creamy soup, an essential component in many Western-style meals. Bean soup. A tomato-based soup with bits of beans, highly nutritious. Glass noodle soup. A soup containing smooth starch noodles which warms the body and soul. Yakisoba noodles. This food is delicious when eaten at a festival, but not so delicious when eaten at home. Curry roe. I'm not sure how you say that exactly. A curious object which will morph into curry upon melting in hot water. Curry rice. Everyone thinks the curry rice at their house is the most delicious curry rice of all. Curry. The most popular menu item served at school cafeterias. Children and teachers alike are eager to chow down on this. Stew. A dish that warms up the heart and the body. With this, you can eat vegetables you normally despise. Canned sardines. Sardines tightly packed in sturdy metal. The densely soaked flavor is exquisite. Canned salmon. Salmon tightly packed in sturdy metal. Best to keep it on hand just in case you need it. What? Canned mackerel pike. Pacific sari stuffed in a can. Be sure to stock up tons of these. They have a long shelf life. Canned baked beans. A can filled with various beans. You can eat them as is, or use them in other meals. Canned meat. Meat tightly packed in sturdy metal. Opening the can reveals a juicy aroma. Pickles. Vegetables contained within a jar of sour liquid, often hidden within hamburgers. Fried rice. Rice sautéed in a hot pan. Excellent either dry and crispy or moist and soft. Golden fried rice. A dish prepared by a skilled professional. Each and every grain of rice is individually coated in egg. Frozen fried rice. A frozen block of flavored rice. Simply heat this up to enjoy a delicious meal. Roast pork. A striking food consisting of a whole roasting pig. It's hard to decide where to start eating. Snacks. Blue Star candy. It gets its unique shape from being stirred continuously in a pot slanted diagonally. Yellow Star candy. A star-shaped candy. Perhaps the cosmos have stars of such sweetness as well. Green Star candy. If a lot of these stick together, they become a colorful clump, just like a Katamari. Pink Star candy. These may have been intended as edible spikes for ninjas to eat. Purple Star candy. Despite its intimidating spikes and poisonous-looking tint, the flavor is the same as the other colors. Cake. Someone stole a slice. The culprit has yet to be found. The truth shall be a mystery forevermore. Sweet bean pancake. A sweet filled with a coarse red bean paste. The one of chestnut is also recommended. Dried squid. Completely dried Completely dried and stiffened squid. It can either be eaten as is or become an ingredient in other dishes. Also tasted when fried as tempura. Hishi mochi. Rare, just like Kagami mochi. Only seen during the Hinamatsuri Doll Festival. Cupcake. That looks more like a muffin. When I think cupcake, I think like frosting on top too. A dessert which is goopy and flat before baking. Rose up out of its mold upon being heated. Cracker. If you put this in your pocket, try not to smash it. You'll get a mess of crumbs, and the cracker won't increase in size. Half red bean cake. A fluffy dessert stuffed with red bean paste. Everyone calls it something different. Red bean cake. Everyone refers to it by a different name. Be careful not to offend anyone with your terminology. Kashiwa mochi. Was the mochi wrapped in a leaf, or did the mochi roll up the leaf? Good question. Matarashi dango. Extremely annoying. One moment it suddenly disappears, the next moment it's stuck up your sleeve? What? That might be a reference to something. Warabi mochi. Be careful if you add too much roasted soybean powder. It'll stick to the roof of your mouth and separate from the mochi. Chestnut manju. A dessert with a charming yellow and brown appearance. Right now somewhere, it's spawning endlessly. Chestnut. A fruit which is quite sensitive to heat. If you put it on a fire, it'll pop right back out. Manju ball. Bite-sized manju. Some people are actually scared of these balls. Rakugan. A traditional sweet made from grain flour and sugar. It comes in various colors. Moon viewing dango. A mysterious dango that tastes twice as good when eaten under the moon. Gatsuhashi. The mochi layer is so thin that you can clearly see what's hidden inside. Machu yashuhashi. Even greener in color, it still hides red bean paste inside. Canned nuts. A canned food product containing various caramel-flavored seeds. Sweet potato skewer. A food consisting of sweet balls condensed with sweet potato flavor. Chocolate sauce. It's easy to drown your food with excess amounts of this. Never suck directly from the bottle. Strawberry sauce. The star of the show when decorating a crepe or parfait. Its mild acidity has addictive qualities. Whipped cream. A tool for squeezing out light, fluffy cream. True pastry chefs go crazy with this on it to decorate cakes. Sweet bean pastry parfait. A dessert in the shape of a gluttonous fish-shaped sweet bean pastry. Quite popular with the younger crowd. Purple sweet potato ball. A ball-shaped snack utilizing the color of the skin. Slightly sweet with a hint of bitterness. Yellow sweet potato ball. A ball-shaped steamed sweet potato snack. Children freak out over this. Star candy carving leftovers. This is what's left after carving out a star. It would probably look good in embroidered onto something. Star candy carving. A star carved out of candy. Carve 10 in a row without breaking any, and you will be granted 1 wish. Heart candy carving leftovers. This is what's left after carving out a heart. Evidence of a successful carving, and a reminder of a failed love. Heart candy carving. A heart carved out of a candy. With this achievement under your belt, love is certainly in your future. Katamari candy carving leftovers. This is what's left after carving out a Katamari, an omen suggesting a fruitful future. Katamari candy carving. A Katamari carved out of candy. This Katamari unfortunately won't grow any larger than this. Crown candy carving leftovers. This is what's left after carving out a crown. It wants you to put the crown back where it belongs. Crown candy carving. A crown carved out of candy. Now it's wondering whose head it shall cling to next. Sweet potato sticks. Thinly cut sweet potatoes, even thinned down, the inside is still delightfully soft. Chiffon cake. A sweet cake with a fluffy texture. Pour on a little syrup for an absolutely delectable dessert. Candied tomatoes. A delectable creation consisting of tiny tomatoes coated in sweet stuff on the skewer. Tofu pudding. A dessert made from tofu. The subtle sweetness is irresistible. Strawberry chocolate crepe. An ultra-popular dessert consisting of strawberries and chocolate working in tandem. Banana chocolate crepe. Chocolate really goes best with bananas, doesn't it? Candied strawberries. Or candy strawberry, even though there's 4 of them. An already sweet strawberry covered with a super sweet candy coating for double the sweet. Baby Castella. An incredibly cutesy baby version of Castella sponge cake. They like to gather together in clusters. Hard candy. A sweet candy created by hardening strawberry-flavored liquid. Milk candy. A piece of candy encompassing the pleasant flavor of milk, often found in the bottom of women's handbags. Chocolate cake. A dessert absolutely sublime paired with milk, a slice of happiness. Kintaro candy. Slice vertically to produce many Kintaros. Don't cut into chunks. Cake to go. Someone clumsily dropped this box on their way home. Now they're afraid to open it. Lollipop. A sweet candy with a white and pink spiral pattern to make its eater feel dizzy. Caramel. That is a brick. A food that loves clinging to human teeth. Although sticky, it is sweet and delicious. Grape flower. The leaf portion actually tastes of melon. 2 delicious fruity flavors in one. What a bargain. Mandarin flower. This candy allows one to experience the taste of a mandarin orange without having to peel one. Rice cracker. A crispy snack. Sometimes you can find super hard ones mixed in that are particularly unbreakable. Giant rice cracker. It takes considerable skill to finish eating this before it becomes soggy. Light chocolate sticks. You mean Pocky? This candy is popular with children because it makes them feel like adults. Mint chocolate sticks. Is Pocky trademarked? That's kind of weird, huh? Pieces of thin, stick-shaped candy packed tightly together. It has a mint flavor. A controversial flavor that has some love and some hate. Castella. The best part of the sponge cake gets partially yanked off when you peel the paper. Chocolate pie. A dessert consisting of a gooey chocolate baked in a flaky crust. Caramel square. Weak to heat. During summer, this is much stickier than it needs to be. Milk caramel. A piece of candy with a sweet milky flavor. If you get a sweet tooth, satisfy it with this. Ring toss chocolate. You can play with this by throwing it around, but you must eat all the chocolate first to avoid a scolding. Dango dumplings. People really think these 3 are brothers. Actually, they are total strangers. Gigantic dango. Don't forget to reset your jaw after eating these. Chocolate square. A small dessert eaten either sweet or bitter. Ants love it either way. Sweet bean pastry. A sweet dessert in the shape of a fish. The ones cooked at festival stalls sometimes swim off and escape. Do they now? Gigantic sweet bean pastry. At this size, it could be a whole entire meal instead of a snack. Creme caramel. A pretty food of a jiggly texture which jiggles around when you touch it. Strawberry parfait. A dessert made by strawberry lovers for strawberry lovers. The sweet and sour contrast is to die for. Eclair. The first bite of this treat is a shocking experience. It is almost like being struck by lightning. What? Melon bread. Although sweet, there is no melon in here. The peel is tasty, though. Chocolate cornet. A spirally piece of bread filled with chocolate pudding. You can nibble from the front or the back, or even break it apart however you please. Pancakes. A soft, fluffy sweet food. A generous amount of maple syrup and butter can cause one to drool. Baumkuchen cake. Currently struggling to suppress anger at whoever stole the other half. Shortcake. If you see a single slice left in the fridge, you should investigate whom it belongs to. Big chocolate donut. A dessert decorated with colorful sprinkles. When you eat it, they crumble and fall off everywhere. Big strawberry donut. A pink food which causes sticky hands at the time of consumption. Your fingers will taste delightful, though. Sakura mochi. A pink Japanese dessert wrapped in a leaf. You can eat the leaf as a bonus. Cookie. A dessert with an addictive mild sweetness. They come in various shapes and sizes. Cookie sandwich. A dessert with chocolate cookie assembled to perfection. You may also disassemble the cookies to eat separately. Dried mochi. An assorted pack of extremely hard food. Your teeth had better be strong, or there will be consequences. Next we have Japanese food. Yes, we have food, and then we have Food Japan. Tuna sushi. A food consisting of raw tuna on sushi rice, a staple for any sushi restaurant. Fatty tuna sushi. A piece of sushi with the most popular cuts of tuna. The oily texture ricochets soy sauce. Squid sushi. A food consisting of raw squid on sushi rice. Eating this will tire out your jaw. Octopus sushi. A food consisting of boiled octopus on sushi rice. Sometimes they even leave the suction cups on. Shrimp sushi. A food consisting of steamed shrimp on sushi rice, popular with small children. Egg sushi. A food consisting of a piece of egg omelet placed atop sushi rice, popular with those who dislike fish. Mackerel sushi. This sushi is eye-catching without even trying. Look, it glistens. Salmon road roll. We recommend slapping on a cucumber and drizzling some soy sauce to give it that gourmet look. Inari sushi. A rice blob wrapped in deep-fried tofu. It's shaped differently depending on where you live. Cucumber roll. Supposedly the mythical Kappa's favorite sushi roll, known as the Kappa roll in Japanese. Tuna roll. A food consisting of raw tuna wrapped in rice and dried seaweed. Easy to eat without dirtying one's fingers. Uncut sushi roll. You must silently eat this while facing a specific direction, a food with a bothersome set of rules. Sashimi boat. Instead of a normal dish, plating sashimi on this boat allows one to visualize the ocean while they eat, improving the taste. Dried seaweed. A flimsy food item that tastes like the ocean. It can skillfully and stealthily stick to your teeth. Pickled plum. A shriveled, wrinkly food. If you eat this, your face will get shriveled and wrinkly too. Cylindrical rice ball. A bite-sized onigiri. Many rice balls used in bento boxes have this shape. Rice ball. Rice packed into a ball, usually eaten cold. Gigantic rice ball. With a rice ball this big, you probably won't drop it into a hole by accident. Sekihan. A red rice dish served on celebratory occasions. It's a rare treat. Fancy eel box. A fragrant dish consisting of eels served over rice, best eaten on designated days representing the changing of the season. Soba noodles. A string-like food served atop a strainer. Without the dried seaweed on top, it becomes a different food altogether. Pickle tub. An amazing discovery into which you simply add salt with any food to create delicious side dishes. Pickled radish. A yellow side dish eaten with various meals. Originally it was whiter in color. Chekuwa. A flabby stick with a hole in the middle. Put your finger in and you'll look somewhat mightier. Sweet rolled omelet. Supposedly rolled in a stylish manner superior to any other rolled omelets you've ever seen. Straw natto. Sticky beans of a strong, distinct smell. People either love it or hate it. Fish cake. This object tried dyeing its skin pink in order to better its reputation with everyone. Fish cake. Often used in cooking due to its attractive pink and white appearance. Dried sardine. Made by boiling and drying small fish. Ultimately, when you use them, they should be boiled again. Grilled mackerel pike. A grilled fish. Looks delicious. Often found on dinner tables during the fall season. Grilled fish. A simple yet delicious food. You can even eat the bones of some fish. Chunk of salmon. An easy-to-eat slab of fish. There are variety options regarding its proper name. Or varying opinions regarding its proper name. Skewered fish. Perfectly grilled fish. Apparently quite the cat's nemesis. Ration meatball. Is it ration? Ration, I think. They look like mud balls and seem unappetizing, but they are surprisingly tasty. 6 ration meatballs. A small food that mysteriously boosts your energy the more you eat. Small takoyaki. A food consisting of octopus cooked in fluffy batter. Finding 2 pieces of octopus in one ball is like hitting the jackpot. Takoyaki one bite. Takoyaki is typically eaten using the stick. Octopus is not necessarily guaranteed to be inside. Takoyaki. A crazy drop in prices. 100 yen for all this? Oh, it's because there's no octopus inside. Oh, how do you say this? Okonomiyaki. No matter how many times you make this, you will always feel nervous to flip it over. I remember first hearing about this food item in Cook Serve Delicious, I think 2, and was completely bewildered by how many ingredients are inside of it. Japanese flag lunchbox. A mobile source of food containing only rice with a single pickled plum as a topping. Variety lunchbox. A covetous box packed with numerous choices you arguably don't even need. It's stressful deciding which to eat first. Chikuzen-ni. A simmered dish with many ingredients. It's first stir-fried in oil before simmering. Chawanmushi. A smooth, comforting dish that captivates people with its gentle taste. Raw egg on rice. Quickly eaten, making it perfect for a busy breakfast. Ochazuki. A food containing both tea and white rice, the best of both worlds. This dish is served when it's almost time to leave. Miso soup. It's a brown soup, but both the red and white miso are used in it. Tororo soup. A white slimy soup. It's said to give you energy when you eat it. Pickled side dish. A platter of pickles. Everyone is too shy to eat the last one. Fish stir-fry. A stir-fry of fish and vegetables. Warms you up from the soul. Tofu. A square, white jiggle. It likes being soaked in water. Giant tofu. A large tofu made from many soybeans, impossible to finish alone. Tempura soba. It seems that the price might change depending on when you ask for the bill. Kitsune Udon. Although this does not contain a fox, it has a fox's favorite food. Chicken and egg bowl. The addictive texture of that underdone egg makes for a sensational dining experience. The egg was apparently not laid by the same chicken. Pork bowl. Pork bowl. This food is eaten before a must-win competition for good luck. Gigantic pork bowl. If everyone eats this together before a battle, victory shall be guaranteed. Spiny lobster. Giant lobster served raw, but he would have preferred to be served fried. Giant shrimp. A large shrimp sashimi. Its head will later be used in miso soup. Odin. An excellent product that warms up the mind and body, essential for cold winters. Odin meal. Eat this on cold days to warm the body and spirit. Be careful not to burn yourself. Odin pot. A large pot containing all sorts of simmering ingredients stewed together. Hearing the boiling sound is so satisfying. Kabuki actor hot pot. Before you eat this, a voice with powerful stage presence will shout at and scare you. Tasty hot pot. It seems to ask various questions before you eat. If you mix it all together, it becomes a delicious dish. Hot pot. Sumo wrestlers eat a lot of this in hopes of growing stronger. Giant hot pot. Your body will consistently grow bigger if you eat heaps of this and take a nap after intense training. Rice skewer. Cooked rice on a stick, tasty when eaten with miso. Square mochi. At first it's square and hard. When cooked it becomes round and soft. Kagami mochi. These pieces of mochi are stacked up as a decoration during the New Year holidays. Top it off with a mandarin or shrimp. Huge rice cake. Someone got swept away in the excitement of the New Year holiday and made this way too big. Give me 1 second. Okay. Drinks. Melon soda. A melon-flavored bubbly beverage. The fizz is its selling point. Ginger soda. A bubbly beverage containing ginger. That ever so slight spiciness is addictive. Orange soda. A bottle containing an orange-flavored beverage, delicious even after losing its fizz. Fizzy cider. A sweet, bubbly drink. The bubbliness goes away if left open for a while. Apple juice bottle. A bottle containing the juice of an apple. Its size makes it difficult to hold one-handed. Stamina drink. This single beverage supplies the drinker with ample amounts of energy. Drink too much and you'll be awake all night. Berry soda. A sweet and delicious beverage with heaps of sugar. You'd better brush your teeth after drinking this. Cream soda. A light fizzy drink that can be enjoyed in one big gulp. Recommended even for those who dislike carbonated beverages. Cola. Although we lack scientific data to support this theory, cola supposedly tastes better in glass bottles. Orange juice. The ice-cold juice of a fruit. A dedicated tool is required to open this. Ramu drink. When drinking this troublesome drink, the glass ball inside will do its best to distract you. Milk bottle. A beverage which tastes better than usual after a bath. Coffee milk. Drink this to feel as though you've gained a level of maturity. 100% juice, orange juice. A beverage which allows the drinker to experience the wonders of orange flavor. It's not actually 100% juice. Canned green tea. The recommended beverage to pair with Japanese sweets. The bitterness brings out the sweetness in the sweets. Canned coffee. Many Earthlings drink this before work. Apparently it shouldn't be consumed before bed. Soda. A canned beverage whose lid makes a satisfying pop noise when opened. Best drunk cold. Canned cider. A beverage that, when consumed in a single gulp, will produce a burp. If you shake this before opening, disaster will ensue. Apple juice. A beverage of a sweet and sour fragrance that fills your mouth in an instant. Tastes better served cold. Milk can. A container used to carry lots of milk at once. Strawberry milk can. Sweet, sour, and creamy combine in perfect harmony for an exquisite dance atop your taste buds. Barley tea. That's totally not a beer cup. The star beverage of summer, without a doubt. Perfect for that blistering heat. Lemon water. Feels like a reward when you find this next to a plate of oily food at a restaurant. Matcha. A warm green beverage. You're supposed to pour it into the most boring-looking cup you can find. Giant matcha. A matcha bowl so big that an earthling could fit inside. After drinking it all, your face might just turn green. Cup of coffee. A bitter yet popular beverage. If you drink this at night, prepare to have trouble sleeping. Cup of milk. A popular beverage that is tasty heated up with added sugar. Lemon tea. Delightful smelling black tea. A friend with whom to spend a relaxing afternoon tea time. Jasmine tea. A fragrant, nutritious drink. It has a relaxing effect. Boba milk tea. A beverage with tons of little black bits, sucked with a fat straw. Papaya milk. This product fills the mouth with sweet papaya and smooth milky goodness. Watermelon juice. This delightfully juicy juice encompasses the mild sweetness of a watermelon. Drink. Just drink. Sometimes you can blow air into a straw to produce a bubbly sound. Grape ice cream float. A beverage which combines the sour taste of grape with sweet, sweet ice cream. Banana ice cream float. A beverage which harmoniously combines the mellowness of a banana with the sweetness of ice cream. Strawberry cream soda. This beverage is a must-have for any party due to its ability to excite one's mood with a single sip. Tropical juice. A beverage people drink on southern islands. Apparently you can eat flowers too. Lemonade pitcher. A sweet beverage packed with tons of lemon power. The refreshing acidity is perfect for a hot day. Malted rice drink. I think that's alcohol. A drink full of ricey sweetness. It seems healthy. Is that alcohol? I know this item is, I know one of these items is overtly alcohol. Milk carton. Earthlings always drink this when they want to grow. However, other nutrients are necessary to become taller as well. Sleep is also important. Cold ginger drink. A sweet ginger-flavored liquid. Mix it with cold water to drink. Tea caddy. A box containing powder to make matcha. The lid snaps on perfectly, keeping the powder fresh inside. Tea ceremony bamboo spoon. A tool for scooping matcha, designed to hold just the perfect amount of powder. Tea ceremony bamboo whisk. Supposedly used to make tea, but how exactly does one produce liquid with this? Canned tea. Stuffed with leaves crushed into a fine powder. Simply opening and closing the lid is quite enjoyable. Round tea kettle. A splendid kettle crafted with artisan skill. Apparently anyone can make delicious tea with it. Rakuyaki tea bowl. A ceramic bowl crafted with advanced techniques. The artisan's thoughts are embedded in it. Teapot. A tool necessary for making tea. Steaming with the lid on pumps up the deliciousness factor. Teacup. A cup for drinking hot tea. Pairs well with sushi or dango dumplings. Kettle. The barley tea contained within is extremely delicious. Hot water pot. Press the top of this object to release hot water. Do not burn yourself. Shirori. A handy tool that warms cold drinks. Sakazuki. A special vessel used on important occasions, often used during bond-forming ceremonies. Gold cup. Beverages poured into this cup will twinkle in gold and taste sensational. Swizzle stick. A spoon used to mix beverages. You will look super cool twirling this around. Shaker. A tool for mixing drinks. It shakes of a pleasing sound that makes you feel like a bartender. Steel goblet. A tool used for drinking, particularly compatible with colder beverages. Faints goblet? That's like 2.5 silent letters in a row. That's a weird word. Faints cup. Putting drinks into this makes them seem cooler, but it's probably just your imagination. Shot glass. An inconvenient little cup from which you can only drink a little at a time, leaves one yearning for more. Hip flask. A handy-dandy container in which to carry beverages. Don't forget to bring this when adventuring deserted lands. Tin pot. Holds various beverages, essential for a desirable breakfast. Drink barrel. A barrel with a tap attached. The drink inside has a faint woody scent. Drink tap. A device on which you pull a lever to pour beverages. Don't pull too much or else your cup will overflow. Cork. A plug for a bottle manufactured from tree bark. Be careful pulling it out, it may snap in half. Cute teapot. A container specifically for making tea. Adjust the temperature by pouring from its highest point. Fancy teapot. A container stylized to match the interior decorations of a tea room. Enjoy of an elegant cup of tea in the afternoon. Teaspoon. A spoon for mixing beverages, not recommended as a utensil for eating soup. Bag of coffee beans. Making a beverage with this requires effort, but those who obsess over small details will always buy this product. Cooking. Fork. An eating utensil which originally had 2 prongs. 3-pronged and 4-pronged varieties are mainstream now. Wooden spoon. Use this to eat soup. It will taste better. Rice scoop. A paddle for scooping rice. Slightly too large to use as a spoon. Scooper. A tool used to scoop soup or rice. Cannot be used as a spoon. Shell ladle. Rice scooped up with this ladle will be infused with the flavor of the seafood from the shell. Ladle. Cooking utensils used to scoop and stir. Professionals can even measure out seasoning portions with this. Kitchen knife. A tool for cutting vegetables and meat. Produces satisfying sounds when chopping different foods. Butcher's knife. Mastering this tool will allow you to skillfully divvy up even larger fish. Wooden peeler. A tool used to peel the skin off vegetables. Be careful not to peel the skin off your hand. Peeler. A tool for removing the outer layer of vegetables or fruits. Every chef needs one. Sauce brush. A brush for brushing sauce onto your food. Use of this object automatically increases the deliciousness of your cooking by 1 rank. What are the ranks? What? Biscuit stick. A tool for poking around and meddling with tiny round foods. Spatula. Some cooks use this tool to enhance their cooking techniques. Slotted spatula. This object is adept at flipping things over. Enjoy having little burnt bits stuck to it. Side dish bowl. A bowl for side dishes. An easy-to-use helpful item perfect for those tiny items to accompany your main meal. Expensive plate. Although highly valuable, this dish will still crack upon impact. Place food atop this object to make it look fancier. Small plate. A platform on which to place small plates of food. Place some sushi and spin it around. Coaster. A tiny dish used to prevent that little ring of water which forms when you set down a warm beverage. Steel plate. A fantastic dish which won't break upon being dropped. Its weakness are its weight and its tendency to rust. Faience plate. There's that word again. A ceramic plate that turns a vivid blue when fired. It's also used as a talisman. Round plate. Put whichever food items you please on this. However, soupy food should be placed in a bowl instead. Plate. Not suitable for plate spinning tricks. Even if you pull it off, nobody will be impressed. Large plate. A reliable plate with an extra large surface area to accommodate extra large portions of food any time of the day. Fancy plate. A piece of tableware which holds large volumes of food for display. Not intended for those living alone. Rectangular plate. A dish on which placing grilled fish or sushi is quite easy. The center has a little recess. Fruit dish. Originally intended for placing fruits. Having this in your house adds fanciness. Chinese bowl. A handy vessel for holding rice or miso soup. Most Earthlings hold it with their left hand. Food bowl. A container for your young doggy's food. Your dog must wait for you to say stay, stay, good boy, before eating. Wooden dish. A square wooden dish. Was there really a tree growing in a square shape like this all along? Sushi boat. A dish resembling a boat. It refuses to plate non-fish foods. Decorative dish. A dish imprinted with a pretty design. To avoid getting dirty, it refuses to hold food. Squirt ketchup. A bottle of ketchup for use in restaurants and stalls. It's large and seldom becomes empty. Squirt mustard. The color is pretty, but this will make your mouth tingle. Avoid squirting too much. Honey. A squirt bottle containing honey. An irritating fellow that won't dump out its contents even when turned upside down. Ketchup. A sauce made from squished tomatoes. Starts passing wind when the bottle is close to being empty. Mayonnaise. Handling this object requires caution. Squeeze too hard and you will get an explosive squirt. I don't like those two words paired together well. Soy sauce bottle. Filled at the brim with a certain sauce often used with Japanese-style cuisine. Vegetable oil. A slimy liquid often used to coat the skillet. Batter can. A tool used to pour batter for cooking certain dishes. It won't taste good if you drink it straight from the can. No, it will not. Soy sauce. Contains a black salty sauce, an essential element when eating sashimi or sushi. Pepper. A spice which adds accent to your meals. You'll be sneezing until tomorrow if you breathe it in. Sugar cube. Did someone roll a square Katamari over a pool of sugar? Sugar. Filled with sweet, sweet sand. If you forget the lid, ants will be lining up to dive in. Hot, hot sauce. An ultra spicy and sour condiment. A few drops is plenty. Hot sauce. Shouldn't that come first? Also, it requires 4 more millimeters to pick up? What? A seasoning with considerable spiciness and an acidic texture to arouse one's taste buds. Do not pour too much. Miso paste. A traditional condiment absolutely necessary for Japanese-style cuisine, famously used in soups. Soy sauce jar. A condiment that underwent years of fermentation. You can taste the history of this process. Round tray. Used to carry stuff around. Not only that, but it's also used as a plate by itself. Tray. A tool for carrying food. If you can hold it one-handed, you'll go far in life. Tray. 2 items called tray. Okay. A platform on which to place all sorts of foods. This one lives in a bakery. Food tray. Tray, or food tray. A platform for carrying food around. Extra caution is required when handling soups. Tray table. A tray on which food is placed. It holds about 1 serving. Fancy dining table. Placing your food on this makes you feel fancier. Cutting board. Looks like a useless wooden plank, but it's actually a necessary cooking tool. Salt basket. Used by sumo wrestlers when entering the ring. If you have cuts on your hand, it stings. Chopsticks. Disposable chopsticks. Break them in half cleanly to experience euphoria. Plastic wrap. A cylindrical rod wrapped in transparent thin film. Plays an essential role in how you store food or heat it up. Camping pot. This tool can mysteriously make the burnt parts taste good. The secret is to steam at the very end. Tiered lunchbox. A box in which traditional New Year's food is stored, stuffed full with a variety of different foods. Bamboo steamer lid. Open this to unleash a white cloud of smoke. It smells lovely, but it's hot, so be careful. Bamboo steamer. A cooking instrument assembled with bamboo and wood. Use this to steam various foods. Wooden mortar. A tough little item that won't burn even when filled with fresh hot rice. Wooden mallet. Rice repeatedly pounded with this tool must succumb to a gooey fate. Takoyaki hot plate. A cooking pan for making spherical foods. Great for parties. Hot plate. This object likes to show off its hotness, bragging about how you'll burn to a crisp if you get too close. Toaster. This object is full of energy every morning, enthusiastically spitting out toast of a big ding. Cauldron. A cooking tool from the past. This one worked for many years, and therefore became very tired. A rori pot. A respectable figure reliably put food on the table for its household. Hot pot cooking made with this tastes better than usual. Giant pot. This excellent item can make meals for 30 people in just one go. Shabu shabu pot. A pot used for dipping thin meats in broth for only a few seconds before chowing down. Frying pan. A cooking utensil producing an appetizing, arousing psss, psss sound. Wok. This is a must-have when making Chinese food. The ingredients are always falling out and splattering everywhere. Rice container. A storage container for freshly cooked rice. Automatically improves the flavor of rice. Rice pot. A vessel for cooking rice. Don't touch it in the wrong places or you'll get burnt. Clay stove. Some types of cuisines are more delicious when cooked with this. Cooking pot. Even the most talented chefs in the land would still burn the rice at the bottom of this pot. Old cook stove. A dependable friend who lets you cook 4 dishes at once. In the summer, it's too hot to handle. Bread oven. Making bread in here makes it tastier. Outdoor grill. A piece of equipment for using fire outside. Food prepared here will taste better than you're cooking at home. Sink. An area in which to clean up after cooking. If you play around and splash water, the supervisor will tear you to shreds. Fish drying rack. A long rack for hanging fish. Hanging it helps preserve the fish for a long time. Fish drying poles. Clothes which smell of dried fish were certainly hung here. Fish drying net. Looks like a cozy hammock to nap, but the netting pattern might get ironed on your back. Cleaning. Broom. A stick with bushy bristles, used to sweep the floor. Bamboo broom. A tool used for cleaning, also used to fly in the sky, apparently. Mop. A tool for cleaning floors and such. Use the end with shaggy fur. Powder ball. People bang this against katanas in a rhythmic fashion. It's not an instrument, however, so don't expect a pleasant sound. Dustpan. This object brings scattered garbage together into one place. A peacemaker for all. Store dustpan. A tool for collecting trash at storefronts. This thoughtful design prevents back pain in the user. Toilet plunger. Brave challengers hold these in both hands when making attempts to scale walls. Dust cloth. This object dried up and hardened into this odd shape. Dust cloth hanger. A hanger for hanging dust cloths. It wants you to properly wash and wring out the cloth before hanging it, though. Tin bucket. Use this object for ease of carrying liquids. Wooden bucket. A container comprised of wooden planks. If you add liquid, the bucket will absorb some of it. Garbage disposal area. A place to dispose of wood waste. Thank you, Java update. Hold on. Garbage disposal area. A place to dispose of wood waste. It seems the garbage hasn't been separated yet. Old magazines. Before transport, they clump together like this in a friendly bunch. Old books. Mixed in with all the old books nobody reads anymore. You may find some gold mines somewhere. You may find a gold mine somewhere. Old newspapers. A bundle of paper stacked up and tied tightly together. It's heavy, so try to avoid injuring your back. And that's everything in the cleaning category. Yeah, some categories are definitely bigger than others. Washing. Laundry basket. A basket full of laundry waiting to be washed. It can still be used after washing the clothes. Washboard. A board used when doing laundry. It seems to hurt the clothing, but they do get clean. Laundry deck. If not placed in a well-ventilated spot, the clothes will never dry. Laundry pole. Usually just a regular old pole, but it becomes very useful when drying laundry. Stone clothes drying rack. It's sturdy and doesn't break easily. It withstands both rain and wind. Stone clothesline pole. It's sturdy enough that even hanging 100 items won't break it. Giant tub. It's said that children long ago used this as a pool to play in. Blue clothespin. This object's job is to firmly clip down your laundry to prevent it from flying away. Soap. A clump capable of producing bubbles. It will escape your grasp if you squeeze too hard. Wash tub. A flat bucket made from metal, used for a variety of purposes such as laundry and bathing. Faucet. The water is lukewarm in the summer and cold in the winter. It's never just right. Reading. Stack of books. Apparently they stacked it up for fun, making sure it wouldn't collapse. No climbing allowed. Western-style book. A book written in some old country's language. We tried to read it, but fell asleep halfway through. Navy book. Looks as if it might be filled with intelligent wording, but it's actually just a diary. No juicy stories either. Red book. A log of information about all sorts of plants. The explanations are notoriously sloppy. Handbook. A book for teaching people a new skill, but it's too thick and nobody wants to read it. Its intended purpose backfired. Logbook. A diary of someone voyaging the sea. Smells of salt water. Clay tablet. A slab with strange letters drawn on it. The contents are probably important. Book of philosophy. This book is just thick enough to use as a pillow. Japanese-style book. A book with pages held together by a simple string. These supposedly last longer when stacked up together. Japanese-style books. High-level books written about all sorts of things and stuff and ideas and concepts. Edo book. If you read all the way through, you may or may not become smarter. Mino book. Stories from the past bound together in a book. These narratives were certainly quite heartwarming. Edo comics. The difficult-to-read letters are packed in so tightly, most people can't read it and eventually give up before reaching the end. Weekly magazine. A magazine loaded with rumors. The reader is tasked with deciding whether to believe them or not. History textbook. A book packed with knowledge in diverse genres. Someone decorated the pages with a highlighter. Japanese English dictionary. A thick book for looking up English words, convenient to have when you need to kill time. Fairy tale book. A story about a boy born from a tomato, paying homage to Momotaro. School library book. Filled with up-close and personal interviews with various bugs about their daily lives. Paperback book. A book small enough to easily hold one-handed. Reading this will not help you learn about the sun. Animal book. A book with animal pictures and explanations. The information may be inaccurate. Plant book. A book of plant pictures and explanations. A mystery seed was found hidden among the pages. Bird illustrations. A book with bird pictures and explanations. That includes chickens. Library book. A magnificent depiction of consequences of meaningless fighting. Home medicine book. This object enables at-home research, but it's suspicious whether the information is accurate. In the end, a hospital is your best bet. Scarlet Book. Just the presence of this thick, cool-looking book is enough to stage a knowledgeable atmosphere. Green Book. A sizable book, but with blank pages. It's merely a sketchbook. Purple Book. A book that opens back up soon after being closed. Nobody can figure out how to close it. What? Stationary. Yellow Pushpin. A tool for hanging papers on the wall. Caution, there is a sharp point. Blue Pushpin. The shape is supposedly meant to prevent injury if you happen to drop this on the ground. Thumbtack. A piece of fastening equipment for decorating walls with posters. This is a dangerous object to misplace because of its sharp point. Clip. A tool for holding papers together, slightly too small to tie one's hair with. Fancy Tape. A thin belt decorated with a cute pattern. Stick this onto an object to give it some style. Small Black Pencil. A near and dear friend with many years of use, currently fighting to push its own limits. Black Pencil. B Pencil? I'm assuming that's what B stands for. H Pencil? What color would H be? Okay, maybe it doesn't stand for black. B Pencil. A writing utensil with soft lead. For this object, being sharpened feels like a massage. H Pencil. A writing utensil that with hard lead. It doesn't like to be spun around people's fingers because it gets dizzy. Sand Eraser. This remarkable object can erase all kinds of things. The gritty, sandy texture feels good with scratching an itch. Pencil Stand. A container for long stationary items. One drawback, when garbage gets in, it's hard to remove. Scissors. A tool for cutting things, based on the principle of leverage. Wood Carving Knife. A tool used to carve wood in great detail. When you get really long wood shavings, it's so satisfying. Baron. Looks like a pot lid, but it's a tool used in art rooms. Ink. Tightly close the lid after use, otherwise disaster will occur. Quill Pen. A pen made from the feather of a bird. You have to repeatedly dip it in ink. Thin Paintbrush. A tool used to do paintings. It's so new and pretty, it'd be a shame to dirty it up with paint. Inkstone. A writing tool you pour ink into. It's hard to tell when it's dirty, but you must clean it after use. India ink. If this gets on your clothing, good luck getting it out. Soap is its mortal enemy. Small ink block. Rub against an inkstone to produce ink. It's the polar opposite of an eraser. Paperweight. A paperweight is necessary for practicing calligraphy. Stabilizes not only the paper, but also the heart. Calligraphy brush. A stick used to paint letters with traditional ink. If you don't wash it, the bushy hairs on the tip harden and get all stiff. Large calligraphy brush. A massive brush with which you can write letters as spectacular as how much you're willing to invest your soul. Yatate. An odd holder in which to store arrows, or perhaps writing utensils. Calligraphy. The first word you write with a fancy brush at the start of a new year. You get better and better with each passing year. Classroom calligraphy. Bean. A work of art celebrating the beloved bean. Which type of bean? We do not know. Classroom calligraphy. Egg. A piece of paper overflowing with love for eggs. It wants to become an egg itself. Classroom calligraphy. Balloon. A piece of paper depicting someone's desire to fly. They buy every store's entire stock of balloons. Classroom calligraphy. Mother. A piece of paper that expresses overflowing love for someone's mother. They love their father too, of course. Abacus. An ancient calculator. Some use it as a musical instrument or to stack along the floor. Parchment. Paper made from the skin of an animal. On this material, any map will look like a treasure map. Papyrus paper bundle. Paper made from water plants. Although rough in texture, it can be used for writing letters and drawing pictures. Fashion. Gorgeous fur coat. An ultra-cozy, ultra-fluffy article of clothing. This one's been worn generously over the years. Kimono. An article of clothing worn for special occasions. Even if you don't wear it, they make pretty decorations. Plain short sleeves. Pairing this with a hakama or obi is basic, since it has no pattern. It's easy to match with anything. Arrow feather patterned kimono. A stylish textile pattern after arrow feathers, said to bring good luck. Green short sleeves. It flows elegantly, but when worn, it is easier to move in than expected. Short sleeve kimono. The sleeves hang down, so you need to be careful when eating while wearing it. Sky blue short sleeves. A vividly colored outfit that stands out. It's recommended for summer because it looks cool. Greek toga. Clothing made from just one layer of clothing. Here we have a set of 2 sheets folded quite neatly. Red striped shirt. A stained, worn-out article of clothing. The neck hole is all stretched out. Ragged vest. It seems to have been pecked by seagulls, creating many holes. Ragged blouse. A white garment that has torn in various places. Soon it might become unwearable. Ragged blue vest. A favorite coat that an Earthling wants to keep wearing, even if they have to patch it up. Fringe jacket. A style of jacket everyone and their mother seems to be wearing. The stars of the shoulders are handsome. Poncho. If you wear this, no cloud of dust can stand in your way, and you'll be warm too. Jeans. Sturdy cotton pants, often worn with intentional holes. Blonde, long, and straight. A wig that hairdressers use to practice cutting hair. They can also practice dyeing hair with this. Blonde pompadour. A practice tool for professionals who cut hair. It's hard to make the tip extend outward like that. Blonde afro. Day and night, hairdressers are hard at work, practicing to create beautiful afros like such. Fashent? Not quite sure how you say that. It seems that only the most important Earthlings can wear this crown. Deshret crown. Wearing this crown apparently reveals where someone is from. Wandering samurai wig. Wearing it makes you feel like you've time traveled. It may just be the next trendy cut. Fake top knot. Perfect for a samurai too busy to do his own hair. Eboshi. When you wear this on your head while measuring your height, you will get a scolding. Wandering samurai hat. It has a function that allows you to spot the enemy's weak point through gaps. Straw hat. A sturdy item made from straw. These often blow far away in the wind. Top hat. There's a pigeon stuffed inside. It must stay quiet and wait for its cue. Hold on, is there actually... No, hey, you're lying, game! Cowboy hat. Simply wearing this hat is not enough for one to identify as a cowboy or cowgirl. Laurel wreath. A crown of leaves presented to the winner of a tournament, also worn on one's head during wedding ceremonies. Black bocce hairpin. Be careful playing with your shamisen with this pick. Bocce also means divine punishment in Japanese. Red bocce hairpin. Putting this in your hair involves stabbing yourself with 2 long needles. Requires bravery. Red ball hairpin. During celebratory occasions, you can find these lovely accessories in many girls' hair. Purple ball hairpin. Just one of these pins can hold together even the most complex of hairstyles. Green ball hairpin. It may resemble a piece of candy, but it's inedible. Somewhat disappointing. White ball hairpin. Some people wear these to use as a backup weapon in emergency situations. Hairpin. A guide to straighten up rebellious strands of hair protruding from one's face. Egyptian comb. Formerly used to style long hair, meant for long hair but quite difficult to use by oneself. Black comb hairpin. After combing their hair, some people just wear it as an accessory. Red comb hairpin. A hair ornament to use in hairstyles of extra volume. Stick it inside a bun and you'll steal all the attention. Hairbrush. A tool for straightening hair. Can be a satisfactory back scratcher too. Red bandana. A cloth used for being stylish by wearing around your neck or atop your head. Blue bandana. A largish blue cloth. You can either wear it or use it to wrap things up. How convenient. Green bandana. A handsome cloth of a white pattern. You can wrap it around your arm or wear it on a belt. Cowboy belt. A convenient belt with pockets. It's hard remembering which pockets contain what. Holster belt. Simply wearing this gives the wearer some swagger, sort of. Zori. A shoe made from straw. Although sturdy, the selling price is dirt cheap. Cowboy boot. A boot with a spiky thing. This is not a utensil for cutting pizza. Leather boot. Footwear effective in blocking the inflow of water. Mariners love this. Strap sandal. A shoe made from straps. Pebbles will often get stuck between your toes. Gold sandal. Right. Wait, there are two different entries for the left and right sandal. It's so heavy that it's perfect for leg training. Someone took the left one. Gold sandal, left. They say fashion starts from the feet, but this much shine might be overkill. Spiffy Geta sandal. The bottom is slanted, so you need a sense of balance when walking in these. Panda slipper. An indoor shoe with a panda's face. As an added bonus, it makes cute noises as you walk. Heka staff. A staff that an important earthling used. Various types of staffs have been found. Waz scepter. A staff carried around by Anubis. He uses this to bark orders at everyone. Pharaoh's scepter. It looks like a special staff, but it was apparently useful for scratching your back. Flail. Something used in a ritual to shake. Just shaking it a lot gives off a good feeling. Egyptian mirror. An essential tool for the handsome. The reflection is not particularly flattering, though. Hand mirror. A tool of which you can view your appearance. There is a handsome pattern on the back as well. Pharaoh's mirror. A tool used by important people when dressing up. Even the parts aside from the mirror are intricate. Egyptian necklace. A shiny neck ornament. Wearing this may give you stiff shoulders, but that doesn't mean you're cursed. Primitive necklace. Each zone holds important meaning, but everyone seems to have forgotten. Egyptian bangle. A bracelet with mysterious charm. Features vivid patterns and designs. Egyptian beauty box. A case inside which many beauty products can be contained. Organization methods say a lot about one's personality. Powder brush. A handy tool to use when brushing fine powder or cleaning dust. Lipstick. A glamorous item that coats your lips in a layer of deep red to make you look grown up. Nail polish. A fashion item for applying color to one's nails. There's even a tiny brush attached to the lid. Perfume. Apply just a little, everyone will love you. If you apply too much, everyone will avoid you. Glasses. A pair of glasses with a stylish frame, but there are no lenses. Sunglasses. Simply wearing these will give you the tolerance to overlook minor details. Earring. A subtle fashion accessory which decorates the ear. Caution is necessary as this object is easy to misplace. Heart scarab. A charm shaped like a bug, far from resembling a heart symbol. Big Magatama. An accessory of a distinctive shape. Even dragons are known to wear these around the neck. Golden fly necklace. This neck ornament is a symbol of bravery. There are 3 shiny gold flies attached. Cartouche. This is an important person's name engraved on a decorative ornament for preservation. Moss ball. A ball covered with moss. Its signature characteristic is the teeny-weeny tree. Patchwork rug. A worn-out mat. It's okay to throw it away, but you'll feel wasteful when the time comes. Getting water. Hold on. Okay. Audio. Yeah. Chime bell. A brass bell that gives off a loud echoing ring, rung at specific times of the day. Phonograph. A machine on which you place a disc record to play music. The sound quality is bad, yet charming. Crank gramophone. Simply rotating the knob on its side will not trigger anything. Cowbell. Makes a sound to reveal your location no matter where you are. Hide and seek is out of the question. Ship bell. A bell built into a ship. The number of rings tells you what time it is. Cap bell. Produces a cute chime sound. Sometimes several of these are assembled to build different instruments. Wind chime. A staple of summer. Hearing this chime at the end of summer vacation will make you want to rewind time. Large bell. A musical instrument rung in celebration of something. One ring seems to last forever. Temple bell. Worn out and tired from New Year's Eve each year, and therefore overcome with melancholic feelings at the year's end. Turtle shell rattle. A strange stick that makes a rattling noise when shaken. There's a turtle shell in the end. Sistrum. An instrument that makes sound when shaken. Apparently babies love it. Rattle. The majority of babies enjoy this. The mature babies will pretend to not enjoy this. Guiro. A musical instrument capable of making all sorts of noises by tapping or striping along its serrated surface. Conga. A tall, long musical instrument you drum to produce sound, often used in sets of 2. Gong. Produces a sound so big the air before you will tremble, usually an omen signaling a fierce battle is to come. Mini hand drum. A strange drum whose sound changes depending on the pulling strength of the rope strung around it. Large hand drum. A drum whose sound changes according to pounding strength. Because it's sensitive to cold, you're supposed to warm it up before use. Titan drum. Used when a famous person makes their grand entrance. Therefore, it's not banged very often. Wooden fish gong. A musical instrument shaped like a fish. Sometimes it looks like it's laughing. Wooden fish mallet. A stick used to strike the wooden fish gong. If you don't use this, it won't make a good sound. Dulcimer. A weird musical instrument played on the player's lap, known by several different names. Banjo. An instrument for which the number of strings and the materials will differ depending on the location. Resonator guitar. A guitar equipped with a mysterious plate to enlarge the sound. Cool? Yes? Bouzouki. A musical instrument with an odd shape and sharp sound. Lute. An unusual instrument with a bent-back head. It must be going through phases. Rabab. A unique instrument played with a bow. It doesn't shoot arrows, though. Biwa. Similar instruments are found in many countries. This one is Japanese, not to be confused with the fruit of the same name. Shamisen. A musical instrument that came from southern islands. It's played with a fan-like plectrum. Koto. It's said that touching the strings of this instrument deeply moves people. Guitar. Everyone aspires to play this one day, but only a handful manifest those dreams into reality. Lyre. An instrument shaped like a harp. It captivates people with its mysterious tone. Kithara. An instrument previously played by important figures in myths and such, emits an impressive aura. Egyptian harp. A musical instrument with many strings. You play this in constant fear of it falling over. Gold Egyptian harp. A musical instrument decorated with a person's face. It may appear obnoxious, but its sound is delicate. Grand harp. You think you can strum this? You probably can't. Playing this instrument is surprisingly difficult. Harp. An elegant musical instrument to be strummed nice and gently. If you strum aggressively, it will rebel. Egyptian trumpet. A trumpet, but it can only play one sound, supposedly used as a signal for something. Argol. A musical instrument with two flute-like portions stuck together. They always argue over which side is the big brother. Shakuhachi. A musical instrument made of bamboo. Its name comes from its length. Pan flute. A musical instrument equipped with several pipes and tubes. Sends a mysterious sound echoing through the room. Recorder. Despite mastering this instrument in practice, it will produce unwanted sounds during recital. Trumpet. A shiny gold musical instrument that loves being the center of attention. It will scare you with its loud noise. Conch. A musical instrument crafted from a shell. Words spoken after playing this may contain lies. Pigeon-shaped whistle. Here's another thing this game taught me. You know Togetic from Pokemon? It's based on this. I didn't know this was a thing. This bird chirps like a pigeon. We never really see it fly, though. Music box. A box containing a little doll that moves upon twisting a knob to play music. It only plays one song. Court musician flutist. Plays a flute loudly to inform all residents that a thief has entered the house. Court musician drummer. An inconsiderate nuisance who plays the drums loudly late into the night. Cassette radio. An incredible creation you can use to listen to music or the radio anytime, anywhere. Batteries not included. Grand piano. A large musical instrument with a beautiful sound. When you carry it, be careful to avoid crushing your toes. Piano. A compact piano sold at a reasonable price for most consumers. Compared to a grand piano, this one is less suitable for an aggressive performance. Organ. There's always one kid in the class who can play this musical instrument. What a coincidence. Pipe organ. A musical instrument with a complicated structure. Each and every component affects the sound. Sports. Kendo mask. A piece of protective gear preventing you from scratching any itches on your sweaty face, particularly hard to wear in the summer. Straw dummy. A tool for testing the sharpness of a sword. Sometimes bamboo is inserted inside. Cut straw dummy. A bundle of straw cut cleanly in two. For a swordmaster, it's nothing exciting. Straw target board. Used for archery practice. It can also serve as a bird deterrent. Judo practitioner. This earthling can throw around and pin down much larger people while maintaining good manners. Sumo wrestler. Has to eat 10 bowls of rice for dinner to avoid getting yelled at. Sumo referee. Always prevents matches from ending by shouting, "Not over yet! Not over yet!" Soccer ball. That is not a very good texture for a soccer ball. Wow, okay, not after I say that in this series. There should be more of the patterns and they should be closer to... This mentally tough soul will not get offended, no matter how many times you kick it. In fact, getting kicked is rather enjoyable. Red ball. A red object that appears during sporting events. Its life purpose is to be rolled by children. Dodgeball. After a life of being thrown and hit mercilessly, its heart and body are exhausted. Baseball bat. You'll become very popular if you can use this to send a ball flying outside a stadium. Baseball cap. A fashionable item Earthlings wear even outside of baseball stadiums. Home plate. The baseball field's own motherly presence, always welcoming the runner home with open arms. Flagstick. These are also used during sporting events to mark the winning athlete. Horseshoe. A metal fitting that protects a horse's hoof. It needs to be nailed in, but it doesn't hurt. Ice axe. A tool for climbing slopes and walls covered in snow or ice. A partner is, to which you must entrust your life. Curling stone. Firmly sticks to the ground to avoid being easily flicked away by the other stones. Powerful. Spartan soldier. A tough soldier who endured strict training. They become invincible when 300 of them gather. Spartan warrior and dory. The spear doubles as a walking stick and is thereby easier to carry. Spartan warrior and Xiphus. Decide to carry a sword and thereby move with more agility. Phalanx formation. A technique where several Earthlings join to form a Katamari while often stepping on each other's toes. Spartan student. Recently saw improved test scores. See? Effort always pays off. Relaxing Spartan soldier. Even during breaks, he can't take off his armor. He doesn't seem to be very relaxed. Spartan teacher. These kinds of disciplinarians, you'll see that word very often, were a common sight before paddling became frowned upon. Samurai vortex wheel. They started arguing and before they knew it, they ended up like this. Now they're actually enjoying it. Killer move. A classic item to me. I think this was in other games too. They are devising a combination attack. It is illegal to use during tournaments. Egyptian macho man. Flaunts his beloved muscles by never wearing a shirt. Does not last long in the heat. Caveman and club. A powerful force who once defeated a mammoth in a sumo match. Sumo bout. I think swinging a guy by his hair is not something you can do in sumo. These wrestlers who seemingly know nothing about sumo rules have stronger technique. Oh my god, I didn't even know about that. I swear I did not read that beforehand. Sumo ring. A platform for sumo wrestlers. The floor tastes very salty. Axe. A tool for cutting trees and branches. This looks like a hatchet, but you should be aware of the differences. Pickaxe. A tool of a pointed tip for shattering hard rocks. Its personality is as sharp as those tips. Dumbbell. An item used to buff up one's body. This one is for beginners. Mammoth. Other animals often get stuck on these huge tusks. Kind of useless, seeing as this furry beast is a herbivore. Large mammoth. This creature once stabbed his tusks into the ground and got stuck. His friend left him behind. Dinotherium. What is that? What is that? A beard? Fangs? Creatures of this species don't know themselves. Elephant. Some playgrounds have slides in the shape of its trunk. Great idea, yes? The elephant agrees. Indian elephant. Received a crown after winning first prize in some competition he doesn't remember. Playtime. Hold on a minute. Okay, not quite yet. Origami Samurai Helmet. A warrior helmet recreated with origami. Put this on your head to make yourself feel mighty. Origami Samurai. An odd earthling made out of paper. If you draw a face, it will start moving on its own. Balancing toy. When he's in a bad mood, he likes to mess with you by purposely falling off balance. Roly-poly toy. If you knock it down, it'll get up again. A stubborn mental giant that remains standing even while napping. Hime Daruma. A Princess Daruma. Nobody knows what her facial expression is supposed to be. Balance toy. After getting knocked down, it will get up again. What a mental giant. Ichimatsu doll. This doll wants to move around, but that would scare people. It resists the urge of all its might. Big Top. A toy with which you play by vigorously tugging the attached string to make it spin really, really fast. Shell Top. A spinning top made from a shell. The shell you pick could affect the outcome of the duel. What, duel? Like Beyblades? Wait. Yellow Top. A round, small top. Because of its shape, it appears to spin around and around for a long time. Blue Top. It's pretty when it spins because all the colors blend together. Green Top. When rapidly spinning tops collide, they ricochet off each other with a bang. Impressive, actually. Red Beanbag. A fun toy to juggle high in the air. Catching and throwing with precise rhythm. You'll get dizzy if you do it too much. Green Beanbag. Some people throw these one after another to match the rhythm of a song because of the nice crunchy beanbag noise they make. Blue Beanbag. Even if you accidentally throw it a little too high, it'll still come down nice and soft when you catch it. Red Cylinder Toy Block. There are tournaments where skilled builders compete to push the limits of their stacked structures. Blue Cylinder Toy Block. During construction, these can roll off and embark on their own faraway journeys. Yellow Square Toy Block. These pieces are stable to build with, but stacking them requires concentration. Red Square Toy Block. Even after getting knocked down over and over again, this mental giant... Why is it calling everything a mental giant? Will always stack back up. Blue Triangle Toy Block. These pieces are under the most pressure because they always go on the tippy top. Yellow Triangle Toy Block. Some possess an unearthly ability to stack these up vertically, in spite of the impossible shape. Daruma Otoshi. Looks like there's room for 6 items. It's kind of rare, but there are some instances of items that are like nested in categories, like a category within a category. I will be reading these too. Mallet. Made to hammer stacked Daruma pieces, the bane of a Daruma's existence. Daruma Head. Nobody hits this, but it may fall over if caution is not exercised. Daruma Body. Yellow. Always psychs itself up to stay frozen solid, but it always gets hit anyway. Daruma Body. Green. Secretly, this piece wants to see how far it can fly after being flung. Daruma Body. Red. This piece intentionally messes up games by sabotaging the whole balance. Daruma Body. Blue. Everyone hits this piece first, so it rarely causes any trouble. Paper Ball. A light, delicate ball you can play with, but don't drop it. If you hit it too hard, it will get crushed. Tamari Ball. A ball made by winding thread in circles. It's used for tossing and playing. Green Flat Marble. An object born solely to be flicked with one's finger. It's perfectly satisfied with this. Blue Flat Marble. A toy of endless possibilities. Let your imagination conjure up different games to play with it. Red Marble. A small glass ball. It's a lazy object, always rolling around. Blue Marble. Loves narrow maze-like pathways where it can display its rolling skills. Oh, the contender on the Marble Olympics, I see. Ramshackle Kite. A scary-looking flying toy. It's a troublemaker that flies off on its own. Japanese Kite. His face looks like he's in a bad mood, which makes this hard to play with. Dragon Kite. A kite decorated with a dragon design. This one's bound to fly high above the clouds. Kite. A sky dancer with a sharp glare. Sparrows will flee at the sight of this object. Pinwheel. This will spin if you blow on it or run around. Bamboo Dragonfly. Flies away upon being spun, a nostalgic old toy. Party Blower. When blown, this whistle-like object extends its body while shouting a goofy sound. Japanese Cup and Ball. Getting the ball in the cup is easy. Hooking it onto the spike is next to impossible. Rocking Horse. A horse with strange powers that fill Earthlings with joy as they rock back to and fro on its back. Floating Ring. Everyone will cheer, and you may receive a prize if you land these rings on one of the stakes. Castle model. A kit of supplies with which anyone can build their own castle. There are extra parts, so you can afford to lose some. Battledore. Can be used as a decoration or a plaything. Very versatile. Battledore Shuttlecock. If this falls to the ground, it's apparently okay to draw on people's faces. Picture Story Show. A mechanism with which the audience can enjoy a story viewing sliding pictures. Kids love it. Kitty Spade. A tool often abandoned at the beach. With this in hand, you will feel the urge to dig a hole. Kitty Rake. A convenient tool used to search for treasure on the beach, helpful in locating pretty marbles. Kitty Bucket. Used to carry toys after a long day of play, decorated with a cute honeybee sticker. Kaleidoscope. Spin this toy around and peek inside to find a spectacular new world. Fishing pole. A pole for fishing. The pole could break if the fish you try to catch is too big. Bone hook. A fishing hook made from bone. This is apparently quite hard to catch fish with. Fishing lure. An object with a charm so alluring. All the fish try to jump at it even though there's no bait. Red balloon. I want to mention real quick, these 5 balloon items are kind of horrible to get. So, in my opinion, this is, of the games I have collected all the items in, this is the hardest one, and some of them are really unfair. So unfair that they had to be patched. These are like the first ones I would describe as kind of unreasonably stupid. You have to go into a level with a magnet because they are deliberately floating out of reach. I probably wouldn't have figured that out on my own. I don't know, I just don't like that one. Again, these are sort of the ones that Shrimp helped me find quite often, so yeah. Red balloon. An object often found stuck in trees. Whoever can retrieve it will become a hero. Blue balloon. This object is the same color as the sky. When released, you lose track of where it's going. Yellow balloon. Runs away from pointed objects out of fear of popping. Green balloon. When it comes to hide and seek in the woods, this object can't be defeated. Pink balloon. A skilled floater. Once got carried away with its dancing and popped. That is the end of the second page. Games. I think this one has a pretty huge subcategory. It has a few subcategories. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Jumbo Kinsho. A decorative game piece sold as a souvenir. It's big, but there's still nothing written on the back. Hatafuda card. Hatafuda, crane. The model crane was probably shy when this picture was drawn. Look, it's blushing. Hatafuda. Uguisu. The eyes of this Japanese bush warbler appear red because of the surrounding plum blossoms in full bloom. Hatafuda, cherry blossoms. It's convenient to bring a sheet when flower gazing like this because it prevents the flower petals from getting in your food. Hanafuda. Hototo Gishu. The lesser cuckoo is a rare bird that sings at night. Some people stay up all night in hopes of hearing it. Hatafuda. Iris. The flower in the picture is actually Iris laevigata, not Iris sanguinea. Confusing, right? Hatafuda. Butterflies. It's easy to accidentally hold the card upside down because the butterflies are flying downwards. Hatafuda. Boar. The wild boar is waiting to jump out from within the surrounding bush clovers, but its color and shape are wrong, making it quite conspicuous. Hatafuda. Moon. This picture definitely mistook a giant rolling katamari for the moon. Hatafuda. Chrysanthemum. I love that word. This chrysanthemum supposedly grew up drinking sake instead of water. Hatafuda. Deer. It's playing red light, green light, but the autumn leaves make it hard to see movement anyway. Hatafuda. Willow. The willow tree stands sturdy even in sudden rain or windstorms due to its flexibility. Hatafuda. Fengguan. The mythical Chinese phoenix is fond of this gorgeous Palnuia plant. I don't know how to food a culture that well, I'm sorry. Oh boy, okay. One of these subcategories in particular, they wrote a description for every card in a standard card deck, Jesus Christ. We'll get to it. Chess set. King, white. The most important chess piece there is. To win the game, chase him into a corner where he can't escape. Queen, white. Capable of moving up, down, left, right, and diagonally, however many spaces she wants, even stronger than the king. Rook, white. Despite being a castle, it can somehow move up, down, left, and right however many spaces it wants. Bishop, white. A twisted soul that only moves diagonally. I like that one. Knight, white. It's a horse, yes? You think so too, right? Yet for some reason it's called a knight instead of a horse. Pawn, white. A soldier who moves one space forward. Once he reaches the end of the board, he gains special powers. King, black. Can only move up, down, left, right, or diagonally one space at a time. Cannot move when surrounded by his own soldiers. Queen, black. The most mobile chess piece there is, however she is not necessarily the most important piece in the game. Rook, black. Looks like a castle, but where is the entrance? Did they forget to build one? Bishop, black. Moves diagonally. We believe shogi has a similar functioning piece as well. Knight, black. This is called a knight, but the pivotal knight was actually left behind somewhere. Pawn, black. Can produce 2 spaces on the first turn only. Quickly loses all motivation. That's not my headcanon for why you can only move 2 spaces on the first turn of a pawn. Chessboard. A board atop which the game of chess can be played. This is a foldable variety. Pool set. Every single ball in pool has a description. Pool table. A gaming table atop which you poke balls of a long stick. There are holes in the table, but they're supposed to be there. Cue ball. A white ball designed to be poked of a long stick for its entire life. Also, that is really aesthetically pleasing, all the balls rotating like at the exact same time. One ball. A mistreated soul who always gets bumped first and allotted a lower score. 2 ball. This ball is often forgotten because it is not very outgoing. 3 ball. This ball is sick of being rolled around on a green surface every single darn day. 4 ball. This ball has developed a timid nature from always being suddenly knocked away by another ball for no good reason. 5 ball. Strives to become bouncy like a bouncy ball. 6 ball. Always started when everything turns black after getting knocked into a hole. 7 ball. They say 7 is a lucky number, but not in billiards. 8 ball. Some billiards games place heavy importance on pocketing this ball specifically. 9 ball. There's a famous rule involving pocketing this ball with the fewer balls. The game ends very promptly sometimes. 10 ball. Given a distinct design to distinguish from the other balls. 11 ball. Tired of being violently brushed up against the other balls at the start of the game. 12 ball. After being ricocheted day after day, this ball doesn't even think about anything anymore. 13 ball. This ball secretly enjoys being wiped with a clean cloth after a long day. 14 ball. This ball takes a motion sickness pill before getting rolled around. 15 ball. When the rules involve point values of pocketing balls, this one becomes very popular. Pool cue. A stick that makes you look cooler when you hold it. Hard to resist the urge to rub that tip. Rack. Fill this frame with balls for neat organization. They shudder at the thought of being attacked soon thereafter. Shogi table. I don't know Shogi very well either. I did play it in Yakuza, which taught me some of the basics, but nah. Shogi table. A game board of 81 spaces. Stubbing your pinky toe on this will result in agonizing pain. Kinsho. A piece capable of moving in many directions. Don't bother flipping it over, nothing is written on the back. Osho. Only capable of taking one step at a time, even during an escape. Relies on the other pieces too much. Gyukoshu. Or Gyukosho. A piece which resembles the Osho. Youngsters tend to use this one. Isha. A busy piece that advances forward and takes detours horizontally all the time. Kakugayo. An odd piece only capable of advancing diagonally. Runs a twisted path. What is the word twisted in being associated with moving diagonally? What? Ginsho. A piece which can also advance diagonally. Prefers tricky maneuvers. Kima. A piece capable of hopping over others. Confident in its jumping ability. Kiyosha. Never stops advancing forward, even with the intense war happening around it. Fu. Although bland, this piece is essential to victory. Its true potential is revealed when it's flipped over. Ooh! Shogi Peace Stand. A pedestal on which to place pieces stolen from opponents. Do not place any beverages here, and do not use it as an armrest. Go Bowl. A container for go stones. You can also remove the lid and put stones in it. White go stone. A white shiny pebble. Its dim pattern gives it a lovely appearance. Black go stone. A black shiny pebble. With its smooth surface, it feels soft to touch. Go board. With these spaces on the board, tic-tac-toe would be a disaster for sure. Hyakunin Ishu. Bonds. A card printed with the poem of a poet who loves poetry. This one seems to be about love. Hyakunin Ishu. Kimono. A card printed with a poem written by a renowned waka poet, one of 36 famous poetry experts. Hyakunin Ishu. Mikado. A card printed with a poem written by a very famous person. This poetry depicts the life of a farmer. Dartboard. A target pelted by tiny arrows. The circle in the middle is called a bull's eye. Dart. Even though the tip is pointed, it never quite sticks into the board. How annoying. Card game mat. A mat atop which everyone can enjoy card games. With this tool, the cards will be fine even if the table is filthy. Backgammon. A board game dating back to ancient times. More complicated than it looks. Senate. Supposedly the oldest game on Earth. Without this game, Katamari Damacy would not exist. Oh boy, here we go. Playing cards. Playing cards. That's aesthetically pleasing as well. A 52 card set used for games, fortune telling, and magic tricks. Alright, here we go. Ace of Spades. One of the 52 different playing cards, being the most conspicuous of them all. This card acts as a leader among the rest. Two of Spades. Depending on the game, this could be your strongest card. This excludes the case of a Revolution in Daifugo. Three of Spades. The weakest among all the card types, but sometimes becomes the strongest. Four of Spades. Some Earthlings research how to look cool flinging these cards around. Five of Spades. This card believes it'll become a weapon someday. Right now, it's merely an ordinary card. Six of Spades. This card does not appreciate being yanked aggressively during a game of Old Maid. Seven of Spades. This card is a pro at cluttering opponents' hands with unwanted objects. This skill is limited to card games, however. Eight of Spades. This card has the power to reshuffle the game, a trump card usable in various situations. Nine of Spades. Gets dizzy easily and dislikes being shuffled around too aggressively. 10 of Spades. Playing indoors prevents scratching the back of this card. Jack of Spades. A card that cares for its lower value comrades by flipping the hierarchy in their favor, disliked by higher value colleagues. Queen of Spades. Yearns to be seen, always remains at the top of the deck even after a shuffle. King of Spades. Refuses to accept that the ace can overthrow the king. Ace of Diamonds. This card is called a diamond, but its color more closely resembles a ruby. 2 of diamonds. When playing Old Maid, focus less on the cards themselves and more on the other players' faces. 3 of diamonds. Professional card players use a brand new deck of cards every single game. They must be rich. 4 of diamonds. This card seems to always linger until the end of the game for a game of concentration. 5 of diamonds. This card takes pleasure in purposely... Thank you, Creative Cloud. 5 of diamonds. Oh my god, hold on. 5 of diamonds. This card takes pleasure in purposely falling over during the construction of a card tower. 6 of diamonds. Spinning a card at high speed enables swift cutting of even hard vegetables. 7 of diamonds. People who can rip a full deck of card bundled together have a... People who can rip a full deck of cards bundled together have amazing grip strength, but they shouldn't do that. 8 of diamonds. Always takes a scolding for its resemblance to the 10 of diamonds. Undeserved, really. 9 of diamonds. This card always finds itself in the mouth of people who perform shoot cards from the mouth magic tricks. 10 of diamonds. This card is primarily focused on shining as bright as possible. Jack of diamonds. Enjoys throwing a wrench in the shuffle. When one fails to shuffle, this card is mainly to blame. Queen of diamonds. A queen decked out in jewels. She believes herself to be the most beautiful of all. King of diamonds. This card must love attention. It folds itself sometimes to stand out more. Ace of clubs. Jealous of the ace of spades are being treated like royalty despite having the same number value. 2 of clubs. Currently having an identity crisis. Is it a clover or an actual club? 3 of clubs. Willingly agrees to participate in magic tricks as long as it doesn't involve poking any holes. 4 of clubs. Dreams of someday being chosen by a magician. 5 of clubs. Certain troublemakers scratch the back of the card to make them easily recognizable during the game. 6 of clubs. Often tasked with the very bottom position of the tower of cards. Quite paranoid about this. 7 of clubs. Highly experienced in magic shows. The most difficult trick to perform are disappearing acts. 8 of clubs. If you drop this card on a clean floor, it's hard to retrieve. Use your nails for an easy pickup. 9 of clubs. Occasionally sneaks under the bed, but struggles to emerge thereafter. 10 of clubs. When constructing a tower of cards, paper cards are easier to build than plastic ones. Jack of clubs. Has a random rivalry with the Jack of spades for sporting a similar appearance. Queen of clubs. The queen figure was modeled after a real person, but knowing this information will not affect the game in any way. King of clubs. The other cards change with the times, but this person has remained the king since the very beginning. Ace of hearts. Just one heart will always hold the potential to single-handedly enjoy your game. 2 of hearts. The design is an optical illusion that appears closer when your eyes are averted. 3 of hearts. If someone shouts, "You're bluffing," this card gets flustered and switches to with another. 4 of hearts. This card's claim to fame is that it once perched upon the tippy top of a card tower. 5 of hearts. Formerly an unnumbered card. Someone lost their 5 of hearts, so they use a red pen to make a new one. 6 of hearts. This card was squeezed too hard and got bent. It worked really hard to unbend itself. 7 of hearts. Often gets lost. Thus, when dealing cards, there's always someone with one card less. 8 of hearts. The other side of this card is actually visible when held up to the light. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. 9 of hearts. This card once turned into a dove during a magic trick. 10 of hearts. A card with the added effect of making you feel loved due to its abundance of hearts. Jack of hearts. This handsome boy sure knows how to work those hearts, a fashionista in his prime. Queen of hearts. A certain story gave this card a reputation for being conceited, but she is actually quite kind. King of hearts. A king devoted to showering his loyal soldiers in love and praise. Joker. This card's value changes depending on the game's rules. That was a big subcategory. Q-Chalk. Wait, why isn't that in the pull set? Huh, that's weird. If you neglect to use this, your chances of failing increase. Die. Some of these always land on the same number. They are disliked for their cowardice. Red die. Become this color after being gripped too hard. This has no effect on the number you'll get. Green die. A cube-shaped object decorated with dots, used in performing magic tricks and playing games. Fortune dispenser. If you shake this, a numbered stick will pop out. You will either be elated or deflated according to the piece of paper that is in the numbered drawer it matches. Containers. Hold on. Okay. Calabash. An oddly shaped gourd turned into a container. The flesh is inedible. Green bottle. The green color of this bottle conceals its contents well. Drinking this might require a little courage. Teal bottle. A perfectly sized bottle. Why not insert a letter and set it adrift? Olive green bottle. Even plain old water will taste a little better in a bottle like this. Blue bottle. Be careful when opening this, the cork could go flying and cause a horrifying tragedy. Striped bowl. It seems the striped pattern coincidentally appeared during the firing process. Striped vase. The stripes make flower arrangements appear even more splendid. Bamboo water vessel. A bamboo container used to hold water. It might secretly suck up the water inside in hopes of growing larger. Huge rhyton. Became larger to allow for much more liquid to be added. Kylix. There is a design on the bottom of the cup. What could it be? You'll have to drink its contents to find out. Cantharos. Most refrain from using this very often to avoid dirtying all those detailed designs. Skyphos. A cup too heavy to carry with one hand, and thus fashioned with two handles. Raised bowl. A sturdy and highly waterproof vessel. A tall lad. Orient goblet. A cup painted with prairie designs. Drinking from this cup will make you feel like a pharaoh. Orient vase. A vessel painted with stunning designs. Almost too stunning. The vase is almost more eye-catching than the flowers it holds. Orient urn. A pot painted with gorgeous designs. Simply placing this in your room will make you feel rich. Rhyton. A beverage container in the shape of an animal. It looks like you're drinking from the animal's mouth. Portable water vessel. A container for storing and carrying water, essential for everyday life. Balancing rod. A pole with water buckets hanging from both ends. If the water isn't balanced well, it will likely topple over. Iron kettle. A container made from iron. The inside will melt slightly, adding some iron for extra nutritional value. Basket. A light container woven with reed. There are some gaps, so don't add water or else it'll leak. Locked wooden chest. A box to fill with your precious treasures. Even if you see one lying around, you should leave it closed. Wooden bin. You can put all sorts of objects in here, but you should store your valuables elsewhere. Worn out wooden bin. A worn out wooden bin that has seen many years of use. Life has been hard on the poor little thing. Animal cage. A carrier for carrying pets, built strong and sturdy. Egyptian box. A handy container you can put stuff in or on top of. However, you may not dance atop it. Rolling luggage. A tool for carrying important things. It's like an old-fashioned suitcase. Suggestion box. Lately, they've been troubled by pranks, finding love letters and flyers inside. Empty coin box. A box left open and abandoned. The contents were not necessarily stolen. Nothing was there to begin with. Wooden mosaic box. A box made up of a bunch of pieces of finely crafted wood. Perfect to store your very important things in. Empty box lid. This lid is searching for a sturdy box right now because it can't serve any other purpose without one. Empty box. This box is searching for a sturdy lid right now because it can't protect anything without it. Wooden case. A container with which to carry many commercial goods, also used as a display stand. Wood box. A mystery box which nobody knows how to open. It doesn't make a sound when you shake it. Large basket. A handy-sized basket, used around the bathtub because pooled water conveniently seeps out through the cracks. Insect cage. A box in which you keep bugs caught in the wild. The mesh design allows for the flow of air throughout. Beverage crate. Okay, this is another item that was, like, kinda horrible to collect. I think it's in the sweets level, and, like, the size you need to be to get at it is, like, so strict that you practically need to play at, like, tassel precision to grab it before the level ends. This was changed. You now grow slightly, like, faster in that level, so it's easier to actually get this by the time the level ends. There's one more object that is like this specific, like, use, or a specific case. Beverage crate. This handy container is sturdy enough to take oncoming attacks. It can even be used as a makeshift chair. Blue plastic crate. Not only can these handy containers carry tons of objects at once, but they can also be stacked. Green plastic crate. This object is always stacked up, ready for action. Netting cage. The fish here no longer need to search for food, however they will eventually become food themselves. Tiny storage box. A box in which you put small items. It can't fit many things, though. Ring box. A box which has seen many proposal attempts. Even if she says no, don't throw it away. Cannonball holder. It's so satisfying to build a neat pyramid of cannonballs on this stand. Wash bucket. A container filled with water, either hot or cold. They sell like hotcakes on windy days. Small wash bucket. A wash bucket with a handle. If you swing it around a certain way, the water won't spill. Wood bucket. A bucket assembled from wood. It leaks water a little, so it must be carried quickly. Barrel. A container in which anything can be stored. Often also used as a desk or chair. Empty barrel. A container which lost its lid. If you mistakenly sit on it, odds are your butt will get stuck inside. Wooden wash tub. Fill with water and take a bath. This tub is too small to fully submerge up to your shoulders, but it's not very soothing. Or so it's not very soothing. Rainwater bucket. All it holds is plain rainwater. Sioux pottery. Hard earthenware baked in a furnace. Despite being formed in a hot oven, it's actually weak to heat. Tin watering can. A tool used to water flowers. If you get excited and tilt too much, water will pour out from the largest hole on the top. Message in a bottle. Message in bottle. A letter that washed ashore from somewhere. It doesn't seem to have a return address, so it's important to write back. Goldfish bowl. A transparent container in which you insert goldfish. Without any fish, it's boring to look at. Gold pan. A dish for gathering gold bits. With dreams of hitting the jackpot, it scoops sand with all its might. Wooden coffin. A coffin made of wood. It seems to possess a mysterious power that awakens mummies. Canopic chest. Contains the precious belongings of an important person. The unknown contents are shrouded in mystery. Sweets container. A container full of candy. You aren't allowed to open boxes which don't belong to you. Ball toss basket. Paralyzed of terror whenever Earthlings encircle it to throw balls into the basket up top. Soy sauce pack. A fish-shaped container which comes with bento lunches. It contains soy sauce, or something. Coin purse. If you find this on the street, you must turn into a police officer. Urn. Breaking this would be devastating, and yet it's designed to be placed in easy-to-knock-over areas. Cookie tin. Contains cookie sandwiches with cream filling, commonly bought as a souvenir. Fruit basket. The label says it's for fruit, but it's unclear how it differs from any other bowl. Holster. A case inside which to store your gun. Whipping it out quickly is a skill that requires practice. Jomon pottery. A stylish clay vessel with a mysterious pattern carved using string. Swirly Jomon pottery. Ancient Earthlings used to trace the patterns with their fingers and play it like a maze. Egyptian pottery. Can be used as an interior decoration or as a daily item in which to store things. You shall be judged based on what you put inside. Slender Egyptian pot. A very skinny and tall vessel that could probably fall over at any moment. It makes us nervous. Huge Egyptian pot. A vessel in which you can put something tall and large. It's stable, but avoid filling it with too many things. Large burnt Egyptian vase. A container with burnt holes. It doesn't seem like a mistake, though. Burnt Egyptian vase. A container with a burnt rim. It looks great with flowers in it. Egyptian pottery. An easy-to-use pot perfectly sized for holding sugar, spice, and everything else. Greek pot. A vase lacking any noteworthy characteristics, just the perfect size. Blue Greek jug. A pot decorated with a wave pattern. This surely contains water. Greek water pitcher. Design of a pointed tip to enable easy pouring. Such careful attention and detail. Astounding. Tall Greek jug. Tiny handles despite its size. Good for grip training. Big Greek pot. Too big for your hand to reach all the way to the bottom, thus inconvenient. Greek pot and lid. Its contents are very heavy. It seems to be filled with liquid. Fancy Greek pot. A little more elegant than the other pots. The contents are of the same level of elegance. Hanging pots. These are hanging due to lack of shelf space for any additional pots. Big Minoan pot. Decorated with a picture of a squirming octopus. The artist must really love octopi. Minoan pottery basket. Hand grips were attached for ease of mobility, but it's too heavy to be used as a handbag in the first place. Minoan pot. A pot decorated with a pretty picture. A splendid combination of convenience and artistic significance. Slim Minoan pot. The design is supposedly a dolphin. Art sure is complicated, is it not? Storehouse. Rumor has it that it hides enough gold to live a trouble-free life. Shop warehouse. Well, of the 3 rooms, 2 have no floor and seem to be trapdoors. Decorations. Bear carving. A popular traditional sculpture. It's always in the form of a bear, so the cows feel left out. Dolphin carving. A masterpiece crafted by an expert, but if placed in the ocean, it will only sink to the bottom. Parrot carving. A figurine of a parrot carved from wood. Don't expect it to flap its wings or chirp. That would be startling. Mermaid carving. A mermaid carved from wood. If you set this in the water, some people may think it's real. Lucky cat. A doll of a cat raising its right paw. Some of them raise their left paw, or both paws. Raccoon dog sculpture. A piece of pottery stationed at several shop entrances to greet customers. Although similar, they are all different. Raccoon figure. Some figure modeled after a common raccoon deep in thought about who knows what. Paper tiger. A toy shaped like a tiger, nods at everything you say. Russian doll, XL. A large doll capable of splitting into smaller dolls. Each time this happens, it gets a little smaller. Goldfish Nebuda. A cultural artifact with a funny face, when viewed from the front. Kitty keychain. A tool used to hold your keys together. There's a tiny yet realistic cat attached. Penguin keychain. This popular product features a penguin. Many Earthlings attach this to their bag as an accessory. Red cloth. A stylish cloth with a subtle rose scent. Blue cloth. This color was achieved naturally via exposure to zephyrs. Green cloth. Brought over with a cottage in the forest without asking. Purple cloth. A mysterious cloth that gradually draws the visitors, as if by hypnosis. Model ship. A skillfully designed boat. However, its small size will cause breakage if people try to board. Sunship. They say if you ride this ship, you can reach an amazing place. Since it's just a bottle, the truth remains unknown. Ship in bottle. The builder of this ship doesn't even remember how he managed to do it. Picture frame. A photo oozing with precious memories. Looking at this fills one with happy thoughts. Wedding picture. This picture makes the two of them remember how much better their lives used to be. Still life painting. Casually painted some flowers sitting on the table. Although only a painting, it has a delightful scent. Portrait painting. A painting of a fellow with a handsome neck, just like ours. Equestrian painting. A painting of someone's son during his first time riding a horse. He clumsily fell off the horse immediately following. Landscape painting. Painted while walking, which is apparently tricky to achieve. The painter should have sat down. World map. This single sheet of paper reminds you how shockingly small the world really is. Lady painting. Her usual appearance is stern and stiff. At night, however, her exhaustion surfaces. Fish print. The fish who modeled for this print wishes to discuss the rights for use of its image. Jackal canopic jar. This object has been tasked with protecting the stomach of a deceased person. Human canopic jar. This object has been tasked with protecting the liver of a deceased person. Bamboo canopic jar. This object has been tasked with protecting the lungs of a deceased person. Falcon canopic jar. This object has been tasked with protecting the intestines of a deceased person. Cow skull. An animal skull you can hang on the wall or wear yourself. Wards off evil spirits too. Shark teeth. A decorative display of shark teeth. The teeth are very sharp, so be careful when choosing a location to display this. Deer horn. The horns of a deer, fallen off once they are outgrown. They are highly nutritious, apparently. Stone hat stand. Furniture to hang hats and coats. It's also great for ring toss. Hat stand. This shape allows one to toss hats from afar like a game of ring toss. Wooden engraved tablet. A wooden board engraved with letters, erected near the site of a grave. Wooden tablet stand. A display stand for wooden boards, made of stone to match the grave. Sacred branch. A Shinto ritual tool, made of a branch with sacred paper attached to it. Lucky rake. Not for raking leaves, but for raking in fortune and money. Sword display stand. A Japanese sword or anything long and thin can be placed here to decorate our bedroom all fancy. Stand. A pedestal upon which you place mochi, dango, and other stuff. The base has random holes in it. Vase. A container for holding decorative flowers. You should replace the water occasionally. Porcelain vase. A glossy vase with flowers painted on it. If you break it, you might find hidden savings inside. Fancy vase. If you plant flowers here and let them grow, they supposedly produce grapes. Decorative vase. An ornament placed in wealthy residences. Breaking this will not reveal a secret stash of cash. Aging jar. If you put a drink in this, it will age and become tastier. Flower frog. Stepping on all these needles would certainly result in disaster. Even as a prank, this is going too far. Hair ball. Tons of tiny hairs are rolled up to create this magnificent clump. Novelty plate. A plate so pretty that you almost feel bad for dirtying it up with insignificant side dishes. Large novelty plate. A dish putting on airs of royalty. Maybe you shouldn't dirty it up with food. Oni tile. A roof tile sculpted to resemble the face of a goblin. Making direct eye contact is a little frightening. Garden rock. Even a big rock like this can look good when put in the right place in a fancy garden. Stepping stone. Stones placed a set distance apart from each other, waiting patiently to be stepped on. Snowflake. A decoration made to look like a snowflake. The real thing is much smaller, but still visible. Ceremonial arrow. Used as a decoration when the new year begins, apparently drives away evil. Djed pillar. Not sure if it's a pillar or a ladder. It also looks a bit like a human spine. Eye of Horus. A mystical and enchanting eye. Staring at it makes you feel like your luck is improving. Miniature pyramid. You can't decorate a room with a real pyramid, so this size is just right. Display stand. An object made from planks for displaying rice and vegetables to sell. Shoe display stand. A platform for displaying shoes in attractive model poses. They fight amongst each other for the best seat. Triangular shelf. The products and goods lined up here thought it was fun to slide. Wait, no, thought this was a fun slide. Fancy shelf. A display platform atop which colorful flowers are placed. The shelves will break if burdened with excess weight. Tree prop. Almost always positioned towards the back of the stage. Oversees the success of the play from behind. Grass prop. When playing an animal during a theater performance, you'll usually be hiding behind this. Moon prop. You can lie down or sit on the curve, but it's not very cozy. Necessities. Concave mirror. Starts fires with the power of the sun. This object dramatically improves ease of fire making. Blue cloth roll. A roll of blue cloth, a color preferred by a certain someone with calm nature. Green cloth roll. A roll of green cloth, can be used as a grass substitute. Purple cloth roll. A roll of purple cloth. For an aura of mystique, this is your color. Red cloth roll. A roll of red cloth, a color bursting with passion and strength. Yellow cloth roll. A roll of yellow cloth. This color is perfect for someone with an always smiling, positive attitude. Wooden staff. Ordinary wooden staff. Nothing special. It's not a wooden stick, it's a wooden staff. Hanger. If you put your head through a hanger, it will rotate automatically, but this one's wooden, so it won't work. Burlap mat. A type of carpet woven from straw material. The firmness is just right for a cozy nap. Linen. A fabric with just the right firmness. It shrinks a little when washed. Plant pattern towel. This object is considered a nuisance because thieves love using it for some reason. Peach blossom hand towel. A fabric with a gentle scent that makes you feel the warmth of spring. Bamboo pattern towel. A cloth with a woven bamboo pattern. Convenient for carrying things. Wooden chopsticks. A utensil used when eating meals. Different people have different styles of holding them. Chopstick rest. Well-mannered people often use this while eating. Straw mat. A mat made from woven straw material. This could probably slide depending on which direction you walk. Giant straw mat. It always has something placed on top of it, so it seems exhausted. Grooming brush. A tool for removing dirt from horses or cows. The bristles are hard, which apparently feels really good. Corkscrew. A tool for pulling a cork out. The cork could break if you screw this in too far. Magnifying glass. Look through the lens to enlarge an object. If you take your eyes away, the object will revert to its original size. Matchbox. Use a match to strike the side of this questionable box to start a fire. Japanese matchbox. A box containing tons of tiny sticks. It features a picture of a deer. Match. The first flame will be small, but use caution as it will grow larger. Toilet paper roll. Add a splash of color to your relaxation time with a floral aroma. This is the expensive kind. Air freshener. When placed in a small room, the desirable smell emitting from this object can backfire and become smelly instead. Button. A fastener for clothes and pants to prevent them from falling off. It's embarrassing when it snaps off and goes flying. Ink pad. A tool for giving redness to a stamp or your finger. It plays a role in certain important rituals. Henko. The stamp is necessary for signing various documents. Although not used very often as of late, it's still on standby for the call of duty. Nail clipper. A clipper for clipping away at those unclipped nails, an essential item for maintaining proper hygiene. Lock. This nifty object is small yet trustworthy. It will fall into despair if you lose the key. Old lock. These had a variety of mechanisms designed to protect the contents. Chest key. The more bits on the tip of the staff, the more complicated things tend to become. Mosquito repellent. A special pig spouting a breath that mosquitoes loathe. Its work is especially appreciated during the summer. Cushion. Adjusted to the perfect height by being folded in half, helps one sleep like a baby. Picnic mat. Forgetting this will have the fun factor of your picnic. Rush mat. A mat spread over the floor to protect one's buttocks, essential for flower gazing. Hammock. Those with a bad sleeping posture may wake up on the floor beneath one of these. Tabletop calendar. This object on the table will inform you of today's date. Turn a page each month is slightly satisfying. Bookmark. A marker to prevent you from forgetting how far you've read. Yank this out without asking and there will be consequences. Adhesive bandage. A tape which securely adheres to a wounded area. During summer it can peel off when moistened by sweat. Eye drops. A medicine applied directly to the eyeballs. If you miss, people will think you're crying. Wound ointment. A questionable cream capable of healing one's wound. Its scent is unique. Bandage. A magical tape that wraps around your wounds. They'll heal up before you know it. Stomach medicine. Take this when your belly aches. An overdose can result in constipation. Dessert cutter. A stick used to cut sweets and such. It smells good, which makes the desserts even tastier. Toothpick. A stick useful for extracting food wedged in your teeth. You'll want to say "ah" with your mouth wide open. Toothpicks. These sticks are all best friends. Seeing everyone leave one at a time is quite sad. Tissue box. This box contains many thin papers used for blowing your nose or wiping things. Open tissue box. Only the chosen one may become tissue paper dolls. This is considered a huge honor. Rain. Only 6 objects in this one, huh? Japanese umbrella. It is said that some people excel at rolling balls over this when opened. Red umbrella. An umbrella made from paper, seemingly too large to roll a ball around. Snail. Actions speak for themselves. In life, it's important to travel at your own pace. Tree frog. A creature that comes out for a soak on rainy days. It happily hops around. Toad. The rippet-rippet you hear from the rice field is most likely the cry of this little creature. It's bigger than you'd imagine. Rain prevention doll. This cannot sleep due to their anxiety about if it might rain. They fall apart under the pressure. Mechanical. Cash register. Antique cash register. You have to crank a lever to spit out the receipt. Typewriter. Make one mistake and you must retype the entire letter. What a scary machine. Pocket watch. A clock which fits even in the tiniest pockets. With this, you should always be punctual. Grandfather clock. An old clock made ages ago. He's still kicking. Stone clock. The ticking sound is really loud, but it rarely breaks, so people put up with it. Alarm clock. Claims unfair treatment when it is called noisy. It is merely serving the purpose it was given in the first place. Classroom clock. A mysterious clock that seems to move slower than an ordinary clock. Cuckoo clock. The bird worked up extra hard making this house. Wait, the bird worked extra hard making this house, only for the human to remodel it without asking. Cuckoo. Always wakes up at a certain time. Its eternal circadian clock is wildly accurate. Winding key. A screw with a handle. There are machines that start moving when you insert this and turn it. Stone TV. If it breaks and you try to fix it by hitting it, you'll end up breaking your hand. Oh my god, look at that right there. Okay, so something about, like, a lot of items with screens in this game is that they'll often just, like, have what the game screen is on them. But that's the SS Prince, not this screen. That's kind of interesting. Mechanical doll. The stubborn man will bring you tea, only tea, and nothing else. Eleciter. A curious device specifically invented to generate static electricity. Iron. A tool for getting rid of wrinkles in clothing. Be careful during use, it gets unfathomably hot. TV camera. A device for filming high-quality video. Its advanced technology requires the knowledge of a professional to use it properly. This was also one of the last objects I was able to find. You know the just right levels, where you have to, like, hit a certain goal, and you have to kind of eyeball it, like, you're not told what your Katamari size is, you have to, like, get to a specific size. There's a lot of items in this game with sizes to pick up just under the threshold that gets you a game over, and this is one of them. Again, this game is very difficult 100% compared to some of the other ones I found. Humanoid robot. This little rebel refuses to follow orders recently. Calculator. This object spends each day calculating problems the user could probably figure out on their own. SLR camera. A camera we all appreciate for capturing our memories. The lens is protruded outwards to take a picture from just the right distance. V1. Transforms into the head of a robot V maximum speed. Wait. Transforms into the head of Robot V, maximum speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. V2. Transforms into the arms of Robot V, built for underwater combat. The depths of the sea pose no problem. V3. Transforms into the body of Robot V, capable of transporting many heroes at once. Super Robot. Its combat style is hopelessly poor. The entire city will end up destroyed either way. Furniture. Mariner's table, or Mariner's table. A wooden round table where everyone can enjoy card games. Barrel table. A table fixed atop a barrel, suitable for friendly banter among pals. Oh, whoops. There we go. Log table. A platform which formed after the largest tree in the forest was chopped down. The animals use it now. Stone table. No matter how angry you get, it's so heavy that you can't flip it over. Huge table. This table has one disadvantage. It's so big you can't reach the food placed on the opposite end. Marketplace table. A table of utmost ordinances. Wait. Ordinariness? Often seen at markets. Table with tablecloth. Some people possess the ability to pull out just the tablecloth without knocking over anything else on the table. Egyptian table. A table with shiny gold designs here and there. You are likely to get lost of lots of work done here. Compact desk. A slightly small desk that doesn't take up much space when placed in a room. Desk. A desk of a comfortable height for sitting, used for reading and writing words, or something. Table. Someone's father threw out his back trying to carry this. Wooden table. A platform made from logs. Sits on the mountaintop waiting for someone to come by. Shelf. A place to place objects, but sometimes it can be, a habitat for pets and bugs alike. Step stool. If you can't reach it using this, give up and call for an adult. Stone TV stand. A reliable stand that can support even the heaviest of items. Stone drawer. It's made of stone, so after opening and closing it many times, it turns into gravel. Stone shelf. Very heavy, so it becomes a problem when moving to a new house. Be careful not to break your back. Egyptian pedestal. A pedestal with a strange design pattern on it. You could get cursed if you use this as a step stool. Decorative shelf. The shelf is specifically made for decorative objects. It doesn't like being burdened by lots of heavy clutter. Big decorative shelf. The Prey design was favored over practicality. Use this to put your interior design senses to the test. Bonsai stand. Use a stand to exhibit your work of art. The owner shall decide what to display. Bookshelf. A house for books of all genres. If you rearrange the order of the books, sleep will be lost. Bookstand. A tool to prop up books. You need to have just the right amount of books for them to stand properly. Not too many and not too few. Cupboard. A waiting room for tableware. The family rice bowls are lined up front. Shoe cupboard. A cabinet overstuffed with shoes. These used to be filled with Geta sandals, but not anymore. Telephone stand. Another one of the last items I found. This platform wants to be decorated with something other than a telephone in order to unearth its full potential. Tower rack. A tall 4-shelf rack. You shouldn't place heavy items on the top shelf. Cabinet. Anyone can open this, thus it's a bad hiding spot for your valuables. Drawer. An object that will detach from the dresser if you pull it too hard. It's filled with clothes you've never seen before. Red rug. A cloth adhered to the floor of a ship. Its large size makes washing a hassle. Blue rug. Looking underneath this rug will probably not reveal any secret passageways. Green rug. A refined but slightly faded mat. It used to be soft to the touch, but it's become harder over time. Western rug. Place a rug like this to brighten up the room a little. It is delightfully soft to touch. Felt rug. Even in the cold winter, just spreading this on the floor keeps you warm. Carpet. It seems its dream is to gain a mysterious power and learn to fly through the sky. Drain board. A permeable platform placed in the shower room. It clanks and makes noise when stepped on. Armrest. An armrest commonly used with floor cushions, somewhat luxurious and makes you feel rich. Egyptian pillow. An object on which one's head is placed when sleeping. If you're not used to it, your neck will ache. Mirror stand. A pedestal for propping up a mirror. This mental giant never feels down, despite always standing up. Hat rack. A stand for hanging many hats. No matter how many hats you own, you'll always end up grabbing the same one every time. Perch. If you have this, birds will perch themselves atop it. Serves no other purpose. Wicker basket. A clothing box from which scary monsters are known to jump out at people harboring deep desires. Futon. This object made itself totally mobile, allowing the user to take naps anywhere they please. Wooden outhouse. On festival days, you'll find a long line outside waiting to go in. Usually that's not the case. Delivery. Express courier. An earthling who just runs, has unbeatable stamina, but can't jump. Rolled up letter. Apparently something important was written on it, but no one could read it because of the messy handwriting. New Year's postcard. Sent to all your friends at the start of a new year. The more friends you have, the more you'll receive back. Postcard. These pictures are sent together with a message, meant to be sent from wherever you are on vacation. Envelope. A paper container in which to put letters. This is not waterproof, so be careful when carrying outside on a rainy day. Airmail. An envelope containing precious feelings that were delivered from overseas. New Year's cards. If you want these to reach their destination, you better put them in the mailbox pronto. Stamp. A tiny piece of paper for beautifying a letter or envelope. The little designs are fun to sift through. Food delivery box. A box for transporting food. There are 2 levels, and all the food scrambled to claim the top floor. Coal car. A hard worker tasked with carrying fuel. It has no roof, but doesn't mind being rained on. Santa and reindeer. The reindeer twisted his ankle, which explains this piggyback. No, the reindeer is not getting revenge for being overworked by Santa. That's just a funny item. Need a drink of water. Hold on. Luggage. Wooden crate. You can't see the contents from the outside, so you have no idea how heavy this is. Giant wooden crate. A box containing a variety of items, often destroyed by a variety of passerby. Wide wooden crate. Even if left empty, it gives any room a touch of elegance. Giant wide wood crate. Easily able to hold any large objects you insert. Sturdily constructed and practically unbreakable. Wooden crate. A square box assembled from wood, convenient when you need a step stool to reach something high up. Sack. A bag containing something. The contents are not important. Slouched sack. A bag which felt depressed after being burdened with an unwanted item. Burlap sack. A robust sack into which many items can be placed. The cloth is rough and uncomfortable, therefore it cannot be used as a pillow. Big burlap sack. To find out what's inside here, you must tear it open yourself. Bundle. Surprisingly difficult to wrap neatly. These can be bundled quite handsomely with various wrapping styles. Plant pattern sack. This cloth bundle was wrapped too tightly, and now it's impossible to open, filled with rice balls. Gardening. Greek potted plant. Nobody knows exactly what they planted here. We'll have to wait until it grows to find out. Potted cactus. A striped plant in a pot. It seems to be resistant to drought. Potted plant. A large-leafed plant in a pot. It sways in the wind and looks cool. Potted cycad. A sago palm apparently grew by chance out of a jar that was forgotten to be tidied up. Flower blooming boot. Boots with magnificent blooming flowers. Seems to be filled with nutrient-rich soil. Potted garden plant. A talkative plant that grips and complains when given too much water or placed in direct sunlight. Tropical garden plant. Contrary to the word tropical in its name, you can find this outside of tropical regions too. Sprout. This plant worried about being left behind after summer vacation. It wants to be brought home with you. Morning glory. Abandoned by its owner, it knew this would happen, but it still stings. Cherry tree. Wait a while, and tiny red berries will grow out on this tree. They're not ready for plucking yet. Yam garden. Plants covered with many leaves. Pull out a large yam and you can become a hero. Flower pots. The bottom one is a tough cookie. It wants to switch places with another pretty soon, though. Stone flower pot. Very heavy, so there is no danger of it tipping over, but it's quite a nuisance to move. Houseplant. A plant used as an interior decoration. Additionally, it cleans the air for you. Large shrubbery. A senior citizen strolling by will lovingly tend to this shrub without even being asked. Squared shrubbery. A plant intended for rectangular areas, perfect for corners. Topiary duck. Swam around a pond with too many leaves, cannot move. Topiary turtle. Unable to carry passengers on its shell because it is flimsy. Topiary rabbit. Spent much time frolicking through the wilderness and eventually became one with nature. Topiary deer. This one was decorated next to a Christmas tree, and therefore acts like a reindeer. Log flower bed. Empty. There is indecision regarding which flowers to plant next. The butterflies eagerly await the grand reveal. Almond. Tiny yet rich in nutrients. A delightful little pod stuffed with goodness. Red bean. A small red bean. Be careful if you wash it in the river. People will think you're a yokai or something. If you wash it in the river. This is the second video game I've seen reference specifically washing red beans. Yeah, that's another definite, like, reference to mythology there. Soybean. If scattered around outside, all the demons will quietly vanish, but a million birds will show up instead. Coffee bean. Nibble on this to fill your mouth with a harsh bitterness. These are seldom eaten as they are. Sunflower seed. A seed with oodles of nutrients. Baseball players eat these a lot. Watering pot. A reliable tool used to satisfy the thirst of needy plants. Elephant watering can. A tool which disperses water from the trunk of an elephant. This multi-purpose wonder product is also a fun beach toy. Sprayer. A tool which converts water into a spray, adored by houseplants. Water scoop. A wooden bowl attached to the end of a stick, with which one scoops water. Garden scissors. Scissors more suitable for cutting leaves and branches rather than paper. Planting fence. A partition for protecting flower beds, but it fails to keep out predators due to its small size. Dried kelp. A bed on which seaweed can sunbathe. It lies here to become dry and crusty. Flowers. Hydrangea. A fickle flower whose petals become red or blue. The contents of the soil affects its color. Flowers. If you want these to grow, you should probably put them back in the ground. White flower basket. A chick basket which holds flowers. You can even carry it around with you. Brown flower basket. The name suggests a basket of brown flowers, but it's actually a brown basket of other colored flowers. Golden cracker flowers. A plant with many yellow flowers. It's not golden, it's not a cracker either. Red flower pot. These red flowers bloomed already. We only planted them yesterday. Blue flower pot. Nobody remembers planting these blue flowers. They randomly bloomed here. White flower pot. These blue flowers look stunning in this white pot. A stylish match indeed. Black flower pot. Flowers blooming like crazy. The red flowers are ever so charming. Flower bucket. Flowers growing from inside a bucket. Due to the limited space, they can't grow anymore. Pansies. Flowers stuffed in a box which can be carried anywhere. They are eager to learn where they will be planted next. Log flower bed. If you add water, maybe the logs will grow along with the flowers. Log planter. Potting for a plant made from logs, environmentally friendly. Flower bed. The variety of flowers blooming here makes for a popular hangout for the neighborhood honeybees. This is another item that took me a while to find because the one level it's in is a level based on like speed. Like you gotta pick up certain objects before to finish the level instead of going for size. And you need to be obscenely large to pick it up by the standards of that level. One you definitely won't find on your own. Flower shrubbery. A hangout spot for hungry butterflies. The buffet has a 2-hour time limit. Red tulip. This flower is easy to grow, perfect for beginners. The grand color reveal is an exciting event in itself. White tulip. A flower white like snow. On the contrary, it's not particularly fond of winter. Yellow tulip. Coincidentally, the child who grew this flower is a curry lover. Pink tulip. This flower got its color from always treating its peers with kindness. Dandelion. A yellow flower which blooms pretty much everywhere, eventually morphs into a ball of fuzz. Marigold. A flower that blooms for a long period. It can also be consumed as herbal tea. Gold rose. A shiny, sparkly golden rose. Its genes were altered to produce the shiny, sparkly golden color. Bouquet of gold roses. A bouquet of shiny, sparkly golden roses. Romantic, yes, but we are curious about that price tag. Lace flower. A lovable little flower resembling a certain poisonous flower. Sunflower. A flower which admired the sun and studied its majestic shape to assume this form. Rose. A warrior in the past once collected 1 million of these! Oh my god! It references the Million Rose mission from We Love. Rose bouquet. A bouquet of flowers, perfect as a gift for that special someone. There is significant meaning to the number of flowers in each bouquet. Happy flower. Eats anything, but its sensitive stomach often aches. Hydrangea. Pink. A flower often seen during rainy seasons. It must like getting caught in the rain. 2 objects called the same thing? But just, that's like double the size? You think that would be called like Hydrangea Pink Large or something? Yeah, whatever. Hydrangea Pink. Friends with snails. Whenever they meet, they discuss current events. Hydrangea flowers. A flower that appears even more brilliant with the addition of water trickles after a rain. Water lily. A flower that opens during the day but closes at night. Some chosen to reverse the day and night patterns. Some chose to reverse the day and night pattern. Kale, purple. They resemble purple cabbages, but it's actually bitter and not very delicious. Kale. Bears a stunning resemblance to cabbage. A long-lost brother, perhaps? Cactus flower. This flower bloomed to a prickly awakening, with spikes all around it. Peony, red. This flower is red because it is very shy compared to the other flowers, no doubt. Peony, pink. Its name and pattern are copied everywhere due to its overwhelming popularity. Same deal, huh? Peony, pink. Simply the sight of this flower is enchanting. It's frilly and wavy like a dress. Same deal there too, but they're reversed? Peony, white. Cute enough to eat. Don't eat it though, it's not even good. Peony, white. A flower known as the king of flowers. It's missing a crown though. Surprise peony. It seems to have gotten this name because travelers stumbled upon it and were surprised by how large it was. Flower bud. The soon-to-be flower is shaking in its petals with excitement to see what kind of flower it will become. Flower bud. As soon as the morning sun rises, this flower wants to open up nice and wide. It's eagerly waiting for sunrise. Red tulip flower. A flower associated with windmills. A field full of these flowers feels like a full-fledged fairy tale. White tulip flower. A flower which birthed a princess no larger than a thumb. No, not the princess, a different princess. Yellow tulip flower. A lovely flower with a vivid color. Even the most twisted of earthlings will come to their sense with this flower in sight. Pink tulip flower. As appetizing as its color looks, it is poisonous and therefore inedible. Red rose. Placed on one's chest pocket during lovely times. Depending on the person, this could establish a conceited aura. White rose. The amount of roses given will represent a specific meaning. Research this before gifting to anyone. Yellow rose. This yellow fellow may look nice, but it's just as thorny as the rest. Red morning glory. After hoping and praying for a flower embodying fierce passion, this color was the result. Blue morning glory. After hoping and praying for a flower rich in cool vibes, this color was the result. Azalea, pink. Contains extractable sweet nectar, but inhaling too much can make you feel sick. Not recommended. Azalea, purple. A flower with directional markings to kindly lead bugs to its nectar supply. Lily. This flower may appear cutesy and tiny, but it's actually highly poisonous. Don't judge a flower by its pretty petals. Hibiscus. Despite being weak to heat, this flower is used for touristy souvenirs in hot environments. Red flower. Simply called red flowers because the petals are red. Nobody knows this flower's real name. Tuh! Cosmea. Doing that loves me not thing with this flower may produce desirable results. Orange Cosmea. This flower will grow an extra petal for you to always land on loves me instead of loves me not. Marguerite. This poor flower gets its petals yanked off by earthlings trying to tell their own fortune. A regular occurrence now. Pansy, yellow. A flower found in flower beds by the roadside and various other locations. Pansy, red. Totally fine in cold environments, yet incredibly weak to heat. Narcissus? A flower with another flower blooming inside. Its mission is to spread the news of spring approaching. Aster. These often appear at parks. They like quaint locations. Chrysanthemum. This flower often has its petals yanked off by humans troubled by love, and is incapable of asking them to stop. Asters. These three have been together since childhood. They get along great, not a single fight. Chrysanthemums. An amicable group of chrysanthemums. These friends are always together wherever they go. Cosmeas. Every week these flowers gather here and gripe together. Sunflower head. A flower cosplaying as the sun. It wants to grow large enough to reach the sun someday. Surprise flower. Rumors suggest this flower eats humans to grow, but that's not true in the slightest. Rafflesia. An excessively large flower with an excessively strong scent. We'd prefer less excessivities. Or excessiveness. Red rose crown. A crown woven with roses. The thorns were completely removed to achieve this comfortable design. White rose crown. This priceless homemade gift was woven with love by a 5-year-old girl for her mother. Yellow rose crown. A crown with a warm aura. Optimal for a friendly gift to someone. Blue rose crown. Wearing this may or may not grant your heart's earnest wishes. Black rose crown. This is not a good present for someone you love. White vase. A tiny vase for flowers. It wants you to change out the water whenever you can. Fancy Egyptian pottery. Flowers grown in this vessel will eventually possess mysterious powers. Stepping board. This object kindly asks that you refrain from jumping on it, because it hurts. You can step on it, though. Communication. Only 5. Stone telephone. It's so cold in winter that you can't use it because your ears freeze. Bullhorn. A tool for amplifying cheering voices. Some Earthlings also clap these together for applause. Cell phone. A device enabling conversation with people far away. Some of these have extending antennas. Microphone. Do not utter any secrets near this object. One's personality can be asserted from the way they hold this. Microphone stand. This object often says a prayer hoping for a gentle user. Sometimes it gets manhandled mercilessly. Tools. Gold paint. Paint anything gold for a luxurious look, but the inside stays the same. Red paint. This object constantly fantasizes about dyeing anything and everything red. Paint. You can color the walls of your house with whichever color you please. The substance also provides resistance against water and wind. Gold paintbrush. A brush used for applying gold paint. It can make only the surface look glamorous. Pink paintbrush. kind of weird how that's named after the paint on it and that's named after the paintbrush itself. A tool with bushy fur, also convenient to use when tickling people. Paintbrush. A tool for coating something with a particular color. Clean it after use or it'll stiffen. Toolbox. Toolbox. Filled with an assortment of tools, rattles and clatters noisily when carried around. Wooden hammer. A tool used to tap on all kinds of things. Can be used in the Japanese Daruma Otoshi game to knock off the little Daruma blocks. Wrench. A tool used to tighten bolts. Tighten as tightly as you can to prevent bolts from falling off. Phillips head screwdriver. A tool used to tighten and loosen screws with cross-shaped grooves. Avoid stripping the screws, otherwise it will never come out again. Superglue. A binding agent capable of turning mortal enemies into best friends by gluing them together. Phillips head screwdriver. This one's hidden power can only be awakened by a perfect-fitting partner. Screw. A piece of fastening equipment with a groove on its head. If you lose it during assembly, it might be gone forever. Blacksmith hammer. A tool used to strike hot objects over and over to elongate them. It's hot and it hurts. Tough job. Sculpting hammer. A hammer for shaping objects into all kinds of shapes. Mastering this art takes time. Egyptian wood mallet. Strong enough to chisel down stone. Only those with persistence are capable of this. Metal hammer. A convenient tool used to drive nails into something, also associated with someone who cannot swim. Chisel. A tool used to carve or poke holes in stone or wooden material. Suffers the fate of being eternally pounded by a hammer. Egyptian chisel. A utensil you need to draw pictures or carve your name into the wall. Small anvil. A platform atop which metal is formed into new shapes. Cannot be used to process larger items. Medium anvil. This anvil is a reasonable size, but it's very heavy indeed. Don't break your back trying to lift this. Big anvil. A katana made on this would probably be so large that you couldn't even swing it properly. Giant saw. A large tool that requires two people to work in sync to use it properly. Ladder. A tool for reaching high places. While climbing, don't look down. The fright will render you immobile. Short ladder. A tool for climbing slightly higher places. Perfect for indoor use. Bamboo ladder. Made of bamboo, but surprisingly sturdy. However, don't play on it. Long bamboo ladder. An essential tool for reaching high places. It can also be used as a bridge. Rope. A convenient and multi-purpose tool with which you can tie things up and carry them around. Coil of rope. Coiled with the intention of keeping things orderly, but alas, it gets tangled upon uncoiling. Rope ball. This multi-purpose product is not only a toy to play with, but also a tool to help others in need. Roof tile. Just one of these objects is useless on its own, but you can assemble them together to build something much more promising. Plywood board. A thin board with nothing specific to explain. Has too many uses. Wooden board. One must not misjudge this object as a measly old plank. There are endless uses. A limit does not exist. Timber. A cleanly processed straight piece of wood, used in the construction of buildings. Thin log. A log this thin will have the potential of splitting during the manufacturing process. Makes you a little nervous. Log. These objects eventually become houses, logs, rafts, and more. Stack of logs. It's amazing how these logs stay balanced while stacked like that. Precarious yet rock solid. Summer. Watermelon. Classified as a vegetable, but treated like a fruit. Add salt to make that sweetness pop. Wow, watermelon! This object got its name after the farmer said "wow" upon assessing its incredible size. Giant watermelon. Eating the entirety of this excessively large fruit could take all summer. Eat in moderation to prevent stomach aches. Square watermelon. The squattermelon. This fruit worked hard to change its image, resulting in this cubic form. It's in a midlife crisis. Half-square watermelon. The square shape makes it easier to cut. Profits have increased as a result. Half watermelon. Cut it like this when you wish to eat with a spoon. You'll hurt your stomach if you eat this alone. Watermelon slice. A piece of watermelon cut into an easy-to-eat size. You might get the runs if you get excited and eat too much. Watermelon smasher. Often spotted on summer seashores. This tool is capable of splitting far more than just watermelons. Approach with caution. Paper fan. An environmentally friendly tool which produces a breeze without using electricity, necessary for summer life. Folding fan. A tool used to generate a cooling breeze. It can also be used when slurping soba noodles or gazing upon the stars. Fireworks. A stick which spits out fireworks in pretty colors when lit on fire, and which is in popular demand during the summer. Sparkler set. Filled with individual sparklers to hold in your hand, too many for a single earthling to play with. Fireworks kit. A kit containing an assortment of fireworks, perfect for a night of family fun. Boxed fireworks. This object feels lonely because everyone just lights it on fire and runs away. This is one of my favorite descriptions in this game. Firework shell. A firework ball. You won't know which shape it takes until it's launched. Twig pull ring. This floats for a while, but then sinks eventually. Use with caution. Straw ring. A ring that feels prickly and ticklish when worn. Not sure how it's used. Red and white life preserver. A mysterious ring atop which even a hammer can float in the water. Polka dot pull ring. Wedge your buttocks inside to float in the water and achieve an unexplainable feeling of bliss. Beach ball. Appreciates all the attention on the beach, but doesn't appreciate being thrown around and beaten. Beach flag. A flag found sticking out of the sand on the beach. A certain sport involves running and grabbing this. Wooden seaside house. A store anyone can enter during the summer. Its popular menu items include yakisoba, noodles, and curry rice. Colorful beach umbrella. Although colorful, the shadow cast by this object is still completely black. Blue and white beach umbrella. A sunshade popular for the cool vibes in its color scheme. Stab it deep into the sand at the beach, or it could fall over. Green and white beach umbrella. An umbrella intended to block sunlight, but not rain. You can fall asleep or relax under this. Pastel beach umbrella. A stylish umbrella with a pale color scheme. This item is highly popular and difficult to obtain. Yellow and purple beach umbrella. An umbrella often found near the ocean or mountains. If you spin it around, the whole thing looks orange. Cow umbrella. Need a cure for stiff shoulders? Try drinking milk underneath this object. It's only a rumor, but it just might work. Cicada. A loud bug who appears during summer. Only the males make that loud sound. Mosquito coil. A staple for the summer moths. Emitting smoke that mosquitoes dislike. Look at this for a long time and you may feel dizzy. Mosquito repellent. A device emitting a scent despised by mosquitoes. Humans appreciate this a lot. Mosquito paper. When heated, the color gradually dims. Bugs do not appreciate this at all. Snorkel and goggles. A tool to use when strolling around underwater. Unsuitable for deep water. Swimming caveman. Always swims with a sense of urgency due to the multitude of dangerous sea creatures in the water. Sandman. Fell asleep and woke up buried in sand at the beach. How do you think this feels? Just look. Shaved ice. Strawberry. A food only sold on hot days, which is annoying because it will just melt immediately. Shaved ice. Melon. Although there are many flavors, they are all supposedly the same. They smell different, though. Shaved ice. Blue Hawaii. You'll feel cooled off simply looking at this color. You'll feel even more cooled off when eating it. Shaved ice, orange. Shaved ice have a generous helping of orange. This will not give you brain freeze even if you've eaten a single gulp. Shaved ice, rainbow. A rainbow in the form of shaved ice, boasting an astonishing splash of sweet. Strawberry syrup. A plastic bottle containing red liquid, occasionally switched with hot sauce for pranks. Blue Hawaii syrup. A plastic bottle filled with blue liquid, not sure what flavor it is. Lemon syrup. A plastic bottle filled with yellow liquid. It has a slightly sweet and sour taste, reminiscent of youth. Melon syrup. A plastic bottle filled with green liquid. It's melon flavored, but far from the taste of an actual melon. Police. Samurai governor. A samurai who works in the government, very picky about what goes in his hot pot cooking. Samurai patroller. A person acting as the village police. He's supposed to be looking for wrongdoers, but he's taken a break now. Samurai thief hunter. Employed by Edo period samurai assistants or patrollers. Carries a short, non-bladed sword called a jite. This weapon seldom gets used. Samurai thief hunter. An earthling tasked with patrolling the town during the Edo period. He chases people around carrying a paper lantern. Samurai assistant. Boss of the patrol guard. Working under the governor. Middle management, basically. Anyone always stressed out about something. Lassoing sheriff. He tosses that rope at the slightest hint of trouble, however his aim is not very good. Veteran sheriff. The secret of his shooting skills is daily training and an unhealthy amount of coffee. Young sheriff. Protects the town each day with his innate shooting skills. Strawberry milk is his favorite. Sheriff. So dedicated to the badge that he polishes it 3 times a day. Buckingham Guard. The hat on his head slowly grows taller and taller. He hasn't noticed. Prisoner carrier. Upon committing a crime, you'll get stuffed in this basket and shipped somewhere. It is very cramped. Official paper lantern. A paper lantern always carried by noisy men shouting, "Count orders! Count orders!" Or "Court orders! Court orders!" Police club. You must be savvy with how to maneuver the hook in order to use this weapon. It takes a lot of practice. Handcuffs. Use this to lock yourself in to a bag of important valuables, and you'll never lose them again. Sheriff star. An accessory worn by the sheriff. It's shaped like a star, supposedly, but you won't find this shape anywhere in the cosmos. Shooting target. A target everyone tries to shoot just for fun. Skill is necessary to hit the very middle. Wanted poster. Wanted for the crime of eating food that belongs to someone else's horse. Dead or alive, $3 million for that. Big shot wanted poster. Ooh, it still wants $6 million. Wanted for the crime of cowardly conduct during what was supposed to be a good old-fashioned rapid-fire shootout. Science. Prehistoric globe. This map can rotate horizontally and vertically, but it's outdated. It's merely a fun little spinny toy now. Globe. A toy one can spin around to experience the Earth's vastness firsthand. Spyglass. Peeking through this glass and scanning the vast seas can make you feel like a true mariner. Binoculars. Making eye contact with a faraway animal through these will send chills down your spine. Compass. Cannot be used for roulette because the needle always points in the same direction. Magnet. Many objects cannot resist clinging tightly to this as it approaches. Microscope. A device with which small objects can be closely examined. Some objects are too tiny to see even with this. Test tube set. Lined up here are long, thin tubes containing chemicals. Nobody remembers exactly what the experiment was for. Mortar. A bowl for crushing substances to make powder. You need a pestle, though, otherwise it's just an ordinary bowl. Pestle. A rod for crushing things. It's too short to be a substitute for a baseball bat. Butterfly specimens. A box of dried butterflies glued into it. Human anatomy model. A person stationed in the corner of a science room, close friends with skeletons. Bone. We don't know where this bone came from, but it sure is fun to throw. Ivory. This artifact was found in the rumored battleground of quarreling elephants. It's obvious who lost the war. Mammoth tusk. It's long and crooked, making it difficult for its owner to use. Ammonite fossil. The fossil of an ancient sea creature, seemingly adored by mathematicians. Giant ammonite fossil. The stone was once an old shell. These objects occasionally emerge from broken boulders. Full dinosaur skeleton. It is truly a complete collection of every single bone in the body. Doubtful. Wait, is this truly a collection of every single bone in the body? Doubtful. Fossil. Evidence of a huge life form that existed long, long ago. It's a big rock now. Wealth. Gold stamp. A stamp made from gold. It would be a shame to dirty this up with messy ink. Golden apple. A fruit-shaped ornament. Be careful, biting into it will chip your teeth. Gold pineapple. An ornament shaped like a fruit. Even the leaves are golden, surprisingly light since it's hollow. Old coin. Golden shiny money, often wrapped in paper when carrying several at a time. Loved by corrupt government officials. Big coin. Money too big to handle with ease. If it sticks to a magnet, you know it's fake. Shashi Hoko. A gaudy fish who nibbles on roofs of castles, thinks it's far too sophisticated for lesser architecture. Agamemnon mask. If you take a nap with this mask on you, you will dream about being rich. Mini gold ore. A small golden stone. It's much heavier than it looks. Mini gold ore pieces. Gold ore that's been broken into smaller pieces. Its value remains the same. Medium gold ore. A shiny gold stone that's a little difficult to carry by yourself. Big gold ore. A big shiny gold stone. You'll need several of these to make a scepter. Golden jet. A shiny golden jet airplane model. Wherever this was crafted by ancient earthlings shall remain a mystery. Golden stag beetle. Often chased by children due to its more conspicuous appearance compared to that of other Prismognathus beetles. Golden egg. A super uber heavy golden colored egg. Even if kept nice and warm, this egg will not hatch. Egyptian coin. Money used during ancient times. Although this cannot be spent nowadays, its worth has skyrocketed. Shiny gold town. The people living here are only interested in valuable things. Shiny gold mansion. A house where the doors close by themselves, suspicious shadows appear, and nightmares are born. Oh my god. Shiny gold castle. A structure with gold plating. A conceited king forces people to build it. Golden lighter. In spite of its gorgeous appearance, this will not produce golden flames. Gold ingot. An object earthlings are fascinated by for its everlasting shine. Oh, how gorgeous and impressive. Gold bar. A gorgeous shiny bar of gold. If you find this on the street, you should turn it into the police. Gold bars. These bars share a vow of friendship. Their shine shall never dull for all eternity. Pile of gold coins. A large pile of gold coins. They are fun to count. Expensive clock. An expensive-looking device with a built-in lock. Contains spare house keys. Crown. A hat to be placed on an important person's head. This will quickly fall off an unbalanced head. Golden mask. A very heavy mask. You must never bow your head with this on. Sarcophagus. Nobody wants it to come out, which only adds fuel to the fire. Struggles from head to toe in an effort to break free. Diamond ring. A ring affixed with an incredibly hard stone. Be careful, if you hit the wrong way it could crack. Giant diamond ring. A ring of a very large diamond. It might be a good idea to have it appraised to see if it's real. Ruby ring. A ring equipped of a red stone, almost as hard as a diamond. Emerald ring. A ring equipped of a green stone, weak to ultraviolet rays. Onyx ring. The style makes it work well with someone who has fancy painted nails. Rough diamond. A diamond before it's polished. Apparently it's made of the same element as coal. Ruby gem. A red mineral. Its value varies depending on its clarity. Unpolished emerald. Highly fragile and therefore requires careful attention when handling to prevent breakage. Sapphire ore. There are various colors of stones, but blue ones are especially valuable. Unpolished amethyst. Beware of sunlight. Weak to ultraviolet rays, should be stored in a shady area. Ruby. A deep red jewel that easily catches the eye, perfect for decorative jewelry. Emerald. A green jewel adorned by many people since ancient times. Sapphire. A cool-looking jewel with a deep blue color. Wearing this will give you a clever aura. Iolite. A violet-colored jewel the Vikings supposedly utilized to look at the sun. Red gem. One time this object was nearly swallowed after being mistaken for a strawberry candy. Green gem. Yearning to travel the world, this gem jumped out of its brace. Now it regrets this decision and wants to go back. Blue gem. A gem which was once attached to a certain rich lady's ring. It's sad to be separated from its owner. Safe. A vintage safe whose door is closed. It is unclear whether any treasures lurk within. Empty safe. The safe with its door wide open. There's nothing inside yet, so you can stuff it with how many valuable items you wish. Money bag. A bag with tons of coins inside. It's quite hefty. Carry with caution. Gold coin. Somebody's money from some other country. It left chilling underneath the vending machine. I want to drink a water quick. Silver coin. Somebody's money from some other country. One coin is enough to buy dessert. Western coin. Money with the same design on both sides. This cannot be used to make a decision via coin toss. 1 Mon coin. Money used during ancient times. This has almost no value in modern times. 5 Yen coin. A shiny coin colored in gold. The hole is merely a fashionable piercing. 10 Yen coin. Coins with serrated edges are commonly sought out. Ancient coin. Money made from rock. It means it has high value if you hear a pretty sound after blowing on it. Ancient coin slab. No earthling would dare steal a piece of money this large. Ancient bills. Appears to be money carved from rock, but it's doubtful whether this was truly in circulation. Stack of money. Getting bopped on the head with this stirs up boiling anger. Silver nugget. The color changes upon exposure to poison, therefore it is suitable for use in tableware. Suit of armor. Full body protective gear. Nobody used this, so it's covered in a thick layer of dust. Cow patterned mat. A carpet with a cow pattern. If you fall asleep atop this object after a meal, you'll turn into a cow! What? Deer head wall mount. A decorative item to be displayed in a fancy room. Sometimes you may feel like it's staring into your soul, but it's probably not. Pearl. Actually made from the same components as the ordinary seashell, but it's pretty, so who cares? Tsuba. A decorative ring that provides stylishness to a Japanese sword. Some have lots of holes in them. Scepter. A special staff held by kings, paired of an orb to hold high in the air. Brooch. A pretty accessory of a humongous jewel, sometimes reveals itself as the key to a secret door. Treasure mummy. A pitiful mummy that, out of curiosity, got into a treasure chest but couldn't get out. Froggy Bank. The owner will smash this with a hammer once it's full. It occasionally picks coins back up to prevent this. Tiger Skin. The parachute didn't open during skydiving, resulting in this shape. What? Coin Box. The heroic thief Nezumi Komo will target wrongdoers holding this box. It's heavy and difficult to carry. Fancy Key. This object prioritizes design over function, therefore this key doesn't open any boxes. Jewelry Box. This can be locked, but a thief could simply carry away the entire box. Taking account for this possibility, it's left empty. Matsutake. A measly mushroom, yet beaming with personality. Too expensive for the common man to purchase. Mini Treasure Boat. Even though it's small, it reliably brings good fortunes. Treasure Boat. A handsome treasure ship. It even has little dolls of the 7 lucky gods. Luminos. Paper Lamp. A tool that protects the flame of a lamp from wind. The dim light is so lovely, is it not? Wealth Lamp. Its brightness is typical, but it makes you feel a bit richer. Paper Lantern. A useful source of light that will have you feeling as fashionable as a deep-sea fish. White Lantern. A light often displayed during Obon, sometimes hung at the entrance of homes. Red Paper Lantern. A light often used by stores. Its conspicuousness attracts many customers, it seems. Lantern. Carry this for a peace of mind when navigating a dark path, convenient as the flame rarely goes out. Lamp. Bright enough to where you can't really see what's inside, yet less bright than expected. Japanese Lantern. This lamp only cares about lighting up a Hina doll display. Giant Paper Lantern. Just looking at its faint light makes you feel a little more at peace. Red Garden Lantern. Even someone with a lousy sense of direction can find their way to the shrine offering box, if they walk along the path lined with these lanterns. Street Lantern. There's a big difference if this is or isn't around at night. No pranks allowed. Nightlight. A light that serves as a guide in the dark. It's useful when the moon isn't out. Candlestick. A stand atop which a candle is fixed. These can feature simple yet elegant designs. Slim Fire Pit. Used for small fire torches. Once lit, the flame is somewhat difficult to extinguish. Big Fire Pit. The big flame burning here shall stir up the one's hot competitive spirit. Fire Basket. A tool used to brighten your surroundings. Don't carry this around. Candle Stand. Decorate with candles to possibly make your cooking seem more delicious than it normally is. Candle. A multi-purpose light used in a multitude of situations, such as relaxing atmosphere vibing and scary storytelling. Wax Candle. Light this object on fire to brighten the surrounding area. Its size decreases as time passes. Melted Wax Candle. A disappointed candle whose flame went out too early. Orange Candle. When you blow out the flame, it will struggle to hold in its laughter because it tickles. Wooden Torch. A hot object that lightens up dark areas for you. Seems to enjoy helping people. Antique Lantern. A light powered by oil through a string. The lid seems to be missing. Headlamp. Essential if you want to cosplay that fish with a light on its head. Also waterproof. Stage Spotlight. This object is capable of adapting to its surroundings and changing the color of the light to match the situation. Anglerfish. A strange fish with a light on its head. Though it's part of itself, its eyes are dazzled by it. Primitive Chandelier. It's made of wood, so not very luxurious. You can, however, feel the effort put into it. Tall Lighthouse. A hard worker protecting the safety of the sea 24 hours a day. Adept at finding ships. Warm. Torch. The opportunity to run while holding this object is a great honor for many Earthlings. Animal hide. If you use this material to make clothing, you can survive any winter. Dried animal skin. Hunters show off their mightiness by making clothing and tools out of their captured prey. Hot water bottle. Fill this with hot water and use it to warm up. You'll sleep soundly even on the coldest nights. Kettle stand. A stand to use when heating a pot or kettle. Gas stoves can be equipped with these as well. Hibachi. A pot blanketed in ash, a tool for warming oneself or boiling water. Wide hibachi. Equipped with several convenient drawers in which you can store small items such as teacups. Metal chopsticks. Used to stack up and poke around at hot coal, or charcoal. Surprisingly, it is not an eating utensil. Fire striker. Strike this special rock to make sparks fly, also used to ward off evil spirits. Ancient Egyptian lamp. It seems to light up the core through a small hole, but it doesn't last long. Stacked firewood. It requires skill to stack the wood in such a way that allows the flow of air. Fire starter. A tool that rotates a rod by moving the board up and down. When you get the hang of it, smoke starts to appear. Kamabura, or kamaburo. A large pot remodeled into a bathtub. You can't cook rice with this anymore. Campfire. Merely the sight of this object is calming for someone. Shuts up and listens to any problems it may want to vent about. Wait, shuts up and listens to any problems you may want to vent about. Glove. Someone hung this lost item on a branch to make it easier for the owner to find. Flame. An incredible object providing light and warmth to humankind. Bathhouse chimney. Earthlings look for this landmark and flock there to relieve their stress. Bathhouse. The milk here just hits differently than milk elsewhere. Heated table. Somebody slept here too often, so the blanket hardened to this position. Cold. Icicle. Oh, there's a bunch of icicle types, and I forgot about this. Icicle. Sharp ice spike hanging from the ceiling. They can fall down, making them very dangerous. Giant icicle. A large growing icicle. The urge to break it is hard to resist. Ice spire. An ice formation resembling a bamboo shoot. It doesn't actually grow from the ground. Pink icicle. A pink icicle. It doesn't taste like peach. Large pink icicle. A large pink icicle. Other than its beautiful appearance, it's just like any other icicle. Green icicle. It's a green icicle. It's not frozen melon soda. Large green icicle. A large green icicle. Biting it doesn't give any particular flavor. Orange icicle. An orange-colored icicle contains 0% juice. Giant orange icicle. A large orange-colored icicle. Lick it all you want, it is just cold flavored, not even sweet. Ice Daruma. A Daruma doll made from ice. This stubborn little rascal refuses to move an inch. Ice Clump. A frozen block of coldness. Do not throw this during a snowball fight. Snowball. This ball's sole purpose is to get smashed and fall apart after being rambunctiously hurled at a target. Frosted Flower. This gorgeous icy flower captivates all who lay eyes upon it. Snow Human. A man clad in snow to increase his size. He's actually not quite as hairy as one may think. Snowman. Always abandoned outside shortly after being born. It wants more love. Stone Refrigerator. A heavy, solid box. You need to be very strong to open its door. Twin Pop. A universally loved frozen dessert duo of best friends. Golden Ice Cream. A luxurious food consisting of soft-serve ice cream with a golden sheet. The edible gold jacks up the price. Gelato. A creamy cold food. You can even assemble your favorite flavors together into one. Champion Ice Cream. There was a sale going on, so I got carried away and enlarged excessively. Snowblock. A dome-shaped igloo assembled with these blocks could last forever, until spring when it melts. Ice block. A beautiful block of ice. You could build a structure with it, but it'll surely end up as a refrigerator. Frozen red fish. Frozen red fish, popular as an art piece too. Frozen pufferfish. Frozen pufferfish, even the ice seems poisonous. Giant frozen fish. A large frozen fish. It will take some time to thaw. Frozen striped fish. Frozen striped fish. They froze instantly, so they're incredibly fresh. Tuna ice block. A tuna fish frozen in a block of ice. It can be preserved in the state for a long time. Ice bucket. A bucket for keeping drinks cool. Drinks won't fit in if you add too much ice. Snow rabbit. An all-white, rather cold bunny. Its signature feature is that pair of leaf ears. Snow child. A child who goes crazy with joy when it snows. Can talk to snowmen. Abominable snowman. Always freezing with bare feet. Wishes for more hair to grow even on the soles of his feet. Yeti. A mysterious creature who dwells in cold areas. Seems to thrive in freezing climates. Sweep Yeti. All that experience working part-time as a janitor is now paying off majorly. Shot Yeti. This Yeti values the team member with whom he curls with. He thinks about them with each stone he releases. Skater Yeti. This Yeti took up ice skating as a hobby. He got the hang of it immediately. Snowboard Yeti. This Yeti took up snowboarding as a hobby. He specializes in acrobatic tricks. Ghost. Enjoys scaring others. Recently enjoys being scared by others, too. Ghost Sailor. A sailor who became a ghost. Enjoys hanging out on the ship, even in ghost form. Barefoot Ghost. When he becomes a ghost, he wasn't wearing shoes, and he's been barefoot ever since. Goatee Sailor. Began growing facial hair to flaunt his manliness, still not very manly. Missing Boot Ghost. Compared to when he was alive, he has become quite easily angered. He is searching for the boot he lost. Bandana Ghost. A cool ghost in both vibe and temperature. Even in death, she doesn't part with her bandana. Sitting Ghost. Even though he doesn't get tired standing, he somehow still wants to sit. Ghost Chef. Becoming a ghost seems to have made them lose their sense of taste. They're troubled by not being able to taste food. Ghost Captain. Drifting across the sea in search of treasure. Even in death, he doesn't give up on his dreams. Frost-resistant flower. A flower that thrives even in cold places. The reason it doesn't wither is unknown. Half-made mummy. Halfway mummified, it might start moving once it's complete. Small iceberg. One of the smallest among its friends, yet bigger than the surrounding mountains. Pointy iceberg. Somehow became this pointy, evil-looking shape, but it's actually kind-hearted. Iceberg. To protect the animals living atop the ice, this object works hard every single day to avoid melting. Big iceberg. Creatures in several times periods sleep within this icy chamber. Ice floe. A piece of ice floating across the ocean's surface. Its ultimate destination is undecided. Giant ice floe. Ice skaters flock here to practice. You can skate here all you want, absolutely free. Snowball. A white ball with remarkable mass and roundness. If you break it, no surprises will pop out. Seating. Round stool. This chair is small and short, but more comfortable than one may expect. Stool. A tall chair without a backrest, often lined up at bar counters. Cushion chair. A folding chair whose level of comfort can be increased by adding a floor cushion. Folding stool. A compact chair which can be folded, allowing for complete mobility. Round straw mat. A cushion made from woven straw. The more loops there are, the more sophisticated the person sitting on it must be. Mariner's chair. Perfect for resting wobbly sea legs. Also surprisingly useful in a bar fight. Oh my god. Station bench. Designed nice and long to allow for many earthlings to sit. Uphold good manners and don't hog the seat to yourself. Greek chair. Simply sitting here can make anyone feel cultured in academia and fine arts. Wooden bench. A bench for sitting. Made from wooden material. If you sit too long, your rear end will ache. Saddle. An object needed to ride horses. Without this, the horses won't like you riding them. Blue deck chair. A folding portable seat. Seems to prefer being placed outdoors rather than indoors. Green deck chair. A chair for lounging. If you sit on this, you'll doze off eventually. Red deck chair. If anyone with a sharp rear end sits down here, they may poke a hole in the chair. Greek bench. There are flowers planted in the middle, but everyone sits facing away from them. Egyptian chair. A very upper-class looking seat. When someone sits on it, you can't see the design on the backrest anymore. Stone sofa. If you say you're tired and jump onto this, the results will be anything but funny. Stone chair. A chair made by carving a large rock. It's hard and uncomfortable to sit on. Stone rocking chair. It looks like sitting on it would hurt your backside, but it's surprisingly comfortable. Workbench. A convenient desk for eating, making things, or doing anything. School chair. This object wants you to properly wipe off its feet when you clean the classroom. Legless chair. A piece of furniture with a comfortable backrest and armrest for deep relaxation. Cafe chair. A chair used for outdoor seating. It is folded and stored inside on rainy days. Stump. This tree was cut after spending years growing nice and large. It's plotting a comeback. Seat cushion. A small-ish cushion designed to protect the buttocks from hard floors or chairs. Long seat. Yeah. A chair that allows multiple people to sit and take a load off, perfect for enjoying dango dumplings and tea. Log bench. A seat constructed from wood materials. Due to its hardness, sitting on here may cause pain in the buttocks. Weapons. Japanese sword. A sword carried by a samurai. Apparently some are made of bamboo as well. Katana. There's a wavy line on the blade. The clearer the ripple, the higher the value. Bamboo sword. Some sports involve poking or banging this around. Swing of a battle cry to pump yourself up. Wooden sword. A sword made of wood. It seems popular among young people as a souvenir. Gladius. On the outside, it appears to be a simple sword. However, it is a work of art with intricate detail. Khopesh. A strangely shaped sword, convenient for hooking things that are out of reach. 210 Kamun's short sword. That name is longer than the sword is. A short sword made from a meteorite. It's old, but not very rusty. Cutlass. A sword of a slightly bent shape. This curve is not a prank. It was bent like this from the start. Epic sword. Some performers know how to swallow these whole. Ninja dart. Ninjas like playing darts at the bar with these instead. Knife. A tool for cutting things. If you neglect maintenance, it will become too dull to cut. Toy knife. If you stab someone, the blade will simply retract into the handle. Still, this isn't a toy you should carry around. Bamboo spear. This may look like a simple tool, but it's very sharp. Proceed with caution. Spartan dory. Not too long, not too short. Just right, the most perfect length imaginable. Trident. A prop modeled after a famous weapon. Now it's used to catch fish. Jomon spear. That stone on the tip is tightly tied down to prevent it from detaching. Linstock. A stick for lighting a cannon on fire. You can use it as an adequate spear, too. Harpoon. A stick for stabbing and capturing fish, often mistaken for a spear. Sasumata, man-catching fork. A tool used to safely catch suspicious people from a distance. It was also used in firefighting. Naginata spear. Someone used this to pluck fruit from trees. Stone hatchet. Make sure the stone is fixed in place, otherwise it could fly off when swinging the hatchet. Labrys. An axe with 2 blades for twice the handsomeness. This does not necessarily mean it moves at twice the speed. Jomon axe. A hatchet made from rock rather than chopping. This tool is meant for shaving wood. Funny hammer. Produces a goofy sound when hammered. Being attacked by this object is more humiliating than painful. Club. A wooden stick used as a weapon. This object is not meant for baseball. Bow and arrow. That's just an arrow. Feels nervous every time it flies through the air. Don't leave it on the ground, even if you miss the target. Cupid's arrow. Get shot with this arrow to live happily ever after. If it misses, you can kiss love goodbye. Jomon arrow. Enabled safe hunting due to its long-distance attack capabilities. Arrow. These things are hard to break if you tie 3 of these together in a bundle. A bodybuilder could probably do it, though. Cupid's bow. A bow carried by Cupid. These are mass-produced up in the heavenly worlds. Jomon bow. A simple bow made from a string and branch. Even if it breaks, repair should be easy. Rubber band slingshot. A handy tool for launching pebbles. Professionals can strike a target 50 meters away. Crossbow. Cupid has been switching to this tool recently because it's easier to fire. Shuriken. A weapon thrown by ninjas. The tips are pointy, so don't put this in your pocket unless you want holes. Ninja spike. A tool ninja use to slow down their chasers. To avoid being wasteful, they go back to collect them later. Wooden shield. This shield has low defense power, but it makes a convenient cooking pot lid. Epic shield. A board used to block attacks. It can only protect you from the front. Spartan shield. Seemingly able to be tossed pretty far. Don't do this though, it's dangerous. Antique gun. Impossible to shoot in secret because of the loud sound it makes. Ship cannon. The impact of firing this machine will shift it backwards a little. Tie it down securely with rope. Cannon. A device for launching metal balls. Also capable of blasting off other objects as well. Cannonball. Just an iron ball. If you wish to bowl with this, you must poke holes in it. Spartan helmet. The red crest is its signature element. Fashion is timeless, anytime, anywhere. Spartan armor. This object can give anybody the golden body they've always dreamed of. This is bad for your skin, though. Tengu fan. They say you can blow away buildings with ease if you wave this with all your might. Danger. TNT box. A box filled with explosive substances. Carrying this is quite nerve-wracking. Detonator. Any ignition device for bombs. You can hear a loud boom after you push down on the plunger. Dynamite. An explosive used during construction projects. Caution, will explode. Barrel bomb. Packed with gunpowder, but the fuse is too short, making it not very useful. Bomb. No matter how cold you are, don't light any fires around this object. Toy bomb. This is merely a toy. It won't explode even if you light it on fire. Spicy ramen is in the danger category? If you can finish this in 10 minutes, you won't have to pay for it. Mouse trap. This trap refuses to release the prey it catches. Loves mice. Hard hat. A hat you must wear during construction work to avoid a scolding. Fire hazard sign. A sign to inform Earthlings of the dangers of fires. The intensity is conveyed as soon as the letters enter your eyesight. Poisonous frog. Secretly holds a dangerous poison. Inflicted areas will become uncontrollably sweaty and tingly. Blowfish. This fish has quite a nasty attitude in contrast to its adorable face. Look out sign! You won't know what to look out for until it actually jumps out. Either way, one should exercise caution. No trespassing. You may not proceed beyond this point. The barbed wire is not safe to touch. Falling rock. Rolled down from a rocky mountain somewhere. The more it rolled, the more it decreased in size. Huge falling rock. This colossal boulder crashed down with tremendous force. Best not to go near it. Mini cone. These tiny triangular objects are often found standing around school gymnasiums. Small cone. Don't let your guard down in places marked by this adorable cone. Cone. 45 centimeters. Placed on the road in places that are just a little bit unsafe. Cone, 50 centimeters. A comfortable height to step over. Cone, 80 centimeters. This may seem easily rollable, but you might occasionally bounce off. Cone, 1 meter. This is too large to be a wizard's hat. Cow cone. Once you surpass this height, you may start subtly mooing under your breath. Big cone. Found in dangerous areas, however, its exciting colors draw people near. Surprise cone! The neighborhood often complains about the troublesome size of this cone. American cone. Designed by someone fond of America. Triangle cone. You cannot become a wizard even with this on your head. Danger sign. If you happen to cross this sign on a walk, you should probably change directions. Warning sign. A sign warning of danger. Apparently there are some dangerous cars speeding around. Stone signpost. If you proceed further, there's a danger of being plowed through by a mammoth. Bear sign. A danger sign. The bear looks cute, rendering the impact of the sign less useful as a warning. Earthquake catfish. Highly angered at being unfairly blamed for the occurrence of earthquakes. Bee's nest. An apartment for large quantities of bees. The sheer amount of rooms cause the bees to accidentally invade each other's spaces. Spider web. A house destined to be destroyed, always torn down for appearing in places it shouldn't be. Scorpion. The pointing needles in its tail contain poison. Avoid getting stung back there at all costs. Tornado. Sucks up all the objects in its vicinity, just like a Katamari, but it spits them back out. Giant tornado. A pain-in-the-neck natural phenomenon that sucks you up and spits you back out, then the process repeats. I've never seen a tornado described as a pain in the neck. Measuring. Balancing scale. With this, a cake can be evenly divided without any discord. Yeah. Giant scale. A tool that helps measure which side is heavier. Its size allows it to weigh all sorts of things. Small wooden box. A container in which you can measure portions of rice or pour beverages. Handy size. Large wooden box. Holds beverages or beans. It's too big and thus hard to use. Pirate compass. This object will guide you to your destination with the power of magnetism, an absolute must-have for any mariner. Antique hourglass. Lacks an alarm function. All the sand will run out as soon as you avert your eyes. Hygrometer. This object informs the user of the state of dampness, or informs you of the state of dampness. We wish it had a function to eliminate such dampness. Storm glass. A tool used to predict weather forecast. However, it doesn't clearly state whether it will be sunny or rainy. Astrolabe. A tool for measuring the altitude and distance of celestial bodies, essential for sailors. Water clock. People in the past used water flow to tell the time. It seems they were often late. Egyptian level. A tool of which one can measure inclination. It seems Earthlings were intrigued by slanted surfaces ever since ancient times. Kitchen scale. A tool for weighing ingredients. Professionals can measure out portions without using one. Big protractor. A tool of which to find angles in large shapes. This size is too large for children to use. Big triangle ruler. A tool of which to draw large shapes. If you play with this sticking straight up, the teacher will shout at you. Ruler. A small plank made of bamboo. It pokes its head out of children's backpacks, which is awfully cute. Scale. This object has sworn against telling lies. It will always tell you the truth you don't want to know. Wooden hourglass. The sand trapped inside this is burdened with a fate of being flipped over again after finally reaching the bottom. Art. Gunman carving. A statue of a gunman used to decorate the saloon, probably bought from some roadside souvenir shop. Ushabti. A cute-looking doll who responds on behalf of the dead. Hanawa. A doll made during ancient times. Seems a little shy, understandably so, considering it was suddenly dug up after all these years. Hanawa Man. Someone hid inside a Hanawa playing hide-and-seek, but got stuck inside. Horse Hanawa. Obviously a tool for children to practice horseback riding. Warrior Hanawa. A dull facial expression one wouldn't expect from a mighty warrior. Waterfowl Hanawa. Has the appearance of an aquatic bird, despite lacking the ability to fly or swim. Oh, Hanawa House. Definitely a house made for pets. It looks breezy, does it not? Boat Hanawa. Cannot be used as a boat because it does not float. Warrior Helmet Hanawa. This was never actually used as a samurai helmet. Ancient Umbrella Hanawa. A piece of pottery baked in the shape of a silk umbrella used by ancient people. Bladed Hanawa. A ceramic shaped of 8 blades. It could probably be used as a pizza cutter. Snow Hanawa. A piece of pottery shaped like a tool for storing arrows. However, it can't actually hold any arrows. Flying Squirrel Hanawa. A ceramic figure modeled after a flying squirrel. It supposedly flies when no one is around. Deer Hanawa. A charming Hanawa in the shape of a deer. Still loves rice crackers. Clay Figure. A prehistoric doll made from mud. Is this what Earthlings looked like back then? Heart-shaped clay figure. Proof that Fan Damashi has existed since the dawn of time. Jomon Venus. Her face looks like the queen when she gets angry. Masked Goddess. When someone like this blocking away, the only option is to choose a different path. Owl-like clay figure. This handsome clay figure has a fancy, very memorable hairstyle. Praying clay figure. Someone just sculpted a figure of a person they witnessed praying for something. Hollow clay figurine. A large clay figurine, but it's hollow inside, making it surprisingly light. Jomon Goddess. A Hanawa figure of an ancient great person. Just owning it brings happiness, apparently. Primitive Mask. There's a rumor that wearing this will put a curse on you. You can tell it that it's sad. I'm not cursed. Theater Mask. This exaggerated face is intended to cleverly convey a message to all audiences. Fish Statue. A stone statue so realistic that even a bear might mistake it for a real fish and bite it. Bear Cub Statue. The pedestal says head held high, but the bear cub is not even standing up. Lion Statue. Greet this statue and it will show you what a real greeting looks like in the form of a powerful roar. Spirit of Joy. It's tiring to hold up your arms like that. The statue wishes to be liberated from this joy. I have a funny story with this item, actually. I was watching a friend play, like, the woman level in the original Katamari with some other friends listening. And when this item is picked up, I think it counts as, like, a woman. You have to pick up maidens, you're making Virgo, and then the other person just yells out, "Special woman!" because it makes, like, a funny jingle sound when you pick it up. I don't know, that made me laugh so much for whatever reason. Spirit of Anger. A bronze statue. Forever angered, anything you do could unleash its fury. Also, I'm not sure if this is a graphical glitch, but anytime you pick up these items in previous games, they turn gold. I don't think they do that in this one, though. Spirit of Sorrow. This person forgot where all that sadness came from. The inability to remember is quite sad. Spirit of Fun. A perfect meeting spot. Simply looking at it in this direction will put everyone in a good mood. Human statue. Rest assured, this is definitely not a real human turned to stone. Muscle sculpture. This sculpture sometimes changes its pose, eager for someone to notice. First generation bust. A carving of only the top part of a human body. Perhaps sculpting the full body is a nuisance. Second generation bust. Would have preferred a full body sculpture to surpass the first generation, but the negotiations didn't work out. Third generation bust. There were sculptors for the first two generations, so naturally one was sculpted for the third generation as well. Fourth generation bust. The model for this fourth generation looked a lot different from the final product, or so it seems. Fifth generation bust. A full body sculpture would have been desirable, but all the other ones were just the top half. This one regretfully follows suit. Goddess statue. The statue is kind of amazing. Looks like they only had the budget for gold plating on this one. Philosopher statue. An old man got too cocky after his amazing discoveries and forced his grandchildren to make the statue in his glory. Spartan in Xiphos statue. Made as a tribute to a certain epic battle. For the record, this person was eliminated in the qualifying round. Spartan in Dory statue. Just as he was about to throw the spear, someone cast a spell to freeze him in this pose. Bastet statue. A mysterious statue that protects everyone from evil spirits and bad things. Thoth statue. A statue said to represent knowledge, always seen writing something. Anubis statue. After working as a guide day after day, Anubis accumulated worshippers and had a statue sculpted. Sitting Anubis statue. The statue has grown tired of sitting and wishes to change poses soon. Anubis riding kid. Anubis gets his ears pulled when he runs, which gets very annoying. Crouching Anubis statue. It always crouches and stays still, but it seems to start moving on its own at night. Sitting Bastet statue. This mighty ornament shall never break posture, even if her legs fall asleep. Stone Prince. A stone statue in the shape of the prince. It's impressively large for a prince. Giant Stone Prince. A giant stone statue shaped like a prince, still not quite as grand as the king. Stone Lemoire. A stone statue in the shape of Lemoire, famous as a meeting spot for couples. Stone Twinkle. A stone statue shaped like Twinkle. It's often stuck in various places. Stone Norn. A stone statue shaped like Norn. Sometimes it floats in rivers. You know, okay, the caveman level might be one of my favorite stages in this game. Something I've always wondered, though, is, like, I love the idea of, like, Haniwa cousins, but, like, why these four specifically? That feels so random. Sandcastle. Be careful not to use too much force. It might cave in before construction is even finished. Giant sandcastle. A grand-looking castle, but it crumbles when it rains. Bonsai. Forget to trim this tree and it will look unkempt. It demands a haircut on a regular basis. Hanging scroll. An ancient drawing of historical value. Hide something beneath here, behind here, nobody will ever find it. Folding screen. These two beasts look like they're about to fight, but they're actually just gossiping. Kabuki actor ukiyo-e, a woodblock print of an earthling with a seemingly powerful stage presence. Sudden downpour ukiyo-e, an ukiyo-e print depicting a sudden heavy downpour. Great wave ukiyo-e, a woodblock print depicting the power of nature with a colossal ocean wave. Red Fuji ukiyo-e, a beautiful dyed red woodblock print depicting Mount Fuji. Cave painting. Somehow not found in any of the caveman levels. I think this is found in one of the final, as large as possibles. This one took me a while to get. The ancient people were plotting to hunt using a Katamari. We're sure of it. Primitive painting. A depiction of an earthling chasing a cow. The cow must have done something mischievous. Majestic painting. A painting supposedly painted by an outstanding painter. This one is the real deal. Desolate painting. A painting painted by a certain painter long ago, an heirloom passed down for generations. Adventure painting. A painting painted by a famous painter. A spectacle so spectacular you can't avert your eyes. Watercolor painting. A painting created using paint mixed with water. Once the paint was complete, the fruits were eaten pretty quick. Gourd picture. A picture of a gourd someone left behind. Leaks water in the middle of the night. Sunset painting. A painting which depicts a gorgeous sunset. It's a landscape you've never seen, but it triggers nostalgic memories. Easel. A stand on which to place a canvas when painting. Also works as an information board outside restaurants and stores. Blue paint tube. You cannot make earth without this color. Never really used when painting food. Green paint tube. If the color runs out, you may simply mix blue and yellow paint to use instead. Black paint tube. This one's self-assertion makes it difficult to mix with other colors. Red paint tube. Uses to depict red-hot fiery passion. The theory that bulls get angry at this color is false. Yellow paint tube. A pleasant color to add a bright atmosphere to your paintings, often added to foods as well. Dog doodle. A scribble of a dog someone drew. Viewers are fascinated by its unique artistic quality. Cat doodle. A doodle of a cat someone drew. It's unclear if it's really a cat, but it's mysteriously popular. Doodle of a bird. A bird doodle someone drew. Its style is ahead of its time. Turtle doodle. A scribble of a turtle someone drew. Drawn rather skillfully, yet it receives a lower score on than the others. Chalk drawing. Airplane. An airplane-loving child draws these all over the place. It features a secret code only kids understand. Chalk drawing. Flowers. I think a flower-loving child draws these all over the place. The color of the balloons determines one's faction. You know, thinking about it, I think this item got renamed at some point. I remember in the original this was called, like, boys drawing and girls drawing. That's kind of interesting. Mystery Key Crop Circle. Created by aliens curious about what Earth is like. Mystery UFO Crop Circle. Scholars have several theories, but there's actually no deep meaning behind this phenomenon. Mystery Sun Crop Circle. A mystery analyzed by many. But, yeah. It's just the sun. That's it. Garden. Genuinely tried to create a maze, but gave up before any progress was made. Mystery Sun Island. The owner of this island is angry at whoever drew this strange design without permission. Mystery UFO Island. An abandoned plot of land with a series of holes connected to each other. Kids are starting to build secret forts here. Mystery Key Island. This hole became a tourist destination because it's assumed to have a hidden meaning. The key has yet to be found. Control. Only 9 of them. Helm. When turning to the right, you must shout, "Starboard!" When turning to the left, you must shout, Port! Paddle. Strength alone is not enough to advance forward. Learning the proper technique takes time and effort. Rusted anchor. We feel this object could double as a fishing hook for gigantic fish. Log oar. A wooden oar. Some people use this as a battle weapon. Helm pedestal. A foundation upon which the helm is affixed. If you follow the rope, you will find it attached to the rudder. Command fan. A mysterious fan that makes people move in the direction it points. Signaling baton. You can send various signals with just this one handy item. Parking turntable. A large platform always twirling around and around without getting dizzy at all. Anchor. An object often dropped into the sea to park ships. Become friends with all of the fish on the seafloor. Japan. A whole category for Japanese items, not to be confused with Japanese food and... Child armor. Armor for children. It's only worn once a year. Samurai armor. It's so tiny. A protective plate that makes you as strong and agile as an oddly shaped boulder. Large samurai armor. Cautious samurai definitely wore this larger armor over their regular armor. Shogun. A powerful leader commanding military forces, secretly longs for a simpler set of armor. Bathhouse samurai. A samurai who loves soaking in the hot bath. The ability to endure the heat is a good skill to have. Ninja. A scatterbrain who got tangled in a spiderweb the other day. Water ninja. Able to stand on water, but that's about it. Still cannot skate across like a water strider. Ninja on a kite. They seem to fly without a care, but they're afraid of heights and are actually passed out. Invisible ninja. This ninja thinks he's going unnoticed, but his shaky arms give him away immediately. Charm. A mysterious artifact you equip to make yourself feel some sort of protection. Intro. A container used to carry medicine around. Some people flaunt it to brag about their wealth. Katashiro. A piece of paper shaped like a person. It can remove any bad spirits attached to you. Incense stick. A thin stick that smells nice when lit. It doesn't repel insects. Geta. Footwear made from wood. Pick it in the air to predict the weather. It's not very accurate, though. Straw conical hat. A hat crafted from straw, optimal for summer as the breezy winds flow straight through. Folding fan. A multi-purpose item with a variety of uses. Fanning, decorating, dancing, and more. Dragon water pump. A pump useful during fires. It almost looks like a dragon spouting water. Tatami mat. Flooring materials spread over the floor of a room. You can use both the top side and the bottom side. How economical. Ninja scroll. A ninja textbook. The contents are easy to comprehend, but only a select few can master these techniques. No mask. A mask worn when portraying a character. It will obstruct your vision, so try to avoid bumping into things. Tengu mask. Just because their nose is long doesn't mean they told a lie. Geezer mask. The long beard is stiff enough to cut through fruits and vegetables. Kabuki-style mask. Wearing this mask is said to give you a sharp look that can read people's hearts. Hanya mask. It looks like it has a scary face, but it's actually holding back laughter. Ebisu mask. Wear this mask and good fortune will appear from somewhere to shower upon you. Kokeshi doll. A doll made from wood. Cute, but somewhat disturbing when lined up in a row. Big Kokeshi. Don't worry, the smaller Kokeshi dolls have not morphed together to increase in size. The big one is scary enough as it is. Japanese doll. A fabulous entertainer, continuing her dance despite being caged behind glass. Monk statue. Remembers the face of Earth and every person who came to provide offerings. Deer scare. When this bamboo pipe fills with water, it falls with a satisfying conking sound. The animals apparently can't deal with it. Will-o'-the-wisp. A floating pale blue flame, said to be the soul of someone who has passed away. Umbrella monster. An umbrella with one eye and one leg. It is searching for its owner. Tengu. A long-nosed yokai. Their face is always red, even though they're not angry. Crow Tengu. A yokai with the face of a bird. Its night vision is surprisingly bad. One-eyed kid. A child with just one eye. They love to startle people. Fallen samurai. The samurai died in battle and became a ghost. All he does is loom around, but he's still scary. Yuki Onna. A scary yokai that breathes cold air, freezing everything in its path. Nura Hyon. Nura Rihyon. A yokai with a big head, known to sneak into people's houses and drink tea without permission. Kamaitachi. A beast whose arms and legs are sickles. It flies through the wind cutting people, but it doesn't hurt. Kasha. A wheel with a face attached. That wheel rolls so fast it's engulfed in flames. Cow Oni. The epitome of mad cow, with 6 legs to use for attacking people. Nue. A mysterious creature that's hard to tell whether it's a monkey, tiger, or a snake. Inugami. A spirit resembling a person with the face of a dog. Get possessed and you may find yourself wanting to behave in a dog-like manner. Osakabehime. Despite the appearance of an earthling with stylish clothing, she is actually a fox in disguise. Noperabo. A creepy yokai with no eyes, nose, or a mouth, but it's satisfied with just scaring people. Zajiki Warashi. A mischievous child spirit. Those who see it are said to receive good luck. Nine-tailed fox. A fox of a whopping 9 tails. It thinks having many tails will upgrade its social status. Azuki Kiarai. A yokai washing beans in the night. He isn't washing them for eating, though. Ita Monmen. Despite its flimsy appearance, this dangerous piece of cloth will jump towards you and attack. Kodama. A yokai that dwells on a big tree. It gets very angry if you try to cut it down. Narigama. They must love sickles enough to wear them on their head. Biwa Bokbok. A strange yokai whose head is an instrument. Naturally it can play music. Oh my goodness. Bakejizo. A yokai who loves imitating statues and startling passerby. Iron Rat Spirit. A yokai that looks like a cross between a human and a rat. It runs away as fast as it can whenever it sees a cat. By the way, do you remember what I was saying earlier about this series being kind of educational for me? Even in this game, they're teaching me a lot about, like, new yokai I've never heard before. And this comes from someone who's, like, played the entirety of Yokai Watch 2. Or as well. Again, this series is always teaching me new stuff. It's crazy. I love it. Amikiri. A yokai with pincers for hands. We are unsure whether he identifies as a crab or a scorpion. Bone Woman. A skeleton-like yokai. Even as only bones, she's still quite active. Yamabiko. A yokai that lives in the mountains. It's very good at mimicking someone's voice. Jorogumo. A spider yokai capable of transforming into a person. Capable of controlling her many children. Akaname. A yokai who loves licking grime off of bathtubs. Licking that stuff isn't good for you. Tree Monster. A scary-looking yet kind-hearted monster who gives directions to wanderers lost in the woods. Ah, G-Men Kid! I love this little guy! A yokai that looks like a dog of a human face. It talks to you in a friendly manner. New Peppo. A head-only yokai that's good friends with, the Noparabo. Oni. A furry yokai with excessive body hair, surely dripping with sweat of those on those hot summer days. Nodarabo. A yokai that rings the bell at deserted temples. It seems to want people to listen to the bell's sound carefully. Lantern Ghost. A lantern with a long tongue sticking out. You might use it without noticing. Nurikabe. A wall that blocks your way. It seems invisible, but craves attention. I think the thwomps from Mario are based off this thing. Jibanyan is based off the thing this thing is based on, too. Nekomata. A long-living cat yokai whose tail splits into two over time. Yamawaro. When a kappa lives in the mountains, it becomes like this. Even it doesn't know why it has only one eye. Hand Eye. A yokai with eyes on its hands. It closes its eyes when grabbing something. Kappa. A yokai that has only eaten cucumbers, just like its ancestors throughout the generations. The shell on its back is detachable. Rokubi. A yokai whose long neck ravels around itself. Sometimes her neck becomes tangled up, rendering her motionless. Monster Cat. A monster-like cat whose tail is split in two. Sometimes jumps when startled by its own tail. Onibaba. A yokai angry enough to grow demon-like horns. If you see her, she will chase you. Small Fox. A fox wearing a red scarf. They have quite the weakness for fried tofu. Shrine Dog. When people are watching, this dog sits still. When nobody is around, it yawns and relaxes. Inari Shrine. A structure that emits good luck aura of some sort. There are always foxes nearby. Inari Banner. If you see this flag, there may be a fox nearby. Garden Lantern. A hero who shines light at people's feet as they walk dark roads at night. Temple. Bring your study materials here to unearth the potential of your intellect. Grand Shrine. A structure constructed to worship deities. Visiting these can give you superpowers. Shrine. Even if you mess up your prayer technique, you'll be forgiven. The soul of the shrine is kind. Shintai. It may look like an ordinary rock, but don't play with it or you will suffer divine punishment. Wish Tablet Display. A grady stand that keeps all the planks with wishes written on them. New Year's Decoration. A decoration for a special occasion. That Mandarin came from the emergency rations. Pine Decoration. Placed outside the front door during the New Year's holiday. It would prefer to be inside where it's warmer, though. Secretive Kite. While in midair, they whisper secretly so as not to be discovered. Lion Dancer. Always flapping its mouth open, enjoys biting people's heads. Lone Lion Dancer. Let it give you a little nip on the head for some good luck. Carp Streamer. There's 5 of them. Carp Streamer Pole. Even in the strongest of winds, this object will cling on to the carp streamers for dear life and never let go. Magoi. Yeah, okay. The oldest among the other carp streamers, and therefore swims higher than all the rest. Higoi. This carp streamer's age is in the middle of the pack, so it swims in the center. Kogoi. The youngest among the carp streamers, and therefore swims lower than all the rest. Fukinagashi. An attention seeker who flaps rapidly in the wind at the highest point of the carp streamers. The carp streamer. Castle Turret. An important structure used to observe happenings occurring outside the castle. Thunder Gate. A structure where Earthlings often take selfies. Mentioning selfies in a Katamari game, that's funny. You will not be struck by lightning while passing through. Mount Fuji. This mountain has been Japan's largest since ancient times. It is the center of many ukiyo-e woodblock prints. Festival. Festival paper fan. Perfect for fanning that delicious festival food smell straight into your nose. Pink yo-yo balloon. This bizarre item is always being fished despite not being a fish. Yellow yo-yo balloon. This item is viciously tapped on constantly, which has built up its endurance. Green yo-yo balloon. A toy which makes splash noises when tapped. If you tap too hard, the rubber will snap and send it flying. Clappers. Instruments that make rattling sounds when shaken. They seem to enjoy dancing at festivals. Kagura Suzu. A staff with many bells attached. This object is a prop to hold while dancing. Red Namahage. He does not enjoy making children cry, but knows that it is what he's fated to do, so he takes it day by day. Blue Namahage. Won't hesitate to punish a bad kid, even a bad adult. He looks scary, but he's morally just. Nebuta Parade Float. The townspeople parade with this float depicting someone chopping up a piece of tuna. Goldfish Scooper. Don't leave this lying around, that's littering. Properly dispose of garbage in a garbage bin. Candy Apple. A rather sweet dish of candy covering an apple, slightly difficult to eat as is. Omikoshi. Muscular earthlings shout and chant as they march around town carrying this. Stall Lantern. Often appears during festivals to brighten people's hearts. Festive Lantern. A paper lantern for lighting up festivals. A certain type of fish attaches a similar object to its head while swimming underwater. Lottery Machine. You won't win any prizes no matter how many times you spin. Nevertheless, it's really fun to spin. Goldfish. Failed to scoop any goldfish at the festival, but still received this as a consolation prize. Fox Mask. Wearing this will allow you to easily deceive others. However, once you take it off, you will be plagued with misfortune. Hyutoko Mask. Wear this while enjoying a bowl of ramen, you will gain the ability to slurp at higher speed. Long-mouthed Hyutoko Mask. If you wear this mask for a long time, your mouth might grow this long as well. Taiko Drum. A musical instrument with a powerful sound, a crucial element for festivals or sporting events. Festive Float. Many people work together to pull this heavy float. It rolls around with incredible vigor. Matsuri Girl. Loves festivals with a passion, always galloping to nearby events even when with work the next morning. Matsuri Pompadour. Currently inventing a new breed of dance combining bon odori and hip-hop. Matsuri Guy. Saving up money with the dream of participating in other festivals around the world someday. Paper Fan Man. Tasked with the job of lowering excitement levels during festivals to prevent people from getting too rowdy and suffering injuries. Strongman. A user of superhuman strength capable of shouldering an Omikoshi shrine all by himself. Suffers from stiff shoulders. Hina Doll. A doll used as a decoration in Japan's doll festival Japan's doll festival celebration. She has a paper fan, which means she's probably hot. Diary Doll. When tasked with speaking at important ceremonies, he carries a wooden tablet on which to draw a script. Lady-in-Waiting Doll. Carries a ladle with no particular purpose, sometimes swings it around aimlessly. Right Counselor. A doll always sitting on the right, seems confident. Left Counselor. A doll always sitting on the left, seems to lack confidence. Matsuri Table. Intended to be used as a reception desk, but it's usually just an ordinary desk. Matsuri Stage. A stage which can be assembled anywhere, fully mobile. How convenient! Hina Doll Stand. It's a staircase, but it's also a stage for dolls to line up and pose on. Big Camp Fire. Merely a sight of this object lit on fire can spark one's desire to sing and dance. Huge Camp Fire. A fire this big would actually be concerning. Way to dampen the party. Space Fireworks. Outer space is already dark, so these are easily seen any time of the day, popular with aliens. Fireworks. Hydrangea. A summer tradition to send flowers high in the sky. Looking up at stare at it will hurt your neck. Fireworks, peony. A pretty light released with a loud bang. The mechanism is an industry secret. Horseback archer. A prodigy that impresses everyone with his skill. Do not let his prey escape. Or does not let his prey escape. Paper lantern. If you see us at a festival, you know that you'll also see pigeons stealing everyone's food. Halloween pumpkin. This guy comes begging for candy. Pumpkins likely get their sweetness from all the candy they eat. Every item is in reference to Japanese summer festivals or Japanese culture except for the jack-o'-lantern. That's kind of funny. Celebration. Bonus bag. You may receive this bag after something good happens. Its contents are a secret. New Year's money. A curious little bag that kids love and adults gradually begin to dislike. Champions Trophy. A symbol of achievement for the first place in a tournament. Often, other variants include shields or statues. Trophy. One may receive this object after putting in some hard work. The more you have, the more you can brag about it. Framed Certificate. A paper you receive as a result of doing your best in a competition, currently framed in a luxurious frame. Gold medal. This is your reward for winning first prize. Try taking a bite. It tastes like victory. Silver medal. Receiving this medal inflicts one with complicated feelings of victory and defeat at the same time. Bronze medal. A medal received upon narrowly clutching a spot on the winner's podium. Highly satisfying to obtain. Daruma doll. Decorate with this object before a fight you can't possibly lose. Birthday cake. A special dessert only obtained on one's birthday. The ones made for throwing in people's faces are just cream. Wedding cake. A magnificent yet inedible cake, made of polyester foam. Tulip bouquet. A bouquet of flowers that relaxes everyone with its pleasant color and fragrances. Flower bouquet. We recommend this as a present for your special someone. The white parts are actually not flower petals. Celebratory booze barrel. Why are they decorated so beautifully if they're just going to destroy it? This is the question on everyone's mind. Fun fact, I think this one item is the only reason this game is rated E10 and up, because it now has alcohol references. That's kind of funny. Grand opening decoration. A decoration used when a new store opens. Sits at the front to inflate its ego. Winner's podium. Line up here after a fierce competition. The person standing highest is the champion. Water. Evil! Prisoner. If you commit a crime, your punishment is having to cover your entire body in stripes. Cajun prisoner. I think that's how you say that. Learn to play in prison. Hides emergency rations inside the cajon. Or cajon, maybe? I'm not so sure. Guitar prisoner. Started as a prisoner hobby to become really good. Even the warden wants to play with him. Red outlaw. A kind soul who watches over the town, but other earthlings find his aura just a little too intense. Aura? Really? Blue outlaw. Put on a bandana after catching a cold and somehow ended up in the life of crime. Green outlaw. Too shy to take off the bandana, even when eating. Relic robber. A thief skilled in hiding and fleeing. Actually just a big scaredy cat. White hair relic robber. After being attacked by a mummy, his hair turned completely white. He's a bit hung up on it. They're just recolors of each other. Red Oni. A freaky yokai with horns. Hates beans, loves the bathtub. Blue Oni. A yokai who's always looking blue in the face. which concerns the surrounding yokai. He is insecure about his number of horns. Green Oni. A scary-looking yokai. Would be more approachable if he shaved, but he's too lazy. Yellow Oni. A small yellowish yokai, often lost in thought, anxious for the uncertain future. Black Oni. A kind-hearted yokai. He loves black beans and always keeps them in his pocket. What pocket? That looks like a loincloth. Good thief. Steals only from bad rich people. Occasionally gets arrested. Red Oni mask. If you wear this, you will be pelted with beans and forced to go away. Blue Oni mask. All that crying will go unnoticed with this mask on. Green Oni mask. This mask was rather shocked to learn that the color green is actually the least scary of them all. Thief. It's his policy to submit advance notices about his planned robberies. He always gets caught because of this. Mecha Morgren. A force to be reckoned with underground, yet a weakling on the battlefield above ground. Neck Monster. So in sync they can't even believe it either. Heroes. Momotaro. A boy born from a peach. He emerges already clothed. Kintaro. A strong child who enjoys sumo wrestling. Spends a lot of time by himself, which becomes somewhat lonely. The Kintaro Bear! A classic item. They have been wreaking havoc ever since they realized the stance's effectiveness is driving away evil. Suited Fireman. Dances on burning houses with such bravado that others think he's showing off, but he's actually very serious. Firehook Fireman. Destroys houses to prevent fires from spreading, but sometimes gets carried away and takes down the neighboring houses too. Hook Fireman. Firehook Fireman, Hook Fireman... Okay. Proof that in the past, houses had to be destroyed after they caught fire. All the brave souls who put their lives on the line deserve respect. Man-Catcher Fireman. Itches to break down burning houses and catch looters, but has to be patient until his time to shine. Paper Fan Fireman. Holds this a big paper fan, makes him very popular in the summer, even on days of no house fires. Jumbo Samurai Governor. An ancestor of Jumbo Man, who passes down his crime-fighting soul through the generations. Wait, there's Jumbo Man lore? Fly, Jumbo Man! A superhero on patrol, flying the vast skies, charges at any bad guy lurking about. Marine Jumbo Man. He's nice, so he'll let you off the hook if your crime is trivial. Fight, Jumbo Man! He was eventually blasted off to parts unknown and far off. Jumbo Papa. This hero not only fights crime, but also chronic back pain. He sure has a lot of foes. School. School desk. Within this desk sleeps your leftover bread from your lunch the other day. It'll get moldy if you keep forgetting it there. Test papers. A high-scoring test is placed on top. Everyone else failed miserably. Mobile blackboard. If you scratch this with your fingernails, everyone will despise you. Expensive desk. A place for a rich person to work. There are many drawers, but the owner has yet to figure out how to open them all. Marble table. A table oozing with dignity. It's heavy enough to fall through the floor at times. Name tag. A plate on which you write your name. If you happen to be named after a flower, that's perfect. Reversible cap. With this hat, it could be you could be on the red team, or the white team. Some Earthlings turn inside out when spying. Oh my god, it is white on the inside. Horizontal bars. A piece of playground equipment from which you hang or twirl around. You can swing around feet first from underneath. You'll go far. If you can swing around feet first from underneath, you'll go far in life. Monkey bars. A piece of playground equipment under which you hang and cross over to the other side. It's easier for adults because their legs reach the ground. School incinerator. This device allows you to erase unwanted test scores from existence. This has got to be a very Japanese thing, because I have only seen a school of an incinerator in Japanese games. The most prominent that comes to mind is the one from the first trial of Danganronpa. Top step. The top level of a vaulting horse. This one gets punched really hard whenever somebody jumps over it. It doesn't feel good. The second level of a vaulting horse. This is a height anyone can jump over. The third level of a vaulting horse. This height is still super duper easy to clear. Also, I am disappointed to say that the vaulting horse, in my opinion, has the funniest description in the game in We Love Katamari, but they really toned it down here, unfortunately. Fourth step. The fourth level of a vaulting horse. Hopefully the whole class can jump this. Fifth step. The fifth level of a vaulting horse. This height is actually a challenge to jump. Oh, and there's not... there's not 10 of them either! Oh, goodness. Oh, how far the vaulting horse has fallen. Playground. Slide. All you do is climb up and slide back down, but it's still a popular piece of park playground equipment. You'll have to go multiple times. Seesaw. A piece of playground equipment on which users can enjoy seesawing. It's not fun when there is more see than saw. Globe Jungle Gym. A piece of playground equipment that spins around horizontally. A friend to the Jungle Gym series. Jungle Gym. An empty structure with no walls or floor. Does nothing to protect against the elements. Rock. Just rock? Okay. These little rocks are scattered about everywhere. Some of them purposely try to trip up humans. Black rock. These little rocks with shiny black coating lie scattered around the riverbank. They become surprisingly hot during the summer. Big rock. This is too large to be classified as a pebble, but it's still a rock, difficult to pick up. Pebble. These stones are not very smooth, yet they are professional stackers capable of stacking themselves to incredible heights. Fairy Tale Swing. A wondrous piece of playground equipment which allows adults to bring back their childhood memories. Koala Rocker. A koala ride which swings back and forth. It's fixed to the ground, so it won't go anywhere. Wisteria Trellis. Those are two very satisfying words to say. A relaxation space found at parks. It weakens the sun's rays to some extent. Energy. Charcoal. A fuel that comes in handy during both summer and winter, used to grill meat with a crisp exterior and soft interior. Charcoal barrel. It's full of black sticks, but it's not as heavy as it looks. Used as fuel in the old days. Ink ball. This ball is constantly gooey from all the ink contained within. Cinder. A piece of firewood which failed to burn. The ash bits are proof of its effort to ignite. Power plug. A cutesy little component with two tiny prongs. Triple tap outlet adapter. Certain pronged electrical components dwell here. Up to 3 can live inside at a time. D battery. Insert this into certain machines or toys to make them move. Firewood. These objects are placed in the fire together in one big clump. Before they were separate trees. Now they're best friends. Watermill. A fashionable house with a tire on one side. The wheel spins if it starts running. Farming. Bale of rice. A straw sack stuffed with rice. There are festivals in which earthlings lift these in the air and roll them around. Harvested rice. We're afraid the newly harvested rice might fall out of those gaps in the bag. Sack of wheat. A bag filled with wheat. If you stick your hand inside, it might stab you a little. Cut rice plant. A rice plant which has been cut. If you leave it on the ground, new rice plants will sprout up. Dried rice plant. Harvested rice plant hung out to dry. Pretty, like a golden curtain. Straw. These are all lined up together on rice fields to sunbathe. Young farmer. A young earthling who watches over the growth of vegetables every day. All the leftover vegetables are turned into pickles. Headband farmer. Never misses a day of weeding the field, sometimes cuts down vegetables by mistake. Veteran farmer. The fastest rice planter in the village, happy they can still show the youngings a thing or two. Cattleman. He grows a mustache to display assertiveness, but the cows still walk all over him. Grinding modar. A tool used to grind anything into powder. You can sneak in ultra-spicy ingredients and nobody will ever know. Small winnowing basket. Insert rice grains or tea leaves and shake it to sort out any impurities. Shovel. A tool for digging holes. Drives straight through the toughest layer of the Earth's crust. Pitchfork. A farming tool for transporting crops. Too big to use as an eating utensil. Hoe. This tool skillfully massages the ground to soften even the hardest of soils. Rice paddy harrow. It looks spiky and dangerous, but it's actually a very useful farming tool. Rice drying rack. A long rack for hanging harvested rice plants. Hanging then helps prevent the unhusked rice from getting squashed. Scarecrow. A patient soul, always standing outside day and night, supposedly becomes fearful at night when it's dark. Cowshed. A den of rest and relaxation where cows eat and nap. Rotting shed. Because of drafts, Earthling... Thank you, JavaScript. Okay. Because of draft, Earthlings must hide under blankets to keep warm during the winter. Rotting cottage. A structure with the worst security ever, always getting invaded by bugs via its many gaping holes. European farm. A house where farmers sleep. Boats an impressive chimney. Industry. Only 6? Huh. Chocolate factory. Implanted a top-class security system to prevent invasion of ants. Grape factory. Produces grapes without using a vineyard. The process is a trade secret. Grape warehouse. A building in which only the chosen ones, the finest grapes, may live. Auto factory. A building where both man and machine operate in building... A building where both man and machine operate in busy conditions. The location produces attractive-looking cars. Chimney. Even Santa Claus would think twice about jumping down a chimney like this. Bank. An entrance is equipped with strict security to prevent thieves from breaking in. Symbols. Pole banner. The pole at the top lets you always see what's written, even when it's not windy. Cow banner. The more you wave this, the more the calls holler. Their moves are so annoying. Bear banner. The more you wave it, the louder the bears roar. Pretty noisy, really. Biker flag. A flag attached to the rear of a noisy motorcycle, decorated with illustrations of spot-billed ducks. Big catch flag, number 1. Displaying this flag after catching a huge fish will surprise everyone when you return to port. Big catch flag number 2. Displaying this flag after catching a huge haul of fish will energize everyone when you return to port. Big catch flag number 3. Roll out this flag and go fishing. If you fail to catch anything, fold it back up and go home. Big catch fish number 4. Ship with this flag eat up their fish immediately after fishing. Not a single fish is taken home as leftovers. Triangle flags. A decoration consisting of many triangular cloths strung together, used for various events. Umaji Rushi. A battle standard waved back and forth to let everyone know your whereabouts on the battlefield. Not a toy. Kabuki Tower Ornament. Enter a building decorated with this object to enjoy a delightfully powerful performance. Emblem. They couldn't decide on a single logo, so they combined each candid together like this. Sacred Fire. A pedestal holding a flame that has been carried by many people. A little rain or wind won't be enough to extinguish this fire. Lone Cedar Tree. A spot where many creatures gather to take shelter from the rain. Statue Base. Wanted to be touchy-feely, but lost its pair, waiting for someone to come mount it. Monument. The blurb written here is about the importance of taking a first step or something. Married Rocks. Tied themselves together with this rope after repeatedly getting separated. Clock Tower. A structure built to convey time. Makes loud sounds at certain times. Station Building. This building gets dizzy when people come flooding in and out during the morning and dusk hours. And even the buildings get dizzy. What the... Future Tower. Plans are underway to install a rocket engine underneath the structure. Dwellings. Courtyard Longhouse. Alone it's nothing special, but when many gather it forms a long house. Divided Row House. Dividing one house of walls to live together. Split Longhouse. A long house divided into smaller sections. If it gets too noisy, the neighbors might get upset. Neat Housing Complex. They opted to build vertically with this one. The ceiling and walls are quite thin. Messy Housing Complex. They kept building on, which resulted in this mess. We can only imagine the pain these carpenters went through. Longhouse. The house of a wealthy earthling. There are many heirlooms passed down through the generations. Extremely Tall Tower. Rumored to transform into a robot when suspicious persons arrive. Absurdly Tall Tower. This building was specially designed to host excellent games of tag. Ridiculously Tall Tower. The designers really pushed technology to the limit with this one. Only the bottom floors are used because there's no elevator. Animal Skin Tent. A primitive tent designed to keep out the rain. A slight breeze can ruin the whole purpose. Animal Skin House. The walls of this house cannot contain the warm laughter of the villagers inside. Camping Tent. A strange modular house. It appears its inhabitants dismantle it every morning. Portable Tent. A movable tent. The interior is warmer than one might think. Raised Floor House. A raised house to prevent bugs and mice from entering, though it didn't work very well. Raised Temple. Intended to be raised even higher, but this was the technological limits at the time of construction. Thatched Roof House. A house with a huge eye-catching roof. It almost never leaks. Island House. A place where island residents live. It actually has automatic locks. Log Cabin. A house utilizing the warm natural atmosphere of wood. Optimal for a relaxing lifestyle in a forest. Traditional Snow House. Built by brilliant craftspeople. Even when pummeled by snow, the structure will never collapse. Pit House. A house boasting a fantastic mechanism to keep cool in winter and warm to keep cool in summer and warm in winter. Desert Mansion. Zane always gets inside somehow. They might remove the windows altogether. Dry Desert House. Sprawl out on the rooftop and gaze at the moon. It's the best. Sandy Desert House. Santa Claus famously crashed into the raised roof after mistaking it for a chimney. Rough Desert House. Even the owner hasn't found a way to climb to that second floor yet. Gritty Desert House. There is sand all over the floor constantly. This phenomenon resulted in its undesirable name. Igloo. A large house sculpted from snow. This one is an upscale design of a slide attached. Doghouse. A house where a dog lives. It wants a door to block out the freezing winter temperatures. Bird's nest. A house for a bird made from branches and other tree materials. It also features an ingredient used in luxury gourmet food. Birdcage. A house for a tiny birdie, somewhat cramped, but there's food in a bed. Aquarium. A house for fish whose walls are totally transparent. Their inhabitants have no privacy whatsoever. Mushroom house. A grape-flavored house nobody approaches because it looks like a poisonous mushroom. Cottage. A house of a roof that is challenging to climb. One wrong step will send you tumbling to the ground. Lodge. A house inhabited by earthlings wearing fluffy clothes from head to toe, commonly found in cold environments. Pierre residence. This family traveled overseas together for the first time a few weeks ago. William residence. This family always eats out once a week. They usually visit a ramen joint. Joseph residence. This family's curfew is 4 p.m. The kids are starting to complain about this. Rudolph residence. A house of excessively large windows. You can pretty much see everything inside. Croissant building. This building gets its name from its owner's love for croissants. European house. A house from which splendid voices can be heard singing each night. Goldman estate. The owner, although wealthy, has fewer friends now. It's a lonely life. Tyler residence. The rooftop can be used as a heliport. However, a helicopter has yet to visit. Arthur residence. The children have made dents in the balcony flooring 3 times in the past due to roughhousing. Adams residence. This family loves Japanese food enough to visit a sushi restaurant without fail each weekend. Lloyd residence. The eldest son is receiving tons of praise lately. He's finally doing his homework all by himself. Brown residence. All the kids are entering their rebellious stage at the same time. That they're causing trouble for the parents. Stores. Rental shop. A lot of those look very similar. A shop that lends all sorts of things. You might even be able to rent some cool Japanese hakama pants. Thrift store. A shop selling only clothing people wore already. You may find a lucky bargain here. Tea dealer. A shop that sells delicious tea. Apparently each tea has its own unique character. Variety store. A store selling tools to use at home. If anything breaks, you should go here. Eatery. A place where you can eat delicious food. It seems they have a secret menu that only regulars know about. Fruit shop. It looks like they might sell sweet treats, but only watermelons and other fruits line the shop. Pharmacy. The all-purpose drugstore. You should listen to the shopkeeper and not choose something so willy-nilly. Out of business shop. This store is already closed. You wonder what kind of shop it was. Soba shop. A shop where you can eat delicious soba noodles. The pleasant smell of soba greets you as you pass by. Miscellaneous goods store. A store selling small items like lipstick, accessories, and toothbrushes, and more. Yeah, that's all the same model, it's just recolored. It even has the same, like, pickup size. That's funny. Soba stand. A vendor that carries this and serves soba noodles. They seem to operate after other shops close. Carpenter shop. A shop with craftsmen who repair broken parts of your house. Bookstore. A shop that also sells scrolls for learning ninjutsu. Ninjas are regular customers. Fish market. Only the freshest fish are stocked here, making it very popular with sushi restaurants. Rice shop. A fun shop that makes bread mochi and rice crackers using rice. Doll store. Every type of doll is for sale, from cute ones to scary ones. Boat rental. A shop that rents boats. It's good to visit here if you're aiming for a big catch at sea. Money exchange shop. A store that looks like an old bank. You can deposit or borrow money here. Tea house. A shop often used as a meeting spot for Edo-era people. Shipping agency. A facility near a port where goods are handled and shipped to get their papers authorized. Sushi stall. Affordable sushi can be eaten here. Apparently there's a hidden ramen menu too. Tempura stall. They're offering a service where they'll fry whatever you bring into tempura. Barley tea stand. During the hot summer, there's a service time where they hand out barley tea for free. Palm reader. An earthling who can read fortunes from palm lines. Oddly, they can't seem to read their own fortune. Produce store. A shop selling delicious veggies. They pride themselves on freshness. Pottery store. A shop selling plates and vases. It's impossible to count all the no running signs here. Edo barber shop. This is where people used to get haircuts. The barbers here obviously specialize in the top knot. Umbrella and paper lantern shop. A store selling umbrellas and paper lanterns, just what you need on a rainy day. Household goods store. A shop selling a variety of handy tools such as brooms and baskets. Timber shop. This place only sells wood. They won't make anything wooden for you, though. Edo transport service. Your first stop for anything transport related. This place can prepare a horse or deliver letters for you. Echigoya kimono store. A store widely popular with fashion-loving earthlings during the Edo period. Dango store. If you order 10 sticks of dango dumplings, they'll pound your shoulders to relieve stress as a free bonus. What? Fabric store. That's the same model. Just retextured a little bit. A store selling various kimono and fabrics. They don't sell accessories. Red sunshade. A tent with red cloth. A sweet fragrance can be smelled from underneath. Blue sunshade. A tent with blue cloth. A refreshing fragrance can be smelled from underneath. Shrine office. Even if your fortune is bad, never take your anger out on others. Mask stall. There was a wide selection of masks here until they sold out. They're just too popular. Shaved ice stand. A stall selling shaved ice, an item desperately needed during the hot summer months. The strawberry flavor is all the rage. Grilled corn stand. A stall selling grilled vegetables with yellow bits. It used a fragrant scent to draw earthlings near. Candy apple stall. A stall selling apples coated in a sweet liquid substance. Takoyaki stand. A stall selling food containing octopus. Chow down on a freshly prepared specimen to thoroughly burn your mouth. Shooting game stall. A skilled sniper successfully shot down every single target. Blue stall. A stall which offers half-price discount when it rains. Rainy season puts them in terrible debt. Orange stall. A store that hands over your items accompanied by an encouraging message. Wait. A store that hands over your items accompanied by encouraging messages. Welcome mat. Welcomes customers with open arms, only to get stomped on. How rude is that? Price sign. 980 yen. The unveiling of this price sign will trigger a swarm of earthlings rushing to buy the entire stock. Meat section. Oddly, one of the last items I found. Today, one can purchase meat for cheaper than the usual listed price. Produce section. This can be usually found next to fresh produce. Today's price sign. This indicates a price change depending on the day. Even cheaper? How fabulous. Market. A place lively from the morning hours, when people shout out to customers to promote their items for sale. Chinese restaurant menu. Looks like they started a new value menu with reasonable prices. Cafe. A relaxing space in the city where you can find people studying or sleeping. Restaurant. A store popular enough to generate a long line around noon. Bread is unlimited during lunchtime. Flower store. Even if you don't want to buy any flowers, the irresistible fragrance draws you in. Clock store. Although they sell clocks, they will never sell you the time you've lost. That's a good description. Butcher shop. A popular store with a selection of fresh meats. The croquettes sell out like hotcakes. Bakery. A store baking bread from the early hours of the morning. That's when customers flock here in search of a freshly baked specimen. Fruit store. A totally fruity store. They're struggling to decide whether to sell tomatoes. Napkins. Try to grab only one, and another will certainly come along with it. They must be scared to be alone. Burger case. A thin yet sturdy case, cannot be used as a chair or desk. Facilities. Cosmic Space Center. A casual, easygoing base facility where the ins and outs of outer space are researched. Launch pad. This structure enjoys gossiping with the rocket before takeoff. What? Mini circus tent. A structure under which one can enjoy thrilling, exciting performances. Gazebo. A rest area found in spacious gardens and parks, likely to be situated in a location with a view. Picnic table. Anywhere you see this object is bound to have exciting scenery, or have excellent scenery. Log. When it becomes a desk, will it become a desk or a chair? This object is eagerly awaiting its destiny. Wooden steps. Kids often play a game where they hop up and down stairs depending on who wins rock, paper, scissors. Stage. This object is busy day after day supporting people dedicated to maintaining world peace and singing songs about doing so. Fairy tale fountain. When the water runs out, the girl in the middle can leave and go wherever. Fountain. This fountain is inhabited by a goddess with an abundant stock of gold and silver axes. Monastery. A magnificent historical building. Inside, there are magnificent historical people. Well pump. A convenient mechanism that sucks up water. Having this or not... Wow, okay, thank you, pop-up, okay. Having this or not having this makes a huge difference. Well. A hole from which groundwater can be obtained. Ghosts decide to live here sometimes. Hand pump. Extracts water from underground. Operating this tool can also double as a strength training exercise. Wishing well. A mysterious hole from which clean water arises. Humans emerge from here sometimes too. Earthen bridge. It looks like it's made of earth, but it's actually reinforced with wood. Mega bridge. Super sturdy and stands up strong even when a large crowd of people up top. Canal bridge. Sturdy and stable even in the roughest of rainstorms due to the power of many bricks combined. Red bridge. This amazing object's presence alone beautifies the surrounding scenery. Gravestone. A grave of a message carved in the stone. These words are meant to convey gratitude. Headstone. A stone placed to protect the memory of a deceased earthling. Their soul has now left this hole to roam around as a ghost. Pagoda-shaped grave marker. A grave topped with an umbrella-style roof. Perhaps the earthling buried here loved the rain. Daimyo headstone. A fancy grave belonging to an important earthling. Because it stands out. All the ghosts and monsters use it as a meeting spot when they hang out. Monk grave. A grave where a Jizo is buried. Looks like its pleasant face. Looking at its pleasant face calms the nerves. High raised tower. A building that lets you look far into the distance from a high spot. It's hard to climb up. Food storage house. A building for storing food, equipped with mechanisms to fend off intruders. Japanese theater. A noisy building from which "Hiya!" in whoosh can be heard all day long. Whoosha! Governor's office. A place where the government office, police station, and courthouse are combined. If you do something bad, you'll be taken there. First they tie him, then they try him, then they fry him. Encampment. A versatile building that seems to serve various functions. Command post. It's a bit grander now that it's longer, but still too small to be called a castle. Lodging post. A useful building where you can eat, nap, and do various other things. Edo guardhouse. A place to keep watch for bad guys. You can see everything from the top of that ladder. Gatehouse. A structure used by those brave workers defending the streets late at night. Second. Daimyo Inn. An inn for only the higher-ups. Provides the best service you could possibly imagine. Daimyo Inn Backup. This inn can be used by ordinary folks too. The daimyo will fight each other over the rooms. Cheap Inn. This is where people stayed back in the day. You have to bring your own food as they don't have anything for guests. Fireman's Lodging Post. An old-style fire station. There are people here waiting to extinguish your house fire. Guardhouse. This facility specializes in interrogation. You can't keep any secrets here. Inn. A building inside which travelers may rest for a reasonable price. They provide a free breakfast. Japanese-style inn. A slightly more luxurious inn. You need a reservation to stay here. Bell tower. The bell was lost somehow. The monks are frantically searching everywhere for it. Covered well. This well has grown tired of all the ghosts living inside of it. Purification fountain. You should wash your hands here more thoroughly than you normally do. Garden pavilion. A convenient structure where earthlings take shelter from the rain or enjoy brief rests. Notice board. A place with various promises written on tags. Don't put up your own or you'll get in trouble. Outhouse. An ancient open-air toilet. We wish they could cover it up a little more. Offering box. Pay money here before you pray. The chances of your wish coming true are not affected by the amount you give. Fire watchtower. A grand structure that watches over the town's peace. It offers a view that stretches far. Chinese bell tower. Many humans gather here to have unfiltered discussions. Tall bell tower. A resident on the top floor feels sorry for making the delivery guy climb all those stairs. Partitions. Primitive log fence. A partition twined with grass. It won't be long before this object is entirely covered in grass. Log fence. Cows dwelling on farms dream of jumping over this someday. Farm railing. A partition assembled with logs, sturdy enough to avoid falling over when animals run into it. Fence. A partition so easily jumpable that everyone wants to try jumping over it. Wooden fence. This fence is wobbly, as it was built by a novice. It breaks apart in different places sometimes. Long wooden fence. An ugly partition. The excuse is that there wasn't enough wood to go around. Pine wood fence. A partition made of pine wood. Cats can freely pass through the gaps. Picket fence. A wooden fence with beautiful grain. The longer it stands, the sturdier it becomes. Bamboo railing. Simply lining these up will produce a relaxing space for you to feel at ease. Steel fence. A kind-hearted fence with slender, attractive legs that lets smaller objects pass through the wide gaps. Stone fence. This fence brags about how tremendously sturdy it is compared to an average fence. Mini bamboo fence. A partition made of assembled bamboo. It looks like you could jump over it, but you might get scolded. Barbed fence. Some horses have the goal of being... Why are so many of these descriptions about jumping fences? Wait. Some horses have the goal of being able to jump over this. Long house gate. Many buildings have a similar entrance, even when closed. Cats still sneak through the gaps. Bamboo fence. A partition assembled from split bamboo. A certain tongue twister mentioned this object several times. Standing screen. A partition used to hide things you don't want to be seen. Unlike a folding screen, it can't be folded. Steel bars. A rusty iron partition in some places. If you shake it hard enough, some parts might just come loose. Western fence. Often kicked down by earthlings who wish to make a dramatic entrance. Partition. A wall made from wood. Be careful, it's easy to knock over. Half partition. A wooden wall which has been split in half. If you wish to use several at once, don't use the half-sized ones. Broken partition. Even in this broken state, it still accomplishes its mission as a partition. Broken half partition. You can't use this to conceal anything because of all the gaps. Belaying pin rail. This is where you fit the belaying pin securely. Wait, this is where you fit the belaying pin securely. Securing the ropes of a ship. Perfect size to act as a fishing pole stand. Encampment barrier. Anyone who enters here without permission doesn't get away unscathed. Freestand shield. A fabulous object that protects you from outside forces. Wooden and therefore cannot withstand fire. Edo wall. Some people even grease these walls to prevent thieves from intruding. Edo wall corner. If you can run atop these walls without making a sound, congratulations, you're a full-fledged ninja. Large Edo wall. Built along the town streets. They are replaced daily, but nobody notices. Wait, seriously? Beside screen. A tool that protects you from the cold wind. It helps you sleep well. Oh, bedside screen. Wooden wall. A partition made from wood, intended to prevent animals from getting through, but some can slip through underneath. Bamboo blind. A partition to help block out those hot rays of sunlight. It even allows the flow of wind. What an amazing piece of engineering. Bathhouse curtain. Pass under these flags to enter a world of rest and relaxation. Ship rail. Many a pirate may have walked across here to test their courage. Diagonal ship rail. This object does not want to be used as a slide. Ghost ship railing. The railing of an old ghost ship. It's so worn out that it could collapse at any moment. Ghost ship fence. This fence once feared ghosts, but got used to them upon daily exposure. Support pillar. A pillar supporting the ship's fencing. People make scribbles on it too. Stake. A pointy log intended to prevent intruders from entering a castle or village. Belaying pin. A pin around which you wind rope used on a ship. This is not a bowling pin. Post. This log was born already sticking up from the ground, only to be chopped up and stuck back in the ground where it belongs. Stone picket. Out of pure boredom, it complains about its inability to move. It's never even moved a day in its life. Bamboo bundle. They apparently use lots of these to make a barrier against matchlock guns. Cinder block. Stacked up alongside friends in all kinds of places, their sense of utility is unrivaled. Stone wall. Many stones supporting one another to avoid falling, by the power of friendship. Hedge wall. These plants require haircuts sometimes, just like humans. Angled shrubbery. Suffered a bad haircut recently, embarrassed to be seen at the moment. Entrances and exits. Swinging doors. This unstable object will continue swinging back and forth long after welcoming the customer. This is another item, by the way, that required you to get to an absurd size within the level it's in order to pick it up. Like, I mean absurdly large, to a degree that you practically had to do, like, exploits to, like, gain size even past when you should be able to. Yeah, the level this one is in has, like, my favorite song in the series, so I didn't mind playing it over and over again, but, like, I am really glad this was patched. Oh my god. This item might have made me not want to make this video at one point, but yeah, we got it now. Sliding door. A door that can only be opened by sliding it. Soji screen. A door made from thin paper. You can't lock it, so avoid having secretive conversations. Sliding door. Cherry blossoms. Reparative cherry blossom decorated paper after being damaged with finger-poked holes. Sliding door. Paper fan. A door acting as a partition to separate rooms. Fragile and less easy to poke holes into. Sliding door. Wave pattern. A door decorated with a never-ending wave pattern. Staring will cause the imagination of produce the sounds of crashing. The imagination to produce the sound of crashing waves. Small sliding door. A sliding door for very small rooms. Treasure supposedly lies behind these. Stone gate. A stone sign with mysterious letters. It's probably the entrance to somewhere. Edo gate. If thieves try to slyly wiggle through here, the door will act on its own and send them flying back. Shrine gate. When crossing under this gate, you should be aware of proper etiquette and bow once before passing through. Inari Shrine Gate. Shrines usually have just one of these, however some have hundreds. Leafy Arch. A gate made from leaves. Whoever walks under this will be attacked by bugs. Pier. This hard worker stands tall even on rainy days and windy days and fulfills the job it was built to perform. Short pier. A baby bridge in growth stages, only able to support the weight of 2 earthlings right now. Long pier. Slightly grown-up bridge, strong enough to carry just people, but it can't handle heavy freight yet. Boat dock. A place where boats rest. Many boats dream of going ashore someday. Hole. A phenomenon produced when you uproot something from the ground. Perfect place to hide when you're embarrassed. Duct. This specimen just so happens to be alone right now, but they're often found in groups of 3. Chinese gate. Shouts of kung fu can be heard near this passageway. Infrastructure. Another small category, okay. Primitive traffic signal. A strange device where the important part doesn't light up. People tend to stop for no reason. Wooden lamppost. A pillar from which bright objects hang. Unidentifiable items can occasionally be found hanging here. Arowana Highway. Currently under construction with the sincere intention of improving convenience for tax-paying citizens. That's nice. Chimera Highway. Cars using this road gain a meddlesome function allowing them to move on their own, and they can even handle curves. Lancetfish Highway. If you piece these together, you could easily build a road leading wherever you please. Future Highway. A futuristic roadway equipped with a cover to block 100% of ultraviolet rays. Japanese Bridge. There is a capacity limit because of the creaky sound it makes when too many people cross it. Suspension Bridge. Rumor has it your love may blossom if you walk across here. Suspension Bridge Brace. If you grab this and shake the bridge, some Earthlings will be highly angered. Don't do it. Places. Ugisu Town. Ninja apprentices all live in a group. If you enter without asking, they'll chase you out. Hototo Gisu Town. A place where Earthlings train to become samurai. Be careful when visiting, you could be sliced at any given time. Wild Town. The people in this town don't care if they drop food on the floor. They eat it anyway. Good Town. There is absolutely no litter here. You'll never see crows in this town. Surprise Town! This town sees multiple flash mobs every day. Nobody's phased anymore. What? Dog Town. This town is famous because all the residents have dogs. Future City. A city everyone dreams of visiting, with a breath of the future apparent in its design and architecture. You know, this here was kind of a disappointment for me for this game. In a game about time travel, I'm kind of shocked there wasn't a far future world. Instead, there was just, like, a far future, like, area in the final level, and that was kind of it. I don't know. Cyber City. This city has the best cybersecurity to combat any cyber attack. Techno City. Yes, every resident here is forced to listen to techno music. Mushroom City. A city sprawling with chick structures, once featured in a certain magazine. The People. Not sure why they gather, but it seems they're together simply because they feel lonely. This has always been one of my favorite items in the series. It's just everyone. If you juggle in the street, clumps of people like this will suddenly pop up around you. Ginger Crane Town. The greatest samurai live around here. Rookies hoping for internships are lined up for miles. Turtle Dove Town. Ninjas hide in all the nooks and crannies of this town. If you commit any wrongdoings, you'll get caught immediately. Flycatcher Town. Famous for its sushi speed eating contest. The record is 300 pieces in 1 hour. Tuna City. Sushi and sashimi are reasonably priced here because the fishermen catch loads and loads of tuna. Flying Squirrel District. There is an absurd number of flying squirrels in the sky here, enough to block the sunlight. Peacock District. For some reason, people with colorful clothes flock here. Striving to be the flashiest in town, they gradually become more and more colorful. Dugon District. Everyone loves the mascot here, the Dugon, loved and praised for its twisted behavior. Toucan District. The plaza is flooded with people during big fireworks festivals held here every summer. Pheasant District. This fun town has a popular attraction where you can ride down a spiral hill in a wagon. Firecracker District. A place that is full of bartering, even though a large population of Earthlings dwell here. Condor District. When we eat a hamburger, we use this district as a plate. It's the perfect shape. Llama District. Gained independence from the main surface layer, stubborn and determined to grow bigger on its own. Sea Turtle District. Droves of sea turtles come here to lay eggs because of the low crime rate. Automatic Island. This island automatically caters to your needs from morning to night. Everyone living here becomes quite lazy. Orichalcum Town. Presently, there are more robots than humans living here. I love giant items that have pickup requirements like this, where it's all just the same number. Like, you gotta look at something like this. How did they land on this number exactly? What, did 31 centimeters and 5 millimeters, would that have ruined the artistic integrity? Like, some of these seem so arbitrary, it's kind of funny to me. Swallow Island. A famous soccer player was born on this island, which made all the headlines. Budgie Isle. Highly popular with tourists because they can chat with wild budgies. Parrot Isle. The parrots will imitate all conversations happening here. Don't even bother trying whispering. Rooster Isle. Living here will naturally change you into an early birdie, recommended for those with a habit of tardiness. Advertising. Signpost. A wooden sign filled with important information. Unfortunately, the letters are too sloppy to read. Kimono shop sign. People who want to dress up should visit the shop. Should visit the shop with this sign. Shipping facility sign. Is the text on the sign the same too? Kinda hard to tell. A marker for a wildly busy facility loading and unloading luggage day after day. Household goods store sign. A marker for a store selling convenient home tools. You can buy this sign too. Timber shop sign. A marker for a store selling wood. As one would expect, the manager built this sign himself. Edo Transport Service sign. If you need help transporting luggage, stop wherever you see this sign. They are famous for efficiency. Edo Waterhouse sign. If you ever want a short break, look for this sign to satisfy your desires. Bookstore sign. When a small earthling finds this, they go into the store. Edo Barbershop sign. If you ever want a top knot, look for this sign. The barbers here will hook you up with the latest samurai top knot styles. Stewed cuisine sign. An establishment selling various stewed dishes. There is a set meal that changes daily. Rice dealer sign. If you buy 10 kilometers of rice, the store will give you free rice bread. Display menu. Lists the price of different menu items at this restaurant. Everything is a bit pricey. Fish store sign. One may buy freshly caught flopping fish wherever this flag is set up. All-you-can-eat banner. Eating establishments with this flag allow you to eat as much as you desire. On sale banner. This flag gives you the urge to buy something you previously had no interest in. Tea house banner. Placed at the entrance of a rest stop. Even if you're not tired, it's tempting to make a quick stop here. Farm fresh sign. Near this sign you will find vegetables and fruits which scurried here in a hurry. What? Takoyaki sign. Features a witty drawing of an octopus to convey how tasty this takoyaki really is. Candy apple sign. Upon seeing this at a festival, you will be attacked with a desire to buy one. The sweet and sour taste is irresistible. Palmistry sign. Your destiny is waiting to be revealed beyond this sign. Barbershop sign. You can find this outside of establishments providing earthlings with lovely hairstyles. News broadsheet. The hottest gossip of the town, all compiled on a single sheet of paper. They sometimes include pictures, too. Sushi advertisement. A terrifying piece of paper that makes anyone who sees it think only about sushi. Price tag. 98 yen. This feels very cheap, but it's only 2 yen cheaper than the original price. This was a hard item to find, too, because, it's, stuck to a surface to a point that it just looks like it's part of another item. It was very confusing. I had to use a magnet for this one. New release! New products are not necessarily good, yet everyone is magnetically drawn to them. Snow cone sign. Nonchalantly hanging outside of stores selling ice in varying flavors. Dude, this game, reading these is making me want a snow cone again, oh my god. Yakitori shop lantern. A red lamp often hung wherever they sell meat on a stick. Blowfish model. Although it's a fish, it floats around town. A strange one. That's a very simple, very good description. Guidance. Western signpost. Signs posted where landmarks split in different directions. Where shall we go? The decision is up to you. Waterway marker. A sign to inform sailors of a route that ships can pass through. The sign itself is bored from always standing here. No stealing cows sign. A sign with common sense written on it. You must never steal cows. Katamari sign. Seeing this should be a reminder to aim for magnificence. Vertical banner. Simply glancing at this passionate flag will ignite your fiery fighting spirit. You are here. A sign indicating your current location, reliable for those times when you are lost. Nameplate. The name written on it is apparently not the name of the house itself. Plaque. Place this before an object to make it look fancier than it actually is. Stone map. A map with the entire village pictured. With this, one can easily locate each touristy photo spot. Mother sign. Seeing the sign does not necessarily indicate there is a mother nearby. Nature sign. This sign was apparently a product of nature. Flag buoy. A little flag floating in the ocean to act as a route marker. It thoroughly enjoys being rocked by big waves. Map. You don't know where you are? Then you messed up. You're supposed to open the map before you get lost. Treasure map. An old paper marked with the location of treasure. Perhaps someone buried a time capsule. Voyage map. A map to prevent you from losing track of your destination during a journey at sea, used in combination with a compass. Over 20 centimeters. A comfortable height for a smallish animal to hop over. Over 45 centimeters. Determined to keep out any object smaller than itself, but becomes the smaller party rather quickly. Over 50 centimeters. Don't be satisfied after reaching this milestone. Your Katamari can grow much, much larger than this. Over 80 centimeters. This may appear jumpable, but it's probably not. Over 1.5 meters. You can surpass this if you learn the know-how of Katamari enlargement. Over 3 centimeters. You shall never be allowed to cross this path with a half-baked Katamari. Over 12 centimeters. A partition which will certainly be rolled up once your Katamari enlarges. Over 60 centimeters. We can only imagine how hard you work to reach this size. Those are two big categories back to back. Alright, plants. Fir tree. Snooze beneath this tree on a day with perfect weather to experience the best nap of your life. Grape tree. A grape tree. The ripened grapes are rather sour. Savanna tree. A relatively massive tree. It still wants somebody to watch over it during its upcoming growth spurt. Decorative tree. A tree that takes its job seriously, standing neatly lined up along the road. Tree. Just tree. A kind-hearted tree who grew to the perfect shape for hanging a swing from its branch. Tree swing tree, but is it less perfect at that than, or more perfect than the... It's the same model! What the... I'm confused. The perfect tree for hanging a swing. No matter how violently you swing, this tree won't budge. Big tree. A shared space for all animals and insects to coexist. They fight amongst each other at times. Huge tree. Grew very big lately, which is causing its ego to grow very big as well. Gigantic tree. Bugs come to suck up its sap in the summer, which apparently tickles unbearably. Pine tree. If you bump into this tree, creatures lurking in the branches may fall on you. Large pine tree. A tree specially engineered to have this fluffy appearance. If you neglect trimming, it will become a tangled mess. Willow. Seemingly sulking after having a bad day. Gets along with ghosts. Palm tree. Often found near the beach, provides delicious milk, even though it's not a cow. I could see this series with a description like that counting it as one, though, if you know what I mean. Spherical tree. A round, neatly trimmed tree. The landscaper must have worked really, really hard. Conifer. Wears spikes to express its rebellious nature. Speaks its mind without holding back. Dark conifer. A tree that imitates others with its pointy leaves to avoid being chopped down, or intimidates others. Ginkgo leaf. A leaf that dyed the ground yellow. Some birds use this to fan themselves. Ginkgo tree. A tree with conspicuous leaves that are completely yellow. The nuts they drop are fairly stinky. Huge ginkgo tree. A massive yellow tree. These drop bigger, stinkier ginkgo nuts as well. Maple leaf. A leaf which turns red or yellow in autumn. You can also eat it pickled and fried. Maple tree. Famous for the distinct shape of its leaves. Also the inspiration for the shape of some famous Japanese sweets. Huge maple tree. A beautiful tree. Perfect for any autumn season postcard. Earthlings never stop flocking to these landmarks for sightseeing. Cherry blossom branch. Place these decorations in the corner of any Japanese-style room to give it a much-needed touch of fanciness. Cherry blossom tree. Put this in a Japanese-style room if you want no room for anything else. Many earthlings gather under these trees in the springtime. It's a bit of a nuisance. Peach tree. A large tree that produces cute pink fruit. Brings a sweet smell to any forest. Tall wintry tree. Makes its body narrow like this to dump accumulated snow onto the ground. Round wintry tree. Wants to be a cherry blossom tree. Unfortunately, come spring, pink flowers will inevitably fail to bloom. Winter conifer. Upon being kicked, this revengeful tree will angrily dump snow on you to get even. White birch. I love birch trees. A snow-white tree perfect for wintry landscapes. It hides very well, cloaked in snow. Baobab tree. A large tree who lives a very long life. It is becoming quite forgetful lately. Jurassic tree. A tree often planted at tropical resorts. Enjoys being lined up around its own kind. High tree. Even a large sturdy tree like this can be easily trampled by a dinosaur. Banana tree. A tree that grows bananas, but it's actually a grass, not a tree. Lily pad. A leaf that enjoys joyfully floating atop the water's surface. Appears to enjoy a life of fun spinning around and around. Giant lily pad. A huge leaf that enjoys joyfully floating atop the water's surface. Often used as a stepping stone across water. I would not recommend doing that in real life. Like, it is just a leaf at the end of the day. Thin tall grass. There's no wind, so any movement in these grasses means bugs or animals are inside. Tall grass. A common hiding spot for hide and seek, thus rather easy to find anyone hiding there. Thin grass. Secretly criticized by bugs and animals for being such an awful hiding spot. Tiny cactus. A cutesy cactus of a flower, although small, the spikes hurt. Paddle cactus. The exterior prickles will hurt you, sold in some regions as foodstuff. Wild cactus. Once offered free hugs to anyone willing, but nobody was willing. Mini tree. This tree is suitable to hide behind when you're running away from something. Don't let your butt stick out. Bush. This looks like it could roll away, but it's stuck firmly into the ground. Pointy shrubbery. Crows always manage to get themselves stuck on these, and they've apparently had enough. Garden shrub. A plant used for decorating large gardens. It's perfectly round due to careful, frequent maintenance. Green plant. A leaf that herbivore creatures love to eat. The mild bitterness supposedly makes it tasty. Yucca. A plant with sharp, pointy leaves that spike out in all directions. Cattail. A grass growing in ponds or marshes, used to make fuel and medicine. Bamboo grass. A grass which grows in the mountains, also used to decorate fancy cooking. Rice plant. A plant supporting the lifestyles of many earthlings, truly of love or else it will not grow. Rice plant bundle. They compete amongst themselves to see which can grow larger, or largest. Plum branch. A visual notification that spring has sprung, features pretty red flowers. Horsetail. A cute little object that pops up from the ground to check on the outside world when it gets warm. Acorn. A nut wearing a hat. You can make a spinning top by simply stabbing it with toothpicks. Clover. Some people possess alien powers that allow them to pick up several four-leaf specimens out of the crowd with ease. Reeds. This grass is the perfect height for jump training. Bamboo internode. Bamboo cut to a desirable length between nodes. This convenient item can be used to cook rice in, or even as a dish. Bamboo. This is what bamboo shoots look like fully grown. These apparently birth tiny princesses sometimes. Pitcher plant. Appears to be a convenient bag for holding items. However, it contains a dreadful liquid capable of melting bugs. Potted ivy. A plant that continuously grows downwards. It lacks motivation to achieve new heights in life. Garden plant. Not a full-fledged tree just yet, it is still lacking in size and life experience. Garden plant, medium. This plant appreciates the hard work put into its trimming, and it blooms pretty flowers to say thanks. Fluff. This object would prefer to receive a warning before you blow on it with all your might. Wheat. A miracle plant capable of transforming into all sorts of foods, including bread and or udon noodles. Dead tree. Snapped off some tree somewhere. We do not know whether this came from afar or close by. Big dead tree. A huge dead branch that blew in from somewhere. Groundskeepers hate these. Pampas grass. A piece of grass traditionally used as a decoration during moon viewing events. Dango dumplings are more popular, though. Log bundle. A material for starting fires. This can also be used for a traditional Japanese pole toppling game. Mushroom. We understand the color is very vivid and appealing, but be careful, some mushrooms are dangerous to even touch. Mushroom. Large. It absorbed too many nutrients from the soil to achieve this astronomical size. Gigantic mushroom. Its color makes it appear poisonous, but it's actually super delicious. Mushroom. XXXL. A surprisingly gigantic mushroom. Colorful, handsome, and tasty. Fairy mushroom. A mushroom with a color that seems straight out of a fairy tale. You're supposed to admire it, and therefore you cannot eat it. Flat mushroom. A mushroom that has a cap which grew flat. You can use it as a shelf. Miracle mushroom. This greedy mushroom inhaled far too much of Earth's natural energy. Red hemp ball. The time spent rolling around is the only time this object can forget all the aches and pains in life. Blue hemp ball. Alright, right, there's a tumbleweed level. That's where a lot of these ball plants come from. This object dreams of gaining the strength to roll around by itself without relying on wind. Green hemp ball. This linen ball spends each day rolling and rolling, aspiring to someday roll up everything in its path like a katamari. Orange hemp ball. This linen ball rolls around on the ground day in and day out, striving to be a better linen ball. Tumbleweed. Plants have finally started playing Katamari Damacy too. Big tumbleweed. It became this large by collecting all sorts of debris and weeds. Surprise tumbleweed. After several hardships and struggles, this tumbleweed reached an extraordinary size. Flower tumbleweed. Cheerful and rolls around while giving off a pleasant fragrance. Giant flower tumbleweed. So many fragrant flowers gathered on this that it ended up smelling too strong. Spiny tumbleweed. It looks spiky and painful, but it's actually soft and squishy. Giant spiny tumbleweed. Spiny and often avoided by others, but surprisingly soft. No need to worry. Cactus ball. Playing soccer with this would be very dangerous. Giant cactus ball. Playing a giant ball rolling game with this would be highly dangerous. Mysterious fuzzball. Sometimes clings perfectly to clothes or pants. A mysterious little fuzzball. Giant fuzzball. A giant fuzzball that remains surprisingly light even when it grows, said to bring happiness if found. Mini grass ball. A small cute thing that loves rolling around the yard. Grass clump. The perfect hiding place for hide and seek. Nobody can find you, but you'll be joined by several bugs. Nature. World tree. A large tree providing heaps of happiness to everyone in the world. In spite of its size, nobody has ever seen it before. Grove. A cluster of trees. They're not very close together, or perhaps they don't like each other. Woods. Some of these grow taller just to access even a speck of sunlight. Jungle. A discordant forest consistently rampart with noisy characters. Coniferous forest. A forest of countless upward spikes. These spikes suited sharp personality. Winter coniferous forest. After being buried in snow, it's not so cold anymore. Waits frozen in place until spring. Red leaf forest. Blushed and turned red from embarrassment when everyone started looking at it. Yellow leaf forest. This forest emits a distinct scent of some sort. There are tons of fallen berries on the ground. Cherry forest. A splendidly colored forest from which lively laughter and cheers can be heard. Stone Door Rock. Beyond this rock lies a vast world. Big Pebble. Slightly larger than surrounding pebbles. It trips people up, but not on purpose. Rocks. A group of rocks that got stuck together, unwilling to let go. They have combined into a single unit. Pointy Garden Rock. A large boulder standing at the center of the garden, looking all majestic. Robust Garden Rock. Is that the same model just flipped on its side? This boulder is lying down due to a stomachache, snores on occasion. Bedrock. A rugged layer of rock supporting the Earth's surface, cannot be shoveled with an ordinary shovel. Blue bedrock. A cluster of rocks dyed blue. The texture is like that of clay. Purple bedrock. Rock which has seemingly been soaked in grape juice. The color is its only unique feature. Brown bedrock. A relatively large rock. It's shaped like a flower petal, but it's thick and hard. Pink bedrock. A boulder clump which emits a sweet scent injected with strawberry nectar. Cracked bedrock. Looks like nothing more than a tasty shrimp cracker. Upon taking a nibble, however, our teeth suffered greatly. Goblin Shark Island. This mystery island used to be crowded with people, but they all suddenly left. Nautilus Island. A narrow island which once sank into the ocean. However, it grew tired of being underwater and returned to the surface. Lotus Root Island. This place was once very holy, but the inhabitants worked hard to cover the holes up. Giggle Bear Island. A remote island of a declining population. No, there are no giggling bears here. Mount Magnet. This mountain got its name from the way it's stuck to other mountains to grow in size. Mount Olympus. This towering mountain is scheduled to grow even taller in the coming centuries. Mount Ginger. A pretty mountain with crystal clear air. A gingerly aroma can be faintly smelled here. Cockle Island. Flip this over to find countless giant isopods stuck to the bottom. Tsunami Island. Birds rule over this island, so you are not allowed to visit. They will peck at your head if you approach. City Ruins. This used to be a thriving city, yet in the blink of an eye it became a vacant lot. Anchor Island. Inhabitants from the depths of Earth sometimes come up to say hello. It's a frequent occurrence. Dokudami Island. This island popped up to check on the surface world. It never expected to elongate so much. Lily Island. Changes locations whenever it pleases, often disappears from the map altogether. Jewelweed Island. Lost its symmetric shape after a brawl with other islands, resulting in the loss of a large chunk. Begonia Island. This island is bored. Aside from counting airplanes, there's nothing to do. For the record, there were 2 planes yesterday. Udo Island. The treasure buried here would make you rich enough to party around for the rest of your life. Floating Island. An island floating gently atop the sea without a care in the world. Death Valley Rock. A place of a terrifying name. Summers are very hot. Take measure to prevent heat stroke. Oasis. A healing spot located in the desert. There is also a demand for these in the big city. Machu Picchu site. The ruins were supposed to be on the summit of this mountain. Where did they go? Celery Island. This former deserted island became inhabited again after receiving excessive fame on TV. A rare case indeed. Azalea Island. Although the land is deserted, there are many caverns, popular of explorers. Tsukushi Island. This island itself gets confused sometimes, as there are many other similar-looking islands. Radish Island. The 15 young boys who visited long ago have become full-fledged adults. Lily Bell Island. This island is currently advancing plans to slowly inch towards another island nation. To slowly inch towards another island nation and merge. Parsley Island. There's a large family of horses living here. The space is gradually becoming more cramped. Pea Island. The Earthlings living here are adept at blowing whistles. Willow Island. This island is pouting because all the visitors come for diving, with no other purpose. Fungus Island. Shroom hunters from another world flock to this island for its mushrooms. Larch Tree Island. Samurai gather here for some reason. They leave this island having gained several levels of experience. Pinky Island. This island claims to have witnessed a colossal monster emerge from the ocean. Chrysanthemum Island. An island frequently visited by surfers. The ancient ninjas surfed these waves as a form of training. Beansprout Island. Battles happen here quite often, but they usually fail to decide a victor. Desert. A sea of sand stretching deep into the horizon. Be careful, it may hurt your eyes. Desert. Okay. Underneath the sand lies extraordinary hidden treasure. Unfortunately, the area is too large and nobody's digging for it. Huge desert. No matter how much water you bring, it won't be enough. This place is too gigantic. There are relics sleeping beneath the sand. Mega Dunes. Someone built a sandcastle here, and it's remained ever since. Desert. Although hot during the day, this mysterious land grows cold come nightfall. Bud Island. This island always dreamed of becoming a continent before realizing it was impossible. Dandelion Island. Fluff from this island departed on a journey to spread dandelions all across the world. Cypress Island. Monkey figurines carved from cypress are popular souvenirs here. Cosmia Island. An island inhabited by a rare bug species. Many children come here on field trips. Stinky Island. It's brown right now, but this place turns yellow in the fall. Thorn Island. An island with a spiky ground. Without shoes, you won't be able to walk properly. Mount Camellia. The Yeti living here claims to have spotted Bigfoot. The Yeti and Bigfoot are not related. Mount Akane. The sand dunes that started developing on the beach eventually grew into this. Mount Wasabi. One old-age earthling cultivates wasabi here. The green area is all wasabi. Bristlegrass Island. Cats are fond of the grasses growing in abundance here. They meow loudly all day. Robinson Island. A certain family constructed an enormous mansion here all by themselves. This is where they live now. Ho-Hole Island. The islanders here have developed their own accent. They all speak really fast. Anemone Island. In spite of its nickname, the last paradise nobody really visits this island lately due to excessive heat. Sunflower Island. Tourists flock to this island to view its abundance of sunflowers. Mustard Island. The explorers explored a little too much. There's no more unknown territory to explore anymore. Red Bean Island. This plot of land has been divided into further plans to build housing. However, the construction has yet to begin. Morning Glory Island. The Morning Glory plants left behind over summer vacation all gathered here. Mugwort Island. This is a small island, so even the most trivial of rumors spread like wildfire. Plantain Island. Aliens washed up on these shores a while ago. They were spotted having a barbecue on the beach. Camellia Island. Snow falls year-round, so all the islanders live in igloos. Everyone wears warm, fluffy clothing. Ume Island. The other day, some researchers came to this island and researched the living daylights out of it. Peony Island. A lot of residents here can carve a perfect spiral from an apple peel. Hyacinth Island. Self-sufficiency is expected from all the islanders. Everyone works together to make a living here. That description kicked my butt. Also, hold on a second. There we are. Kana Island. There used to be a high-tech city here. Unknown devices are excavated from time to time. Pansy Island. A pro wrestler from this island won a championship belt recently. Crater. Someone crashed here and made a dent. That'll bruise for sure. Palm Tree Coast. A mystery life form washed up here and started reproducing. They're not a mystery anymore. Tulip Coast. A kind fisherman lives here. He gives away fish he caught for free. Ivy Island. To enter this island, you must climb a long strand of ivy to reach the top. Cherry Island. An island from which laughing voices are heard all night. During the day, everyone sleeps. Niagara Falls. Even a legitimate mountain hermit would advise against performing training rituals underneath this particular waterfall. The Grand Canyon. A work of art carved by nature itself over a long period of time. Green Island. Nobody mows the grass here. The grass is completely taken over. Soybean Island. Due to the variety of vegetables grown here, restaurants on this island boast 100 types of salads. Plum Island. A very large island. If an elephant jumped up and down, the island will remain structurally sound. Fur Island. An island where falling snow buries all the houses. Cheesy Island. In the past, many people lived bustling lives here. It's deserted now, though. Little Neck Beach. In the summer, sea turtle infants race each other to the ocean. Mountain Tunnel. There are supposedly spirits here. Kids with warped senses of adventure come here in the middle of the night. Cuckoo Island. There are currently plans in motion to construct an airport on this island. Spot-billed Isle. There are many animals living here, but not a single spot-billed duck. Owl Isle. Once a year, owls from across the world gather here for a conference. Crow Isle. The animals living here hibernate for most of the year. Peacock Isle. A ridiculously colorful Eden inhabited by a ridiculous population of peacocks. Eagle Isle. Due to extreme slipperiness, nobody is able to walk on this island. Skylark Isle. An extraordinarily tranquil island, the number of Earthlings wanted to move here is skyrocketing. Java Sparrow Isle. Litter here and you will be ejected from the island immediately. Canary Isle. For some reason, the islanders live in total silence here and avoid making sound. Quartz. A pretty rock living of a large goop inside a cave. Its hardness is the equivalent of that of a human tooth. Super huge rainbow. A dazzling arc bursting with colors. Cross through this gateway to discover happiness. Active volcano. Strongly insists on erupting at regular intervals to fulfill its duty. Large volcano. A mere snicker from this bothersome object could trigger a devastating eruption. Spiral rock. Climb to the top and slide all the way down in an instant. These sorts of thrilling activities are popular these days. Mount Sungan. Someone has been sleeping here in a seated position for nearly 4,000 years. Mount Fried Rice. Tons of mountain hermits have moved here. They're not such a rarity anymore. Vehicles. Washtub boat. You can ride in this leveled up laundry bucket to hunt shellfish, gather seaweed, or transport people. Small cargo boat. It'll take you many places, but it's very tipsy, so be careful not to fall off. Pleasure boat. A boat that is always lively and filled with cheerful voices. Log boat. The bottom is shaved down quite deep, giving your rear end a chilling sensation. Boat. A small ship people can ride. It will sink if too many people board. Bamboo leaf boat. A small boat made from bamboo leaves. It's fun to race them down the river. Papyrus boat. Just a bunch of papyrus gathered together, but it's a sturdy boat that won't sink even with several people on it. Ferry boat. A hard worker who transports luggage and people across the river and back. Swan boat. This looks like a fun little ride, but you will feel sore when you get off. Raft. Somebody left this on the beach. Where is the owner? What could they be doing now? Stone stroller. Babies who ride in this are said to grow up sturdy and strong. Stone bicycle. The tires are so bumpy that after riding it, your backside feels bumpy too. Stone car. A car made of stone and wood. Its fuel remains a mystery. Stone sleigh. The fruits of labor burdened by a certain village chief, who damaged his lower back to build this. Palanquin. The basket sways violently, so it's easy to hurt your back. It's tough for both the rider and the four carriers. Noblewoman's palanquin. A luxurious litter, as you can see. They carry you around slowly, so you'll be rocked straight to sleep. Big Bear Bus. When driving this vehicle, a bear will come jump in the back seat to ride with you. Trojan Rocking Horse. A wooden horse that only rocks back and forth, seemingly able to move forward, but it actually can't. Greek Chariot. Each day, these horses discuss whether they want to obey or disobey the driver's orders. Steam Locomotive. A cheerful vehicle that joyfully shouts choo-choo when someone photographs it. Passenger car. This object enjoys listening to the private conversation of passengers each day. Work vehicles. Field liner. With this, you can make a field to suit any sport you desire. Wagon wheel. A tire made from wood. If you drive this over a gravel road, the wagon will rattle and vibrate intensely. Carriage. A vehicle that won't move unless pulled by horses. It looks like they escaped somewhere. Minecart. A hand-powered trolley for carrying rocks and boulders, strenuous to push uphill. Ox carriage. A toy vehicle used to decorate the corners of Hina doll displays. Nobody is riding it. Giant carriage. Huh. A cart pulled by a cow. It's used to carry people. Wooden cart. A wagon with which a load is carried. It will not move unless pulled by a person or animal. Luggage wagon. Able to carry a large volume of baggage at once, but the horses will complain if it becomes too heavy. Food stall. A mobile store with a sounding whistle. Appears precisely when you're getting hungry. Rickshaw. A human-powered vehicle. It's fun to ride because the driver will tell you lots of stories. Adventure. Treasure chest. An object sought by countless earthlings from all over. It doesn't like all that attention, though. Magic lamp. According to rumors, something will emerge if you rub this. If you remove the lid, its contents will be empty. Magic mallet. Tap this hammer to spawn anything you want. Use it to increase the size of your own body. Wish tablet. A plank on which you write a wish. It may or may not come true. Everyone hangs them up together, so you can't write anything embarrassing. Bag of luck. You'll be excited when opening this, but probably disappointed afterwards. Candy boot. Even if you can eat all the candy, you cannot wear this boot. Tsuchinoko. A slightly plump snake. It's said to be a mythical creature because it's so good at hiding. Bunbuku Chagama. A raccoon dog who shapeshifted into a tea kettle in an effort to repay gratitude to someone. Who exactly? Well, he appears to have forgotten. Sasquatch. Many mysteries and secrets surround this creature. It lives on a snowy mountain and nobody ever spots it. Sitting Sasquatch. This creature is extremely curious, touching anything and everything that catches his eye. Mystery creature. An ultra-rare life form that few Earthlings have spotted. It's shy and doesn't like being seen. Square dancers. Attempting to go about their daily activities while maintaining a square dancing stance, but gave up after 10 minutes. Cupid. A frequent flyer who just as frequently bumps into walls. Bow and arrow Cupid. A Cupid with his bow fired up and ready to shoot, frequently misses his mark. Relaxing Cupid. Although they appear relaxed, Cupid is seriously pondering the state of society. Utsuro Bune. An item aliens accidentally left on Earth centuries ago. It resembles a food container, but it's empty. UFO. A vehicle with many unknowns. Likes to pose for photographs. Alien. Ironically captured by humans while plotting ways to capture humans. Lost alien. Always mistaken for a lost child and offered a hand from adults. Not a kid, but definitely lost. Rocket. A machine that shoots an incredible flame from its buttocks before blasting off into the atmosphere. It's not a fart. Definitely not. Astrojet. A major conflict occurred during the previous spaceflight, so they want to be more careful now. Secret hideout. A legitimate secret base materialized by one adult's sense of adventure. And money. Hot air balloon. A vehicle that lazily floats about the sky. You can see one in the little machine during your next eye exam. Blue hot air balloon. A sky-colored vehicle on which one can experience an elegant journey through the air. Polka dot hot air balloon. A large balloon capable of flying anywhere. Avoid flying too high, though. Pink hot air balloon. A high-flying vehicle inflated nice and plump like a rice cake. Colorful hot air balloon. This vehicle was destined for the purpose of leisurely viewing scenery, therefore it's really, really slow. European hot air balloon. This balloon had a close call after being attacked by a swarm of crows the other day. Children. Rugrat. This pipsqueak can proudly fit into even the narrowest of cracks. Brat with kite. Never learned the correct way to play with this toy, and has proceeded to run around aimlessly with it. Juvenile. This little guy has dreams of looking handsome in one of those twisted towel headbands. Rich boy. Spends his life waiting in anticipation for the permissions in his yard to ripen. Rich girl. She can wrap the obi sash around her waist all by herself now. Class clown. A kid who's good at telling jokes. Doesn't like sitting on his feet in Caesar position. Noble lad. Recently became interested in horseback riding and samba dancing. He has a promising future ahead of him. Noble youngster. Seems to be obsessed with sneaking out of the castle to play in the town. Tries to hide their identity, but everyone knows. Young princess. A tomboyish and mischievous princess. Loves playing pranks on her older brother and noble youngster. Relaxing princess. She sits there with a melancholic expression, but she's just thinking about her next snack. Ushi Wakamaru. A child who can skillfully play the flute. Benkei is eager to serve him. The cows, however, are not. Naughty child. Often brawling with the neighborhood cats, supposedly strong enough to dominate any fight. Lazy girl. A girl who enjoys gathering everyone's juicy gossip. She is certainly a curious one. Tiny cowboy. He admires his father and dreams of becoming a cowboy. He's practicing his aim with a water gun. Tiny cowgirl. She admires her mother and aims to be a great cowgirl. She often takes rides on her pony. Relaxing tiny cowboy. The second best wrangler in the family. It's tough living in the shadow of your parents. Egyptian boy. A skilled swimmer who has successfully swam across the Nile before. Egyptian girl. A kind-hearted girl adored by cats. One step out of the door and she gets swarmed by them. Egyptian child. Possesses the uncanny ability to converse with all sorts of stuffed toys. Egyptian braid girl. Her parents tie up her hair each day. On hot days, she wears a short skirt. Little helper. Often helps with chores. Each time she gets a small allowance bonus. Greek child. Displayed interest in the arts from a young age. We may have a future artist on our hands. Greek child and horsey. Practicing to ride a real horse, this child still has much to learn. Relaxing Greek child. Lounging around in secret, his parents would be cross if they found him. Bathhouse Greek child. He wants to swim in the public bath, but that would earn him a scolding from his parents. Alexander. This earthling is studying hard each day to become a great king someday. Cave baby. A particularly strong and strapping baby. Its cries are significantly louder than those of its modern cousins. Cave girl. An innocent little girl who knows nothing of cruel society, wants to befriend every animal ever. Cave boy. Children in the past as well as modern times love playing in the mud, a timeless pastime. Cave boy with bone. Always carries his favorite bone around. He hunts by throwing it at animals. High ponytail kid. Oh, what an adorable hairstyle. That hair sticking straight up, she must really want to be taller. Junior rafter. A child who enjoys paddling a log raft, sleeps atop the raft upon growing tired. Running boy. Often spends the entire day running. Nightfall comes before he even realizes. Mutsuo Hoshino. The eldest son of the Hoshino family, always playing around and dreads becoming an adult. It's the two kids from the original game. Mishiro Hoshino. An ominous and somewhat scary girl from the Hoshino family who can feel the cosmos. I think the games are kind of leaning into the fact that some people found her cutscenes kind of creepy in the original game. Sitting physical education boy. To maximize concentration, he sits like this wherever he goes. Sitting student. The key to avoid being called on by a teacher is to avoid eye contact at all costs. Well-dressed boy. A boy clad in traditional clothing admires rakugo performances, or performers. Well-dressed girl. A girl wearing a cute kimono. She's not used to wearing it yet, so she often trips over it. Masked kid. A child always full of energy, highly pleased after receiving this mask. Inner tube kid. Intensively ponders environmental problems while floating around in a floaty float. Kickboard boy. On good days, this confident swimmer believes he can swim across the Pacific Ocean. Tiny mummy. Even though it's small, it's a proud mummy. It moves quickly but sometimes gets lost. Sitting tiny mummy. While sitting, they're well behaved, but once they stand up, they move around mischievously. Jarhead kid mummy. Says he hides his face because he's embarrassed, but he can't see it anyways because it's covered in bandages. Alien offspring. During its family's first outer space vacation, this lost child was separated from its alien mommy and alien daddy. Tadpole. A frog in development, its body will soon experience a major transformation. Baby Colinacanth. The specimen's body and soul have yet to fully develop. It's a mischievous prankster. Baby Tyrannosaurus. A newborn Tyrannosaurus. Recently, it has a habit of copying its parents' mannerisms. Baby Zoolong. The feathers on its body are softer as a baby. Baby Parasaurolophus. Parasaurophilus. Huh. It really wants a large crest like that of an adult specimen. Young Spinosaurus. A Spinosaurus in adolescent stages. The spines on its back are still small. Baby Triceratops. Born not too long ago, and therefore its skin is still soft. Baby Iguanodon. Its body is well developed and it eats tons of grass, still in growing stages. Baby Pachycephalosaurus. Its head is not as thick as an adult specimen, but it still likes to mischievously headbutt. Teenagers. Miss Umbrella. Rain or shine, day or night, never parts of her favorite umbrella. Dango Lady. This dango connoisseur visits tea houses around town, tasting various dango dumplings. Green kimono wearer. Struggles every time with putting on her kimono, so always gets help from her mother. Kanzashi Lady. She is addicted to buying these pretty ornamental hairpins, so she always runs out of money. Ninokin. A diligent one, always reading books, has quite strong legs and feet. Egyptian Pompadour. A man of a rebellious hairstyle, he is not a sumo wrestler. Sunbather. This guy is always sunbathing. Sometimes he turns over and gets his back evenly tanned. Sitting Egyptian native. An earthling who just sits around and spaces out. He spends half of every day seated. Egyptian guy. A clean-cut and likable young man. His neighbors often give him fruit. Human pyramid athlete. An earthling at the bottom of a human pyramid. His determined expression is captivating. Advanced tadpole. A tadpole with newly spreaded legs. It works hard paddling those legs to swim. Boxman! Occasionally acquires a new cardboard box for a refreshing new view. I love Boxman. Adults. Villager. A normal person who blends into the crowd. Normal, but unique in his own way. Blue kimono woman. A woman wearing a light blue kimono. She's getting tired of always wearing the same color. Old man. A person who has lived many years, still healthy and spry for his age. Old lady. Call her if you ever need help putting on a kimono. Very tall person. They're so tall that all their clothes have to be custom made, easily noticeable. Furoshiki man. Recently his belly has been sticking out, so he's been increasing his walking time. Old glasses wearer. They have named every bonsai in the house. Iris kimono lady. Even as an adult, she still wants to express herself by wearing this flashy colored kimono. Handbag lady. Do not make her angry. Even a samurai would lose to her in an argument. She leaves the bag at home sometimes. Cleaning man. Once a master of swordplay, the only weapons he wields nowadays is a broom. Always looks angry. Bookworm. Studying a foreign language on their own, hoping to go abroad someday. Kimono lady. An earthling who wears a kimono every day. She will gladly listen to you complain about your day job. Gramps. Once a renowned samurai, however nobody believes him, so he's starting to doubt his own memory. Wandering samurai. A samurai who came from afar, definitely not lost. Bearded drifter. Not great with a sword, so he grows out his beard to look intimidating. Pompadour samurai. Got too far ahead of the fashion trends, so now no one greets them anymore. Kimono. An earthling who serves a samurai master. They seem to be warming their sandals in their pockets as they walk. Lazy servant. Constantly losing the battle against drowsiness, still fighting as we speak. Sitting servant. They pretend to be fine standing, but they really want to sit down on the ground. Shogun's caretaker. Her life is dedicated to caring for others. She is very good at cooking rolled omelets. Shogun's wife. The one earthling in the castle to whom even the noble minister can't raise their head. Battledore apprentice. Sent on an errand but forgot it while playing. Now completely lost. Noble minister. In the days of yesteryear, he swept through the battlefield atop a mighty horse. Now he rarely ventures outdoors. Rambler. Always muttering while walking around town, frequently getting questioned by authorities. Trainee monk. Always hides their face while going about their business. They might actually be a ninja. Wandering monk. Lives the life of a wanderer, but he probably still owns a house. Giddy up, cowboy! An earthling who rides a horse and takes care of cows. Also takes care of horses. Likes taking care of things in general. Mustache cowboy. Because of his age, he would rather be called a cow man instead of a cowboy. Blonde cowboy. He's frantically searching for a cow who's escaped from the pasture. Brunette cowboy. A cowboy staring off into the cosmos, clearly procrastinating. Red dress woman. Absolutely determined to become queen of the dance floor, even if it means missing her lunch break. Blue dress woman. Her body is a perfect dancing machine, engineered for maximum groove, also good at sports. Light blue dress woman. A fashionista who makes all kinds of dresses, wearing a different one each day. Gray dress woman. If you get even a speck of dirt on her dress, she will furiously hunt you down. Giddy up, cowgirl. Self-proclaimed most stylish girl in town. I suppose she has a point. Poncho cowboy. A new calf was born recently, but he can't decide whether to name it Angus or Kobe. Rodeo cowboy. Only the gentle lull of a rocking chair can soothe his crippling anxiety. Blue shirt cowboy. Takes great care of that trusty steed every single day. Horses are family too. Lazy cowboy. Spends his days murmuring to himself about how bright his future will be. Pink shirt cowboy. That is a power pose right there. What the... Practices shooting to someday become like the sheriff. Twirls his guns around for no reason. Cheerful fellow. Positive vibes, always in a good mood. Simply being near this earthling puts a smile on anyone's face. White shirt cowboy. Traveled here alongside his trusty steed to make a quick buck. He hates getting his shirt dirty. Rivals. The other day they quarreled over which of them looked cooler riding off into the sunset. Guitar cowboy. He's honestly not very good, but he has the voice of a star. Youngster cowboy. The most passionate cowboy of all, determined to one day learn to ride a horse. Man in pot. Why is he hiding in a pot? Only he knows the true answer. Noble Egyptian woman. A somewhat high-class lady, often wears sparkly things. Ancient Egyptian. Claims to have designed the pyramids. We don't know whether this is true. Egyptian native. Wears gorgeous headgear. Doesn't really have interest in clothing, however. Egyptian parent and child. Athletic events at the time always featured obstacle races like this. Complete the course while shouldering your own kid. Pyramid, or praying Egyptian. An earthling assuming prayer stance every single day, thankful for various things. Mr. Coffin! Sleeping inside this has cured his insomnia. Surprisingly comfortable. Egyptian man. Currently conspiring to attempt a no-water challenge in the desert, but everyone he knows opposes the idea. I wonder why. Egyptian woman. A resident of Egypt living her best life. Her hero is Cleopatra. Egyptian archer. Calls himself an archer, but his aim is lousy. He can't even hit a perfectly still target. Egyptian senior. An old man adored by all. He's rumored to be quite the distinguished individual. Egyptian geezer. Appears to let his guard down, but is actually impenetrable. Surely he's secretly a legendary master of something. Egyptian lady. Whoever stitched her clothing forgot to cover the shoulders. She wore it anyway, and it became a fad around the neighborhood. Pharaoh. A powerful figure who once ruled a region. Despite their greatness, they dress quite modestly. Ancient Greek. This earthling just nods and listens to lectures of wiser earthlings without comprehending anything at all. Red Toga Greek. An astounding citizen of a respectable social status, relatively smart too. Relaxing Greek citizen. An earthling who is always lounging around. No one knows exactly what this person's day job is. Greek with cane. This person got old while pondering the concept of getting old. Lazy Greek. It's okay to lie down and ponder life every once in a while, but this guy's just lazy. Greek woman. Actually a pretty good singer if you can look past the scary facial expressions. Relaxing Greek woman. Unable to relax while wearing sandals, but she can't really take them off because people will stare. Wandering man. Total darkness. All day, every day. Unless his paw comes off, the morning shall never come. Bathhouse Greek. Fond of the public bathhouse, but immediately gets dizzy from the heat. Sitting bathhouse Greek. This earthling has been soaking in the bath for hours. He doesn't even know exactly how long. Nearly naked Greek. An earthling who forgot where he put his clothes. He cannot remember, which is confusing him greatly. Ancient Greek earthling. They wrap a single cloth around their body. They're at an age sensitive to the latest wrapping styles. Gray toga guy. He purposely wraps himself in a gray cloth. It's not dirty, just his style. This is another object that was a pain in the butt to find. It's practically out of bounds. I think it was behind the end target goal guy in the Philosopher mission, and you need to before he comes out and you grab him, you need to use a magnet to pull this guy out to pick him up. It's kind of bullshit. I don't like this one. Plump Greek. A retired athlete who really loves meat. Still exercises every day, so it's fine. Noble Greek woman. A bath lover who bathes twice each day. Her skin is twice as soft as an average earthling. Caveman. An ancient earthling, skilled at hunting. Sitting caveman. For the past 5 years, this caveman has been grumbling about how he shouldn't keep sitting like this forever. Driving caveman. No need to worry, this caveman got his license from a legitimate driving school. Caveman grandpa. Thinks about a whole lot of something, but sometimes also a whole lot of nothing. Right now, he's pondering a whole lot about nothing. Cave gal. With an A. She is hungry at the moment and wants to go pick some berries. Cave guy. This guy's beard makes him look old, but he's still the baby of his village. Hot Springs caveman. Always hanging out in the hot springs all day long. The villagers are complaining about him. Cave dancer. Brings joy to the village folk with merry dance. Her preferred genre is locking. Big man. Frantically runs away at the sight of a monster. Coincidentally, Jumbo Man appears moments later. Berry harvester. Picks up berries while nibbling on them occasionally. When the basket gets full, so does the belly. Lazy watchman. Supposed to be on guard, but slacks off every day. It goes to show how peaceful these times are. Tomboy cave girl. She's snacking on the meat her father looked forward to devouring tonight. Jomon native. Enjoys collecting pretty stones from the riverbed as a hobby. Jomon hunter. Throws that spear with far too much force. Lost 7 of them this month already. Jomon archer. Capable of hitting 3 targets in one draw of a bow. Multiple arrows required. Bilingual guy. An earthling capable of fluently speaking Japanese and English. Or English and Japanese. Both languages blend together in his dreams. Mizui Hoshino, mother of the Hoshino family, currently thinking about buying a new washing machine. Tomio Hoshino, the father of the Hoshino family, lazily lounges around all day before murmuring, "It's evening already?" The other 2 members of the family from the first game. I think they also have a cat, and I remember you can pick him up in We Love, but I forgot if he was in here or not. Chinese man. He worked as a hibachi style. He worked at a hibachi style food stall, so he can do fancy tricks with a spatula. Gentleman. A wonderful escort to be accompanied by. This man checks all the boxes. He has no weaknesses. Parasine. A lovely earthling who wears lovely clothing and takes lovely walks outside on her lovely days off. Indian man. Surprisingly, this earthling prefers stew over curry and dislikes spicy food. Sleeping bag man. This earthling has accepted his fate, gave up trying to wiggle out of here a long time ago. That one's also kind of hard to find. I think he's somewhere in Megastar 5. Workers. Ashigaru. A foot soldier wearing easy-to-move and armor. If he does well, he may be promoted to a full-fledged samurai. Training samurai. A serious earthling who never skips training. His palms seem to have grown calloused. Loyal retainer. A loyal servant who does everything they're told by the master. Daimyo. An earthling who has worked hard and became great. It seems they've been through a lot. Edo police officer. An earthling patrolling with a serious expression. Their blue Haori looks cool. Loyal vassal. An earthling who always keeps their promises. They are trusted by the town folks. Trader. A slippery salesman who cares only for profits. Would sell his own grandmother for a few extra coins. Oh my goodness. Benkei. He collected swords but gave up on counting halfway through. Ushi Wakamaru's retainer. Shop assistant. Works at a popular tea shop. Always serves customers with a warm smile, making her popular as well. Messenger. A messenger from a southern land. They don't speak the same language as everyone else, but manages to get by with body language. Abacus aficionado. They can't help wriggling their hands when deep in thought. Mustached messenger. An earthling who drifted here from some country. They seem to have lost their memory. Merchant. Accidentally ordered 100 bath buckets. They are currently on sale for dirt cheap. Paperboy. A natural chatterbox skilled at walking while talking, always talking about all sorts of news-related topics. Carpenter. He's frustrated because his pet refuses to use the doghouse he made. Master Carpenter. Actually scared of heights, but endures in only to avoid being looked down on by colleagues. Fish vendor. Just walking around town attracts cats, so he always carries a cat toy. Traveler. Spends a lot of time on their feet, so their hydration game is on point. They love salty rice balls. Medicine peddler. Household medicine peddler. In a rush to sell a lot quickly so he doesn't have to lug around so much stuff. Meal planner. Apparently remembers an entire week's worth of meals perfectly. Hatamoto. A samurai who serves the shogun, always standing tall with perfect posture. Kneeling messenger. A messenger from a southern land. They can't stand up properly because of their unfamiliar sitting pose. Goatee emissary. He came to trade but became way too comfortable and settled down. Capable of sitting cross-legged and it doesn't even hurt. Hostess. Makes delicious food, but it's always the same dish over and over again. Litter bearers. People who stuff important people into boxes to carry around. Only their right shoulders are swollen. Pickaxe cowboy. With each swing of his pickaxe, he dreams of striking it rich. He's been dreaming for a long time. Cowboy with shovel. An earthling who is always digging. He seems to enjoy it so much that he forgot the original purpose. Wheelbarrow cowboy. An earthling who transports dirt in a wheelbarrow. Takes his job seriously, so he doesn't let people joyride. Bomb cowboy. A prankster who loves to assume this pose outside strangers' houses and waits for them to come out. What? Waitress. Number one in the town when it comes to entertaining customers. Highly skilled in the art of serving a service with a smile. Caveman lumberjack. This earthling is usually quiet and calm, but roars with fighting spirit when cutting wood. Caveman hunter. Shakes his hips as part of an original dance to confuse prey. He choreographed it himself. Loyally? Not sure how you say that. Loyally caveman. I'll say it as loyally. Loyally caveman. This guy pours water over heated stones in the sauna to produce steam, stimulating the body and soul of hot sauna users. Neanderthal lumberjack. He's considering throwing that stone hatchet into a pond to see if a goddess lives there. Jomon paddler. Currently obsessed with paddling downstream alongside the fallen leaves. Goliath. A big guy, seemingly dislikes it when people throw rocks at him. Greek merchant. Soaks in the hot spring every day due to soreness in the right shoulder. Greek singer. Doesn't actually know the lyrics, she's just winging it. Greek blacksmith boy. Known for being a skilled and reputable blacksmith, he spends his vacation days sunbathing. Person carrying a vase. They won't tell you what they're carrying, it's definitely sweets inside. Harvest farmer. A worker who harvests at a machine-like speed, appears during the harvest season. Harvest trainee. In training for harvesting, still not quite up to speed yet. Horus. A mysterious being with the head of a falcon. It seems to have emerged from a mural. Anubis. A mysterious being with the head of a jackal, emerged from a wall painting. Wait, were we really putting Egyptian gods in workers? Aren't they gods? I feel like they could be in a different category. Wait. Ra. A mysterious being with the head of a hawk. It seems to have emerged from a mural. Shrine Maiden. This earthling suffered a whiplash after excessive headbanging at a heavy metal concert. Abalone diver. A professional diver who gathers shellfish and seaweed from the ocean. The cold never bothered this earthling anyway. Fishmonger. Gets up early every morning, so they're sleepy at work, even more sleepy after work. A specialist in supporting the livelihoods of students, a highly dependable earthling. Lumberjack. Devised an original rhythm for cutting wood with high efficiency. Construction worker. This earthling absolutely does not want to be talked to from behind. Handcar. A vehicle intended to be enjoyed with friends. Synchronize breathing with your partner to achieve incredible speed. Tomio Hoshino! Again! But he's wearing a spacesuit this time. An astronaut and the father of the Hoshino family. He picked up a rock from a river and swears it's a moon rock. Ant. If you leave snacks out, these little bugs will show up and carry them away. Professionals. Shamisen Master. They once accidentally used a rice scooper to strum their instrument, but managed to make it work somehow. Four-eyed shamisen player. That's rude. Since everyone wears the same clothes, he wears glasses to distinguish himself. Small drum player. Nothing gets his heart beating like beating on his drum. Large hand drum guy. Always gets carried away and pounds the drum with all his might. Despite warnings from the instructor, he doesn't change his ways. High-pitched drum player. For some reason, their performance is popular with simians. Fife player. Practiced the flute too much at night and was scolded by the neighbors. Kabuki actor. Appears angry, but don't be scared, it's just makeup. Tea master. A tea ceremony master who pursues wabi-sabi. They're not good at tidying up rooms. Appraiser. Just an old guy who likes old things. He makes a puzzled face when he appraises antiques, and he's not very confident. Laundry master. An earthling who can clean even the toughest stains. They're famous for their meticulous work. Servant. An earthling who serves someone important. They apparently love gossip. Taiko Drum Samurai. An inconsiderate nuisance who plays the drums to disturb the neighborhood even at night. Naginata Spear Samurai. Received an angry scolding after somebody saw him scratching his back with the blade. Mustache Samurai. After suffering a cat scratch, his facial hair was damaged severely. He was highly upset about this. Lance Samurai. This guy is unpopular because he pokes people from behind with a spear. Nobody finds it funny. Sickle Spear Samurai. Occasionally enjoys grilling fish skewers with that beloved spear. Omnioji. This earthling is quite impressive, capable of various forms of sorcery and even divination. Egyptian Dancer. An earthling skilled in dance. She livens every party she attends. Egyptian Harp Player. This performer has grown tired of standing and wishes to switch to a sit-down instrument. Egyptian Argol Player. Secretly practices playing this instrument while doing a handstand in hopes of getting a reaction from the crowd. Egyptian Lyre Player. This earthling learned how to play this instrument in a measly 30 minutes. A Katamari of talent. Snake Lover. An earthling who collects rare snakes. Once they start talking about their recommended snakes, they just can't stop. Look at the snake popping out. Blacksmith. An earthling who makes tools while sparks fly everywhere. The heat doesn't bother him at all. Sculptor. Always messes up the sculpture just before its completion. Socrates. Knows the importance of knowing that we all know nothing at all. Plato. This earthling strives for a lifestyle in pursuit of beauty and good. Pythagoras. That's how you say that, right? This man thinks about all things in terms of numbers. Archimedes. An incredible person who discovered various principles. The neighborhood thinks he's a freak, though. Homer. An eloquent earthling who pumps out many smash hits during his career. Fails. Believes that water is the foundation of any and all things. Aristotle. This earthling supposedly classified elements of philosophy into various sub-branches. Heraclitus. This earthling believes all things are born from flames. Chief Archaeologist. A once friendly relationship with a subordinate recently turned sour. Archaeologist. Currently in a spat with the chief. They will bury the hatchet. Will they bury the hatchet? Only time will tell. Harp player. Performing while standing up is supposedly difficult due to the instrument's massive size. Kithara player. An earthling producing pretty sounds by plucking the strings of an instrument. Bozoki player. This performer does not know which strings to press down to get which sound. Torch runner. Can't go too fast, or the fire's gonna burn out. Primitive drummer. The first earthling in history to play the drums. Sadly, no one recorded this phenomenal event. Cave woman sculptor. Always careful when making art, but sometimes makes bold moves as well. Jomon craftsman. Crafts stone tools strictly based on intuition. He feels bad for having nothing to teach his apprentices. Jungle Man! An earthling who flies through the air shouting, "Ah! Ah!" If flying is so scary, why does he do it? Hamiko. Can make it rain with nothing but the power of dance and shrubbery. Acrobat boy. Practices the dismount pose because he knows what happens when he doesn't. He mastered everything else without any practice. Acrobat girl. So well practiced in this pose that now she's permanently stuck. Acrobatics coach. Rumored to be non-human due to his irreplicable acrobatic technique. Race official. Jumped into the street to practice flag waving and got scolded by a police officer. Matador. A warrior who fights bulls with only a red flag. He's actually terrified. His legs are trembling. Conductor. A prankster who only pretends to guide the performers. He's actually casting spells on them. That's another one of my favorites in this game. Trombonist. An earthling playing a large instrument. Mastery of this device certainly took time. Violinist. Has more pride in that hairstyle than the violin playing. Masa C. A veteran singer widely known across Japan. Even the king has become a fan recently. Shouldn't you say even we have become a fan recently? Huh. Courier. This earthling, despite having an awful sense of direction, chose this job as a test of his strength and ability. Horse costume. Nimble footwork allows them to pull off impressive acrobatic stunts. Hula dancer. A legendary dancer performing the most beautiful dance in the world. Chef. This earthling dreams of achieving a flavor astounding enough to make someone faint. Cook. Head chef at a Japanese inn. Guests love the show he puts on, where he impressively chops up fish with incredible speed. Old master. He spent several years developing an amazing technique. Lately, however, he's starting to forget how to use it. God of Rain, with a rain pail. When the rain spoils your special day, this fellow is your culprit. God of Wind. This is the one whipping up all those winds. Is a real bother when it gets worked up. God of Thunder. This would-be thief tries to distract people with loud noises. Cousins. I've been looking forward to this one. The cousin descriptions in this game are pretty good. Let me drink of water first, though. Hold on. La La La. A cousin who is still sunbathed as always, seems to have forgotten the existence of clothing. Nick. A cousin who loves to eat, doesn't seem to worry about health for now. Ace. A cousin whose butt got rounder, supposedly this better balances out his pointy head. So, this is the description that kinda made me want to do this video. So those of you who don't know the lore of Ace's butt, yes really, he originally had like a spiky bottom in the original game and in We Love, and I don't know, he was my favorite cousin as a kid, because he just looked different enough and I liked his color. Like, I liked Ace a lot. In the remakes though, designed a bunch of cousins, and he was one of them. And they removed his, like, spiky bottom, but they didn't change the description, which, or his, like, description that still references his spiky bottom. And I just found that kind of weird and lazy, even though it's, like, such a small detail that really, who cares? They recontextualized it here. And I think that's kind of really funny. My favorite cousin is Shy these days, but, like, Ace definitely went back up there near the top for me. Oh my god. I love that they bothered to remember that. Johnson. A cousin whose face sticks out. They started worrying whether they resemble the prince. Velvet. A cousin that tucked in their legs again. They really should make up their mind already. This is also a reference to past descriptions. Oh my god. Fujio, a volcano-like cousin. You wonder if they erupt when they get angry, but you're not supposed to provoke them on purpose. Havana, a cousin that takes up a lot of space, turns sideways to pass through narrow places. Peso, a hard-working cousin. They started dancing again. I remember Peso had multiple gimmicks in previous games, so... Chakao, a couch potato cousin. As you can see, they can't sleep on their back. This game made me like Chakao a lot. I found myself playing a lot as him for whatever reason. Odeko, a tall cousin. Has to be careful not to bow too deeply so he doesn't headbutt someone. Honey, a cousin in pursuit of cuteness. Uses a slightly less cute voice at home. Marnie, a cousin that never loses in roundness. Not a perfect circle if you look closely, though. Marnie's another one of my favorites. Kuro, a solitary cousin. He actually feels more comfortable with others, but hides it. Fumin, a cousin with a U-shaped head. Wears hats on both prongs, but never above the face. June, a cousin who loves rainy days. Together with them, rainy days don't feel so gloomy. Ichigo, a cousin sporting a strawberry pattern. Was recently shocked to learn that white strawberries exist. Marcy, a cousin with a unique color palette. She is actually not fixated on vibrant colors, however. Nejamo, a cousin with a lot of body hair. They tried shaving it all off once, but the hair grew back quick. Okay, I found out some interesting history behind this character. In the original versions of, like, the original game and We Love, and I think, like, a few of the newer ones, his name was Columbo. And this was changed to Najambo, or Najamo, and I found out why. Like, I always wondered why they did this. Apparently, Columbo sounds a bit like a slur in Japanese. So, you know, fair enough change. Columbo was always a weird name for him anyway. I don't know what Najamo means, but it just sounds a bit more appropriate for him. Dip, a cousin of a lively presence, has a competitive streak when it comes to gaming. Oh my god, they made Dip a gamer. Alpeo, my sister's favorite cousin. A cousin who is always feeling under the weather. Diet consists of only chicken soups, chopped fruit, and rice porridge. Nickel, a redesign I'm not a big fan of, personally. A cousin that's always upgrading himself. Thinks it's just about time for a big advancement. Although that description implies that he's, like, actually trying to add stuff to himself, which explains the redesign in-universe. Again, these are great. Oh my god, the next one is another one of my favorites. Jungle, a cousin that disappears from sight. The way they blend to the surroundings was apparently a hot topic at a conference. I choose to interpret this as a meta joke. Because if you remember, Jungle has had a few redesigns. Like, he originally just had a camo pattern, and then his pattern was changed to just, like, a reflection of, like, whatever the screen was. And now he has this, which looks a lot like his official art, which is kind of cool. They probably had a meeting to decide this. Like, that's awesome! Miso, a cousin with a scent that everyone loves, recently became #1 in something and seemed happy about it. Twinkle, a second cousin that looks like they could float in the night sky. You can make a wish on them, but they won't grant it. I feel bad for Twinkle fans in this game because he's like the last guy you unlock. Huey. A second cousin shaped like a Y. When they sleep face down, it's hard to tell which end is their head. Natsuo. A second cousin with a slender waist, considered donning vertical stripes at one point. This game made me really like Natsuo because of where you find him. He's like in a prison. And when you pick him up, the king is like, "Oh, what were you doing? Oh, you were captured and freaking out." Beyond. A very long-lived second cousin, he is rumored to turn slightly yellow in the winter because he only eats tangerines. Beyond is technically a vegetarian. Or vegan, you know. Kanoko, Shrimp's favorite cousin. And also, again, one of the last ones you unlock, I'm so sorry. A second cousin who is very mushroom-ish. Broth oozes out when getting into a bathtub, but that's actually sweat. Macho. A beefy, muscular second cousin, claims to avoid drinking protein shakes. L'Amour. When it comes to matchmaking, this second cousin is second to none. The trick is not to be too forward. Daisy. A second cousin who is a cow through and through. Their running speed is the same whether on 2 legs or 4. Also, thank you, description, for not for once mentioning that her feet shoot milk. That's so gross. Like, Lucha. A mysterious masked second cousin, has 6 more identical masks. Mickey. A second cousin with 3 antennas. Apparently they carry shopping bags by hooking them onto the side antennas. Odeon. A second cousin with a high point of view. You are very likely to get startled after meeting them in a dark alley. Can. A stubborn second cousin whose neck spins around. Nobody knows how or why. Shy, my favorite cousin. A pretty shy second cousin is surprisingly talkative once you get to know her. Slip. A second cousin defined by their lack of depth, vanishes into thin air simply by turning sideways. Drooby. A very strong-looking cousin. The curry she makes was delicious from day one. This is a cousin I started to like a lot more over time, by the way. I found out that her Japanese name is Boss, which is kind of a badass feminine name, honestly, and she's apparently based on construction equipment. That's kind of cool. Signolo. A second cousin with 3 faces. Everyone knows they need to stop when the red face lights up. I always like this cousin too. There's a bunch of new cousins to this game as well, and this is the first one. Tamago. This cousin looks like Sushi, quite the fashionista, changing out their hat depending on the mood. Today they're going with yellow. So, Tamago looks like a piece of sushi, and changes out their headwear, I'm assuming, to look like different sushis. That's really fun. Charlie. A cousin who is a skilled tea server. No matter the road, they never spill tea. It's in a rivalry with Drive. Wilson. That body shape, dude. A cousin that came from the sea. Has a close relationship with fish. His sitting posture on land is bad. Lucky. A cousin that seems to bring good luck. When they shake their head, they make a jingling sound. Cacta. This cousin likes the deserted wildlands. Want to give them a hug? They won't sting. This is probably my favorite new cousin from this game. Clip Clop. 2 cousins that are peas in a pod. The younger brother Clip is at the front, while the elder brother Clop is at the back. Hera. A cousin with a strange dignity, possesses a mysterious charisma admired by others. Another one of my favorites, Drive. A cousin that never loses in a foot race, gets plastered with parking tickets just by standing around. Dangle. A cousin that's different from the others, can do a handstand like a gymnast on the horizontal bar. Cosme. A cousin who always rides the flying Nimbus, afraid of heights and not fond of flying high. Nai. A cousin that is a vessel containing the universe, once mistaken for a cardboard box and transported far away. Kenta. I always like Kenta. This cousin has a horse-like body that seems suitable for distance running. Surprisingly slow, actually. Moo. A cousin who looks mysterious at first glance, but the good-natured soul holds no secrets at all. Mag. A cousin who is seemingly skilled with computers. This waterproof build does not require an umbrella on rainy days. Pooh. A newborn cousin whose head sprouted a leaf, needs water or else it could wilt. Sherman. This cousin is often seen on the ski slopes. They take pride in their round marshmallow-like body. The Princess. This cousin was raised of a sophisticated royal lifestyle, secretly enjoys cheap hole-in-the-wall Chinese restaurants. Asura. A three-headed cousin. The back arms are just for decoration, but they conveniently hold bags. Chamba. A cousin that wields mysterious powers. Light occasionally emits from the opening in that headgear. Clay. A silent and enigmatic cousin. Feels anxious about being so misunderstood by others. Norn! A cousin who is bothered by the cold. Freezing cold hands but warm heart. Bonbon. A cousin who loves sweets. Also very athletic, surprisingly. Paula. A cousin raised with abundant love and care, whose room is inhabited by a pet ostrich. Will we ever see her pet ostrich? Another favorite of mine, Hans. A cousin with dexterous hands who smells kind of good. He's meant to look like a rice bowl. That's his face on the top of his body. Hockle. One of the stranger ones. A cousin who hails from a magical country. He doesn't remember how to return home, but he doesn't really care. Ryu. In spite of the mask, this polite cousin loves to converse. Kunihiro. A kind-hearted cousin from the countryside who treats everything with love and care. Kyun. A powerful cousin whose body looks soft but is actually elastic. Harvest. A cousin that is cute like an apple, also resembles a monkey but gets furious when others mention this. Oh my goodness, am I ever glad that I've been recording these in like half-hour segments. The last segment I just recorded just corrupted, so yeah, the next like 3 or 4 categories I'll be reading again. Cute. Rosetsu's dog. A white dog that models for art. It seems tired and out of energy. This dog is apparently based off of a dog from like an actual Edo-era painting, which is kind of funny. Inu Hariko. This cute little puppy doll will beautify the room from wherever you place it. Calico Cat. Eats fish nice and slowly, chews thoroughly to enjoy and savor every bite. Tabby Cat. Always believed he would become a tiger someday. Recently discovered that this to be false. A shocking realization. Siamese Cat. Shunned by the other cats for her prideful nature. The truth is, she wishes she had more friends. Black Cat. At night, you can't see where he is. He likes the bell on his collar. Tom Hoshino. Apparently, yes, you can also collect the Hoshino cat in this game. The Hoshino family cat. Even though he's a cat, he can sit and stay like a good boy. Golden Hamster. Once it gets in a hamster wheel, it runs intensely, even when tired. Flying Squirrel. This creature will never quit bragging about how the ninjas copied its jumping ability. Or jumping style. Chipmunk. An animal that hides nuts all over the place. It often forgets where the hiding spots are. Baby Boar. The child of a wild boar. Tiny and cute, with a sinister striped pattern along the body. Panda. Recently realized that coating the area around its eyes in black increases its popularity. Red Panda. Regularly visits the beauty parlor each month for a clean layer of pretty color. Wind-up Bear. A toy which moves when you wind up the key. It won't move very far, though. Teddy Bear. This cuddly sleeping partner knows exactly how to lull a child to sleep, even on their scariest nights. Bunny. A stuffed toy that shares its healing powers with all. Loves fish cakes. Cymbal Monkey. Bangs its cymbals nice and loud for anyone needing a little cheer to pep them up. Akabeko. A completely red cow that will listen closely to any story you tell it. Monkey Doll. A cute charm shaped like a baby monkey. It has the power to protect you from all kinds of misfortune. Duckling. A bird that is easy to catch when it runs away. It wants to leave its sheltered life and embark on a challenging journey. Duck. Although it looks adorable, its bite is surprisingly painful. Goose. A bird who cannot fly very gracefully. It's believed that some of these birds lay golden eggs. Potty. For small children. If an adult sits on this, aggressive quacking will ensue. Penguin. Thought to have short legs, but they're just folded up. Its legs are actually long and attractive. Emperor penguin. The so-called emperor actually has no ruling authority. Jetpack emperor penguin. The world's quickest penguin, achieved overwhelming speed to surpass all other penguins. Rocket penguin. A sneaky penguin that uses technology of human society to finally obtain the ability to fly. Queen penguin. Stocks essential provisions in her stomach, always prepare for the day Earth's food supply runs dry. Red penguin. This red-hot fiery penguin is ready to show everyone its passionate skidding. Indigo penguin. Better at swimming than skidding over the ice. Yellow penguin. Even after an epic fail? What? This always positive penguin refuses to lose heart. Green penguin. This bird plans to migrate to a foresty area since all the ice melted. Oh no! Light blue penguin. This bird can actually fly, but hasn't told anyone because it wants to stick to the status quo. Orange penguin. Always looks straight ahead, never wavering on the past, therefore it can only slide forward. Purple penguin. This night owl has a reputation among its peers for being late to everything. Clownfish. A small fish that lives inside a venomous sea anemone. Yellow clownfish. A tiny fish sporting a rare color scheme, lives each day in fear of being eaten by other fish. Green clownfish. Turn the color of grass after wishing and wishing to someday walk on land. Cannot walk on land. Seal! One of my favorite animals. Loved by all for how it adorably twirls around to expose its belly as it swims by. Sea otter. Carries rocks in the pockets of its forearms to crack shellfish with. Flapjack octopus. A creature that lives in the deep sea. Though it's an octopus, it doesn't release ink. Giant flapjack octopus. Actually not very big, yet he floats around like he's the king of the sea. Not very tasty, even when boiled. Chinese zodiac. Rat. Has the can-do spirit to attempt gnawing on anything it sees for the first time. Mouse. Often falls for traps due to its desire to crawl through every little hole. Dairy cow. This wildly appreciated creature makes an amazing drink to have in the morning after a bath and so on. Holy cow! This is the top cow, ranking above all the rest. Any opposers are met with a fierce tackle attack to knock them away. Space cow. This amazing cow doesn't remember going into orbit, but adapted to its surroundings regardless. Jersey cow. This friendly creature is fond of humans. The bell on its neck is merely a decoration and doesn't ring. Strawberry cow. This cow is responsible for making all the strawberry milk sold in stores. Ox. This creature drinks lots and lots of milk in hopes of elongating its short horns. Rodeo bull. Rampages when mounted by earthlings, but it tends to go easy on the kids. Raging bull. Spends each day thrashing around like a mad cow, never allowing any stress to accumulate. Cow shogun. A military general in command of a cow army. He drinks milk to summon remarkable strength. Cow foot soldier. Secretly carries around milk to drink whenever attacked by thirst. Tiger. Someone once asked this animal for a handshake. It was a disaster. Rabbit. This creature is is at its most comfortable spending time alone. It prefers fruits over carrots. Dragon. This creature inspired many a legend over the years, but it's lived too long and doesn't remember any of it. Gigantic Snake. This creature's name invokes a disturbing impression, but its soul is actually charming. Cobra. A ferocious snake that will start dancing uncontrollably upon hearing the sound of a flute. Horse. Hesitant to start running when heavy armored wearing humans hop on. White Horse. Takes pride in his uniqueness, but also somewhat self-conscious that the only difference is his color. Horse Human. A horse-like person, his running speed is about the same as that of a human. White Sheep. The sheep, another one of my favorite animals. Its horns are oddly shaped, but it believes that they will be the next big fashion fad. Black Sheep. This creature, self-conscious about its pathetic ba voice, dreams of roaring like a lion someday. Monkey. A cheapskate animal that always goes to hot springs without paying. The heat turns its face red. See no evil monkey. It seems to be peeking outside sneakily through the gaps in its fingers. Speak no evil monkey. This monkey communicates entirely through eye contact. Hear no evil monkey. No matter how tightly he plugs his ears, he still hears loud noises. Golden snub-nosed monkey. A monkey with a blue face. The color is not the result of constant fear. Chicken. A bird of a prominent comb on its head feels the need to scream at the top of its lungs in the morning. Doggy. If you're going to dress it up anyway, you might as well give it pants too. Dog with fleas. When it's almost time for a walk, its flea-infested tail starts wagging automatically. Golden Retriever. A smart and friendly dog. It doesn't actually shine gold. Spartan Doggy. This dog was never strictly trained in any particular way. It's very simple, but this is another one of my favorite descriptions in this game. Bulldog. This dog's weakness is delicious food. Even if you say stay, it can't contain its excitement. Black Shiba Inu. He does nothing but laze around and still gets adored. A bit sneaky. Husky. Claims his name did not come from his husky singing voice. However, these claims are voiced in a husky bark, so nobody believes him. Doberman. A gorgeous dog with a shiny fur coat, unfriendly to strangers but playful around pals. Boar. A creature who teaches of the importance of chasing after your goals head-on. Fierce. Hyena. A creature that moves in groups. Apparently they eat everything right down to the bone. Japanese Wolf. A creature that communicates with faraway friends by howling, just a little lonely. Saber-toothed Tiger. This show-off secretly wants to grind down those fangs. They're a nuisance, but he'll keep them for now. Sitting Wolf. Always assumed to be a villain, earnestly tries to perform a good deed each day to counteract this stigma. Sun Bear. It's Ardust! Small and surprisingly calm for a bear, sometimes mistaken for a dog. Polar Bear. A bear clothed in white fur. As a dweller of cold regions, it's weak against hot temperatures. Big Bear. This foodie would eat all the honey in the forest if it could. There's always room for more sweets. Moon Bear. Detaches the crescent shape on its chest to use as a boomerang. If he loses it, he won't be able to stand it. Money Bear. Seemingly loves money despite not knowing how to use it. Sitting Bear. Those two identical? Okay. This bear is sitting well behaved right now, but it's dangerous to carelessly approach. Resting Bear. Prepared for the best sleep of its life. No, that does not necessarily refer to hibernation. Bear foot soldier. Carries acorns just in case he gets hungry. Bear general. General of the bear army. Rumor has it that eating honey makes him unbelievably strong. Piranha. Ordinary fish are cute when they open their mouths to eat. This one, however, isn't cute in the slightest. Crocodile. A creature of a sturdy draw, capable of crushing anything. However, it is very kind to birds that clean its teeth. Shark. When sneaking up on its prey, this creature is completely visible from above the ocean. Lion. This animal wants to shave off that mane for the summer, but chooses to maintain its dignity instead. Big gorilla. Fond of the cliffside rooftops of buildings and other high places in general. Killer whale. A frightening sea creature known as Gangster of the Sea. Even sharks will flee from this one. Aquarium. Electric jellyfish. Touching this dangerous creature will give you an electric shock. Although beautiful, it's risky to approach. Rainbow jellyfish. Thanks to them, you can see rainbows at the bottom of the sea. Comb jelly. A sea creature shaped like a lantern, glowing with rainbow colors. Red shroom jelly. A strange creature. We are unsure whether he identifies as a mushroom or a jellyfish. Shroom jelly. This creature may look freaky, but it's actually non-toxic and cutely blushes when you pet it. Venus flower basket. A tall, thin creature dwelling on the seafloor. Shrimp live within its tube-like structure. Huge Venus flower basket. A marine creature with a delicate glass-like skeleton. It's a symbol of marital harmony. Turban snail. Everyone loves this mollusk for the distinct shape of its shell. Basket clam. If you put this clam in dirty water, it will swiftly clean up for you. Conch. Sea creatures must dream of living in a luxurious home like this. Big bivalve. Large enough for an earthling to ride, however, it might not float. Giant clam. The shell is often used as an ornamental decoration because of its handsome wave pattern. Pointy shell. A shell with a tip that is pointed like a drill. It can spin around and dig deep into the ground. Sea snail shell. Got its shape as a result of pranks by children messing with it on the beach. Big clam. This poor clam is feared by all the other clams merely because of its bigger size. Triangle shell. If you throw this, it'll stab into the wall or the ground. Sometimes finds itself being used in games of darts. Scallop shell. Occasionally found on beaches, deeply pondering Earth's environmental issues. Bony conch. This looks like a fish skeleton, but those are actually just spikes. How misleading. Univalve shell. This object got its shape from rolling down the beach. Sometimes there are creatures living inside. Hermit crab. A creature who changes its shell according to seasonal fashion trends. Styles change each year. Mini algae ball. This small ball can only grow bigger from here. Right now it's still tiny though. Algae ball. A strange creature made up of thin strings tangled together. Once it reaches a certain size, the inside becomes hollow. Seaweed. This grass sways back and forth, fantasizing about being reborn as a landweed. Tall seaweed. Its height helps it stand out, which makes it easy for fish to eat. Therefore, it becomes quite thin. Orange flat coral. A thin piece of coral, flat like an old record. Sometimes spins around, too. Lime flat coral. A sea creature resembling a matcha-flavored crepe. Attracts many fish, but they don't seem interested in eating it. Coral reef. A cluster of these objects is bound to attract droves of sea creatures. Big coral. A good Samaritan, why is that capitalized, committed to beautifying the ocean. Its mere presence livens up any water in which it resides. Red coral. A sea creature resembling a red flower, often mistaken for a plant, but that's nothing out of the ordinary. Peach coral. That's purple. A creature resembling a flower swaying back and forth in the sea. Blue coral. Turn this color after constantly glazing at the sky from underwater. Pink coral. Turn this color after a fish kept poking at all the ticklish places. Round coral. A beloved piece of coral cherished by all for its round, cutesy appearance. Big round coral. A slightly larger piece of round coral. Its growing phase is far from over. Sea anemone. A sea creature with hair growing from strange places. It aspires to achieve a longer hairstyle. Ping pong tree sponge. One of my favorite ocean oddities. Seriously, look up these things. They're so freaky. A glowing deep sea creature. It's best not to touch it like a ping pong ball. Red crab. A sea creature who walks sideways. It possesses the ability to walk in the forward direction too, though. Blue crab. Upon boiling, it just becomes a standard red crab. The flavor is slightly different, though. Small fiddler crab. Its left pincher was overused and became quite muscular. Now it drags along the ground due to its weight. Coconut crab. Despite its powerful arms, it always loses games of rock, paper, scissors. It can only pick scissors. Freshwater crab. Don't let the small size fool you. It has pincers, so be mindful when touching it. Spider crab. A creature living on the ocean floor. Its legs got long because it often wants to peek out at the land. Space crab. By some strange coincidence, this crab went into orbit. Its destination? The Cancer constellation. Red shrimp. A popular cooking ingredient, delicious eaten raw or boiled. Giant red shrimp. It's so big that it won't fit in an aquarium. You'll need a special pot to cook it. Mantis shrimp. Call this creature a shrimp and you will be greeted with a vicious punch. Giant mantis shrimp. These can deliver a punch so powerful it can crack concrete. Horseshoe crab, another one of my favorite animals. Actually, hold on one moment. I didn't know the horseshoe crab was in this game. So let's go out here. I already put it in. Oh yeah, these are my Steam libraries, by the way. I have folders for games that feature all of my favorite animals, and these are the 6 games I found that feature horseshoe crabs. I need to find more. Horseshoe crab. This creature does not live very long, so it would prefer not to be called a living fossil. Crayfish. A crab who is red even before being boiled. Intimidates predators of its raised pincers, but it's actually terrified. Sea urchin. A popular food. In spite of those prickly prickles, the first Earthling to try this food was quite courageous indeed. Starfish. These things kind of scare me in real life. A sea creature shaped like a star. In spite of its star shape, it does not appear in the starry sky. Seahorse. Although its shape is somewhat odd, this is actually a type of fish. These things look like RPG monsters. How are these things real? You know? Salmon. Possesses strength powerful enough to swim upstream. Its face is a little scary. Mackerel pike. A silver fish shaped like a sword. Apparently it doesn't have a stomach. Moray eel. These calm creatures become scary when angered, so don't mess with them. It's nicer, the nicer they are, the angrier they become. Mahi mahi. A greenish fish with a yellow belly. It apparently has poison in its dorsal fin. Napoleon fish. It got this name because the bump on its head resembles Napoleon's hat. Nile perch. These fish are often kept as pets due to their handsome appearance. If you wish to consume one, we recommend grilling or frying. Snapper. This fish is popular in the underwater world because of its scales reflecting its red-hot passion. Carp. This fishy has a cute way of opening its mouth to eat food. When you get ambushed, however, it's pretty scary. Tuna. A macho fish with hardy muscles, difficult to capture. Bonito. Fish caught with an ordinary fishing pole taste better than those captured with large nets, apparently. Goldfish. Nothing beats the thrill of making it from a plastic bag to a glass bowl. Telescope goldfish. Dust often gets in its eyes, but it washes it out with water. Its eyesight is pretty bad. Eel. A popular ingredient for grilled cuisine. The East and West have different methods for preparing this dish. Catfish. An odd fish with whiskers, certainly knowledgeable about the world around it. Dolphin. A relative of the whale that dwells in the sea. It makes sounds to communicate with its kind. Killifish. A fish often dwelling in groups of its own kind, becomes anxious when left alone. Angelfish. Takes a very long time to eat because of its tiny mouth. Manta ray. A flatfish who insists it can fly in the sky if it tries hard enough. Stingray. A thin fish whose relaxed-looking face acts as its signature feature. Sunfish. A sensitive fish who will fret at the smallest thing. No flash mobs, please. Oarfish. A rare fish that's good at hiding. Unfortunately, it doesn't know where the underwater castle is. Narwhal. Hates anything askew. Everything must be black and white. Fish bones. This fish has been completely eaten and licked clean, but he's still moving. He may not realize what has happened to him. Striped fish. A fish sporting a cheek stripe pattern. It changes color according to the latest trends. Fishes. They always swim around in big clusters like this, so lowering your net will guarantee at least a few catches. Walruses. Look at that model. Oh my god. This lazy bunch is always lying around, accomplishing nothing. Merman. Sick and tired of seafood. Recently he's eating tons of meat. Purple mermaid. A fish-like person living underwater. Her favorite fish would definitely be the shark. Green merman. He enjoys baiting fishing hooks with lost shoes. Relaxing purple mermaid. Very skilled at singing, but barely even sings at all. Relaxing green merman. Vanishes into stealth mode to collect fish. He never succeeds, though. Mermaid. Haunted by a troubled past, but ended up living happily ever after. Squid. A creature with 3 hearts. It cannot obtain any more lives beyond that. Octopus. A sea creature with no shortage of legs. Feels an urge to jump into any urn it sees. Sea turtle. An odd creature born on land despite spending most of its life in the ocean. Large sea turtle. Claims to know the location of a beautiful castle that is said to exist under the sea. Wings. Pigeon. A bird that uncontrollably bops its head forward when it walks. Freaks out when shot with a pea shooter. Eagle. A large-scale bird of a sharp pointy beak and claws. Considered the king of birds. Vulture. A bashful bird whose face is always red. Worry not, he's sober. Herring gull. Notice that stealing food from humans is more efficient than fishing itself. Ibis mummy. Not fully mummified yet, and flying is still a struggle. Pteranodon. A gigantic pterosaur surprisingly capable of flight. He can swallow many fish whole in one gulp. Pteranodon cosplayer. A mysterious fellow who recently awakened to the soul of justice. He will start by patrolling the vast skies. Bat. Some mistakenly believe these animals suck blood, but they actually prefer to feed on insects and fruit. Peacock. When it spread out its feathers, that means it's proposing. Wings. Made from wax, and will melt upon approaching the sun. Low-altitude flight is no problem. Swan. Born of an immediate urge to fly, unable to suppress this desire, it sprung into flight straight after hatching. Large parrot. Do not accidentally reveal important passwords in front of this one. Toucan. Known for its attractive, enormous beak. That beak can even peel fruits. Golden pheasant. A bird of a very flashy outer appearance, pompous about being the centerpiece of many folklore tales. Lady Amherst pheasant. A bird of a vivid color scheme, quick to make a rival out of a golden pheasant or peacock. Mallard. A duck whose face turned green after eating too many vegetables, occasionally carries green onions. Wait, occasionally carries green onion? A green onion? Wait, I'm a little confused by that spelling. Also, is that referencing the same, like, tale that Farfetch'd from Pokemon is based on? That's kind of cool. Crow. Often becomes angered with humans for imitating its caw and making it confused. Sparrow. A flirtatious bird that gets really close with its cute chirping noise. Disliked by farmers. Crane. A bird highly popular in the world of origami. Earthlings have made thousands and thousands of these. A reference to a previous game, and also a reference to a folklore thing. Ibis. In a fight, its beak acts as a fencing saber to finish off the opponent. Ostrich. A terribly forgetful bird with a tiny brain who can't even fly. Quail hatchling. It likes the shell hat, and decides to keep it on for the rest of its life. Chick. A newborn chick. This is an emotional moment, seeing the world for the very first time. Giant chick. Bigger than an average chick, but smaller than an average chicken. Mat's feather. An ostrich feather. Even if you wear it on your head, it won't make you run faster, but it looks cool. Wire prop. Butterfly. A rod of a butterfly at the tip. It seems there's a trick to flying it well. Wire prop. Bird. A rod of a bird at the tip. It sometimes flies off on its own. Weathercock. A tool to alert you to which way the wind is blowing. It spins joyfully around and around. Weathercock. This object spins around and gets dizzy on windy days. Pigeon statue. Sometimes real pigeons mistakenly gather around it. Paper airplane. A piece of origami folded in the way that allows it to fly farther, or fly far, far away, capable of zero-G barrel rolls in midair. Red origami crane. This bird thinks that if it just believes in itself, then it will be able to fly. Blue origami crane. This bird will peck at you with its beak if it gets angry. It doesn't hurt in the slightest, though. Yellow origami crane. This adorable bird's belly will flop about in unison with its flapping wings. Green origami crane. This will float in the water momentarily, then it will become soggy and sink. Pink origami crane. This was folded so accurately that it possesses the ability to fly in midair. Purple origami crane. This particular folding method included legs, but they are currently closed up inside the belly. White origami crane. Rescue a crane fallen victim to a trap, and it will return the favor by showering you with more origami. Big origami crane. A massive sheet of expensive paper was folded to produce this solid, profound creature. King origami crane. Folded with thick paper to unleash its personality somehow. 36 origami cranes. A collection of 36 cranes. Nevertheless, you are still far from your objective. Yeah, despite not having the 1,000 crane mission in this game, you still have all these. That's kind of fun. Creatures. Elk. These large, heavy horns cause neck pain. This creature is also plagued with calcium deficiency. Deer. Santa Claus forced this animal to work late into the night after mistaking it for a reindeer. It's a bitter memory. Okapi. This animal resembles a zebra with its stripes here and there, but actually it's closer related to the giraffe. Saiga antelope. This animal has a filter in its nose. It prevents even the smallest of dust particles from passing through. Red fox. If you're nice to him, he will fetch chestnuts and mushrooms for you every day. Raccoon dog. People imagine they pat their bellies contentedly, but in reality they don't and are angry. Leafy raccoon dog. A fashionable raccoon dog with a leaf on its head. It can apparently transform into various things. Raccoon dog family. The baby looks uncomfortable, but being carried by mouth, but it's entirely fine. It merely tickles a little. Camel. This creature has special powers allowing it to jiggle or shrink the hump on its back. Gorilla. Currently planning to form a band, surprisingly wants to do vocals and not the drums. Donkey statue. Turned to stone after being struck by magic during a stroll outside. Rotten luck. Hippopotamus. An insane animal that can eat a full watermelon in a single bite. Most of it falls out of the mouth anyway, though. Pig. This creature ate a pearl the other day after mistaking it for a piece of candy. Muskox. This one did its hair up with a curtained hairstyle in preparation for an important date night. Giraffe, another one of my favorite animals. A kind creature that gathers fruit from tall trees for the smaller ground creatures to eat. This is my favorite model in the game. Giraffes. Holy shit, look at them. Everyone here thinks they have the longest neck. Dude, they're just cubes! I could make this in Blender in like 2 minutes. I love them. Elephants. Okay, for context, these are objects you find once you're like enormous. It kind of reminds me of the everyone item where it's just like a bunch of people. Like, you've become so large that multiples of items are one item. Like, I just love how low quality these models are, though. Oh my god. Elephants. Their heavy thuds and loud cries are very annoying. And zebras! All these stripes make for a disorienting sensation. They want each other to back off a little. Dalmatian. If you ask this creature to moo like a cow, it will attack you in a rage of fury. Thank you. Thank you. No-necked lizard. A lizard who lost its frilled neck, somehow. Its lack of neck doesn't bother it too much, surprisingly. Frill-necked lizard. A creature with a large cloak around its neck. Everyone loves watching it run around. Turtle. Won in a foot race against a rabbit only once. It's been on a losing streak ever since. Mole. An animal skilled in hole digging. It gets scolded if it is caught digging underground without a yellow helmet. Armadillo. A creature of a hard shell. Even with that armor, they can actually jump pretty high. Round armadillo. It rolls around quickly. Seems it doesn't want to do it too much or else it might get dizzy. Giant tortoise. Once flipped over, it struggles to get back on its feet without any help. Dinosaur egg. Which dinosaur could this be? The anticipation is killing us. We must wait until it hatches. White butterfly. A white bug who flies in the sky. Baby ones are born green. Yellow swallowtail. Pretty wings, and the rest of its body, maybe not so much. Yeah, you ever think about that with butterflies? Like, zoom in, they're kind of freaky looking, you know? Swallowtail. An evil butterfly ready to seduce everyone with its mystifying wing pattern. Purple butterfly. A large butterfly with charming yellow and purple spots. Mosquito. This creature is always swatted at for sucking blood without permission. Ladybug. An adorable little bug. Turn it over and it's not so cute anymore. Oh. Rhinoceros beetle. A bug of a signature large horn. Its best attack is a one-arm shoulder throw. Stag beetle. A bug of a signature pair of large pincers. Its best attack is a scissor toss. Giraffe stag beetle. These serrated pincers prevent prey from escaping, convenient to have during a crane game. Hercules beetle. Sports an enormous horn, but it's blocking his face so he can't see much else. Spider. Never afraid to climb as high as its legs can go. A motivated little bug, always aiming high. Red dragonfly. The sight of this creature makes it feel like autumn. Likes to land on the tips of plants to bask in the sun. Grasshopper. Hops around each day to train its lower body. Continues hopping on through the muscle soreness. Roly-poly. Despite that tough outer skin, their soft bodies allow them to roll up into balls. Dung beetle. Practices every day in hopes of someday rolling a Katamari. Big dung beetle. Even at the massive size, the smell doesn't bother it. Giant dung beetle. Regrets rolling it this big, but there's no going back now. Sewing. Thread, green. The thread is coiled hundreds of times around the core of the spool, squeezing it to death. Thread, white. If you slide the spool onto a stake and pull the string, it'll spin around and around gleefully. Surprisingly not getting dizzy, I take it? Thread, red and white. Sew using these two colors of threads at the same time to produce pink. Thread, navy. Nobody really uses this, so it secretly practices passing through the needle hole in its spare time. Wool roll. You can use this to make dolls, but it seems to be quite difficult. Cloth roll. Kimono material rolled up. You can match a kimono to match your desired size. Pin cushion. This object thrives from stimulation and therefore feels empty when the number of needles decrease. Red dress pin. A needle equipped with a red ball. The ball was meant to be a handsome accessory. Green dress pin. A needle equipped with a green ball. Green is very in this season, so it adapts with the times. Dress pin. An odd object stabbed into cloth, waiting to ambush the other needles. Knitting needle. A mysterious rod on which you twirl yarn around and somehow create scarves and mittens. U-shaped scissors. An unusual type of scissors requiring a tight grip, suitable for cutting things with high precision. Satsuma flower button. A button with a flower design. It even comes with a flower scent. Satsuma rabbit button. A button with a rabbit design. Wearing it supposedly increases your jumping ability. Satsuma fish button. A button with a fish design. Wearing it supposedly makes you a better swimmer. Satsuma human button. A button with a human design. It sometimes talks to you, apparently. Sewing box. A box full of surgical tools for operating on ripped clothes. Clouds. Why is this a category? It's only 7. Wait. White cloud. Small. A cute, puffy little cloudy. You can view these at any given time if you simply look up. White cloud. Medium. An eccentric cloud that expands and shrinks, changing its appearance on a dime. Jumbo cloud. Unlike other clouds, you can really lie down and slumber on this one. Rain cloud. This object, although fluffy, is hated by all for drowning the Earth's surface with water. Rain cloud. Large. A large, fully matured rain cloud. After a big rain, it shrinks back into a regular-sized cloud. Cumulonimbus. If you hear muscular sounds from the sky, it's definitely this fellow. Mount Fuji cloud. A cloud fluffily floating above its favorite mountain. It's very picky about where it spawns. What, spawns? Like it's a Minecraft entity? Wait. The ocean. Didn't we have an aquarium category? What the? Oh, it's pirate stuff. Okay. Captain Blackbeard. A mighty and respectable leader, however, he seriously struggles with seasickness. Admiral. A clean freak who strictly punishes those who slack off when cleaning the ship. Pirate. Takes pride in his goatee. Shaving that beard would make him unrecognizable. Oh, like me. My goatee doesn't look like... Wait, that's not a goatee. Isn't a goatee just along the bottom of the mouth? Eh, whatever. Mariner with cutlass. A seaman wielding his beloved sword. He has a talent for peeling apples. Bearded sailor. He never skips a day trimming his prized beard. That scar on his face was from a cat scratch. Rowdy sailor. Shoots those guns to act as an alarm clock every morning. Sailor with cutlass. Supposedly confident in swordplay, but never really sees an opportunity to apply those tactics. Bandana sailor. A fearless sailor, not even afraid of a kraken. Rumor has it she's defeated one before. Cold shoulder sailor. Couldn't give a reason when asked why their shoulders were exposed. Deck sweeper. A crew member tasked with cleaning, not concerned with the fine details, and it shows. Lackey. An earthling who creates a breeze by fanning a leaf, pales in comparison to the gales blowing in from the sea. New crew member. An enthusiastic new crew member. He's mostly all talk. Large sailor. Gained a lot of weight while watching over the ship's food supply. Tall sailor. He's tall, making him perfect for a lookout role. There's no bed that fits his body, so he's a bit sleep-deprived. Braided sailor. Braiding hair every morning has become a daily routine. It's a hassle, but can't be stopped. Mr. Bandana. His last name is Bandana. Wears a faded bandana on his head. It used to be a much brighter yellow. Bald sailor. An earthling who had an encounter with an octopus. Dislikes octopuses ever since then. There's like 2 typos right there. Disliked and maybe octopi. That's weird. Okay. Relaxing bandana crewman. The bandana is a present from his mother back home. It makes him homesick. Sitting bandana crewman. Concerned about whether that bandana is a good look or not. Sitting sailor. Spends the entire day sitting around, being completely unproductive. Gluttonous sailor. This sailor loves eating, so he always takes extra time to chew. Gruff sailor. That imposing scar on his face was actually caused by his pet cat. Blonde beard sailor. Began growing his beard after he lost his razor. He's become quite fond of it. Seasick sailor. Too seasick to even stand. You'd think they would have gotten used to this by now. Relaxing sailor. She's thinking about tonight's menu. Quite popular with the crew because she's a great cook. Sailor girl. Her headband sometimes blows away in the wind, therefore she keeps several. First place? What are you doing? This earthling is boasting his victory by assuming this pose for a while. Whatever. You do you, buddy. Face down sailor. A sailor who appears to be snoozing but is actually wide awake with eyes open, seemingly struggles to fall asleep. Face down bearded sailor. Why are they face down with... Depressed after losing his favorite sword. Workout sailor. Continues maintaining this grueling stance to beef up those abs. Deck scrubber. A sailor tasked with polishing the floor. Always scrubs the same spot. Red sunbather. This earthling has yet to jump in the water despite wearing a swimsuit. Blue sunbather. There are round cucumber slices over his eyes. He eats them when his belly rumbles. Green sunbather. Only wears their favorite green trunks. The rest of their clothes are apparently in the wash. Flutter kick sailor. Sometimes gets left behind while swimming and playing. Swimming sailor. A sailor who loves sunlight and swimming, good at free diving. Swinging couple. These two are always slacking off together. They think they are being sneaky about it, but everybody knows. Seagull Man! The seagulls help guard the ship. This sailor is currently dieting to maintain a flyable body weight. Sailor hanging out! He tried his hand at He tried to hang over and distract himself from seasickness, but it only made it worse. Sailor in barrel. Climbed into a barrel for fun and got completely stuck. Instant regret. Man in barrel. Once emerged victorious after a hide-and-seek competition, he is anxious about his future. Pirate ship man. A seaman so grizzled, he no longer needs a boat to be seaworthy. Fends off sharks just by yelling at them. Blue coat voyager. This sailor gets seasick quite easily. He chose his job specifically to conquer his weaknesses. Black coat voyager. Found a treasure map but didn't tell anyone. He plans to greedily keep the treasure to himself. Guard duty sailor. A sailor staring deep into the horizon. Probably isn't staring at anything in particular. Sailor tank top. Striped clothing with no sleeves. Perfect for those hot summer days. Leather vest. Wearing this can make anyone feel like a cowboy or cowgirl on the high seas. Mariner's hat. Made from a slightly heavy material to prevent it from blowing away in a gale. Hook hand. An artificial hand used to perform specific jobs, convenient for hanging things. Bundle of scrolls. Rolls of parchment with from the Western world. What's written on them is a secret until opened. Capstan. Rotating this object can easily wind up even the heaviest of ship anchors. Capstan rod. Is that what that thing is called? I'd never seen that word before, huh? A convenient stick used for various operations, self-conscious about always being pushed around. Fishing net. The mesh of this netting is adjusted to fit the size of the desired fish. Glass float. A buoy made from glass, decorated nice and fancily with rope. Hanging fish. While hanging fish, someone must keep watch and chase off any birds who try to steal them. Swordfish. This fish can be weaponized with its long, sharp bill. Sengoku boat. A sturdy boat that can carry a lot of cargo at sea. Mini sailboat. Refrain from sailing deep waters on this boat. Motion sickness medication is a must. Voyage ship. A ship that brings goods and such from near and far. It will flee without question if pirates appear. Red voyage ship. The ship got its colors sometime during a voyage into the sunset. Blue voyage ship. That's red. Wait. Oh, it's talking about the color of the, of the planks on the ship itself. Huh. The food prepared on the ship is famously bad. The captain has no sense of taste. Black ship. Squirted with the ink of a colossal squid sometime during a voyage. The crew members are also coated in black from head to toe. Sailboat. A ship powered by the wind. The skill of the crew shall determine whether it reaches its destination. Turtle egg. A tiny creature with a shell is scheduled to be born. This nut is tough to crack. Giant sea turtle egg. Hiding such a gigantic egg on the beach was a tough challenge indeed. Giant sea turtle. A colossal swimming creature that has an island on its back. Moves slowly as to not disturb the people living on it. Gigantic squid. Using this as a food ingredient could feed an army, but its stench makes it practically inedible. Jumbo squid. If this enormous squid decides to squirt its ink, the entire town will be coated in black. Giant octopus. A creature much larger than necessary which scares away all the frightened little fish. Gigantic octopus. This magnificent growth resulted from good behavior, karma from its kind deeds. Sperm whale. A large creature that dwells in the sea. That hole on its head is apparently a nose. Gigantic whale. Often called monstrous, judging solely from its slightly larger size. Really? 17 meters to 23,000 meters to pick up is slightly larger. Resulting in this angry burst of seawater squirting from its head. Driftwood. Finally arrived on shore after a long, long journey, it shall never forget being emotionally moved by the beauty of the sea. Whirlpool. Fish swallowed up by this whirlpool tend to feel dizzy and get sick. Large whirlpool. Doing laundry here will... Wow. Doing laundry here will knock out those stains for sure. You'll lose the laundry forever, though. That's a good one. Giant whirlpool. This whirlpool is genuinely sorry for getting all the surrounding fish into trouble. There were some good ones in that one. Fantasy. Centaur. Sometimes goes to the vet when feeling under the weather, depending on which half is hurt. That's good, too. Minotaur. A strange being with the head of a bull and the body of a human. Lives in a labyrinth. Little Cactus Man. He is a human in a cactus suit, or a Is he a human in a cactus suit, or a cactus in a human suit? He doesn't even know himself. Cactus Man. A cactus which sways and sways non-stop. It sometimes keeps swaying and swaying without any sleep. Three-headed dog. To avoid awkward situations, these watchdogs try to avoid fighting amongst each other. Three-headed Shiba. Three Shiba doggies turned a corner and bumped into each other, resulting in this three-headed mess. Pegasus. Teased for being a slow runner, to counteract this he acquired wings and flew. Can't fly very high. Pegasus statue. A statue of a horse of wings, recreated based on the imaginary and illusions of many. Clown mummy. Even as a mummy, it continues performing street art. Entertaining people is its life's joy. Mummy. An explorer who, before they knew it, became covered in bandages. They haven't lost their adventurous spirit. Giant mummy. After eating a lot, it grew big. It seemed that even mummified, it continues to grow. Pompadour mummy. Even among mummies, this rowdy hairstyle is trendy. The longer the hair, the cooler it looks. Pot mummy. A mummy desperately in need of a helping hand. Will it be stuck in a pot forever? Relaxed mummy. Now that his life is all wrapped up... Oh, whoops, hold on. Now that his life is all wrapped up, he doesn't see much point in worrying about things. Hanging mummy. Surprisingly active for a mummy, it never seems to get tired, which must be very convenient. Training mummy. Can never seem to get a six-pack, no matter how much they work out. Lazy mummy. Lived a lazy life even before mummification. Some things never change. Hoop mummy. They've developed a strong core for continuously spinning a hoop with their waist. Sitting mummy. Rigor mortis helps this mummy maintain perfect posture, even when sitting. Cat mummy. Though it has cat ears, it doesn't actually contain a cat. The occasional meow you hear must be your imagination. Crocodile mummy. Even when wrapped tightly, it can still open its mouth properly. Coffin-bound mummy. Ready for bed, but can't sleep until someone closes the coffin lid for them. Floral mummy. A kind-hearted mummy with a weak spot for flowers. Rumor has it that it smells really nice. Canoe mummy. He was feeble and sickly during his first life, so he's spending his afterlife having fun. Medjed. A mysterious being that came out of a mural. Apparently there is a fish with the same name. This is another thing this game taught me about. The Medjed is an actual Egyptian god that, honest to God, just looks kind of goofy. Like, it's just a sheet with, like, legs. Apparently this thing is huge in Japan, though. Like, that's kind of cool. One of the presents in this game is even just this thing, but it stands on your head. Deer person. A human that resembles a deer. Their antlers are about to grow back soon. Amabi. It is unclear whether this is a fish or not. Draw a picture of it and good things may happen. Raijin. If someone misbehaves, this god of thunder absorbs the electricity from their house, making it unusable. Fujin. If someone misbehaves, this god of wind will stir up a breeze and blow away their laundry. Poseidon. Ensures that scum who litter in the ocean will get their punishment someday. Red Rose Princess. Her astonishingly beautiful singing voice is unlike anything you've ever heard. White Rose Princess. She can't decide on a satisfactory transformation pose. It's really bothering her. Yellow Rose Princess. This pose is a part of her morning stretch routine. It really helps her feel awake. What, standing? Blue Rose Princess. Save the princess! She's got the fish bone lodged in her throat. What? What? A fish bone. Black Rose Princess. She's practicing witty comebacks for her comedy shows. She just needs a target to use them on. Red Rose Prince. An attractive fellow emitting a rosy aroma. His favorite drink is undeniably rose tea. White Rose Prince. He was invited to eat curry udon, but politely declined to avoid staining his white toga. Yellow Rose Prince. Good friends with all the neighborhood cats. He even participated in their conferences sometimes. Blue Rose Prince. This skilled swimmer is occasionally asked to teach swimming lessons. Black Rose Prince. Ripped a gaping hole in his favorite toga while brawling with friends. Red Rose Fairy. A fairy born from a rose with a distinct dainty voice. White Rose Fairy. This fairy owns 10 of the same outfit at home. If this one gets dirty, it's okay. Yellow Rose Fairy. A fairy who carries around happiness, but sometimes drops it. Blue Rose Fairy. She's holding a licky licky lollipop. It's not a magic wand. Black Rose Fairy. With that sharp sarcasm, any verbal attack from this fairy will sting like a rose's thorn. Also, I'm curious, did they, like, line this up in such a way that, like, it's like, aesthetically pleasing? Like, all 5 of them rows in columns like this? I bet you they did that on purpose. Griffin. Half eagle, half lion. This master of the sky and land doesn't have trouble getting around. The Prince Angel. The prince cloaked in white. Actually an ancestor of the prince, playfully flies around and around. That's interesting. Wait, so are these like the fathers of like the king or the papa? That's interesting. Golden Axe. A tool favored by the goddess of the pond. She doesn't want to give anything away, so she hopes the truthful ones never arrive. Silver Axe. An item you may receive upon answering a question truthfully. If you don't want it, just lie. Goddess. She ran out of gold axes, so she's falsely claiming to be out of town lately. In We Love, this item was just called God. And I found that so funny. Cowbear. Good old Cowbear. This creature is quite fond of its own body. It can drink milk whenever it wants. A fun part of doing this video is that at one point I need to ace the Cowbear level. Call me crazy though, I actually think this game might have my favorite Cowbear level, like, ever. Like, I think it's fun, honestly. Like, there are traps, there are troll moments, but they aren't as frequent, and I found them, like, more funny than not. And I find going for the Cowbear itself is just a bit easier in this one, but not enough that it's brain dead. Like, you still have to think about it. It still feels very puzzle-like. The Cowbear level in general is a lot more fun once you see it more as a puzzle level than, like, a pickup level, you know? Seriously, try going for this thing sometime. It's a fun challenge. Phoenix. This bird hates giving up. It will always be resurrected upon defeat. Flying Arabian guy. This guy sometimes forgets why he's flying in the first place, which gives him anxiety. This is one of the last items I found in the game, and it's because it's in another... I think it's in, like... It's in the just right medium level, but... Okay, if you get to 3 meters, you instantly lose that level, so you have to kind of plan how to go after him. And his pickup requirement is so close to the instant game over that for the longest time, I just assumed you couldn't even get him at all. Definitely a tough one right here. Pumpkin Carriage. If you get hungry aboard this vehicle, simply nibble at the walls. Pointy Castle. A castle with spikes high in the air. Rather than dulling over the years, the spikes just get spikier and spikier. Underwater Castle. A castle you can visit upon saving a bully turtle. You will never encounter such a turtle, though. Ogre Rock. The ogres place this here to keep up their fearsome act. It's actually in their way. Ogre Island. A den of fearsome ogres, but that appearance is the only fearsome quality. Prehistoric. Ammonite. A being that lived in the sea during ancient times, has many, many arms. Nautilus. This creature has too many limbs to count itself. Friends of octopi and squids. Vicaria. A spirally shell that sticks the landing nicely anywhere you toss it. Prehistoric Dragonfly. A gigantic dragonfly who lived during ancient times. Despite its size, it still gets dizzy when you twirl your finger before its eyes. Anomalocaris. Physically resembles a shrimp, thus its taste must also resemble that of a shrimp. Diplocalc. I am not looking forward to having to pronounce every dinosaur name and like ancient prehistoric name, because they're always very long and very Latin. An amphibian with an anchor-shaped head, skilled swimmer. Diania. Known as a walking cactus due to the prickles cloaking its entire body. Opabinia. An adorable creature looking at you with its 5 round eyeballs. Mini Trilobite. A creature full of mystery who lived long, long ago. Trilobite. A creature who lived during prehistoric times. It doesn't want you to look at its underside. Tyrannosaurus Rex. This egotistical creature brags about how everyone knows its name. Red Tyrannosaurus Rex. Has a rageful reputation being despite not having committed any major crimes. That feels like it needed another pass in spell check. Dinosaur Enthusiast. Learning how to operate its tail is considerably difficult for an Earthling. Triceratops Cosplayer. Never did I think I would see that name in this series, or that word in this series. Suffer some lower back pain from walking around on all fours, considering retirement in the near future. Triceratops. A dinosaur with three horns. Plant lover. Stegosaurus. Okay, we're gonna get through all the ones everyone knows first. Good, okay. A dinosaur of many plates protruding from its back. When angered, it attacks with its tail. Green Stegosaurus. Whines and complains about waiting to remove those plates on its back. You know, dinosaurs are kind of weird because, like, they're so old that all we have about them are their bones. And bones can only tell us so much about an animal. Like, we don't know what color they are. We don't know, like, what kind of fat they had on them. Like, take a look at, like, a hippopotamus skull if you ever get the chance. It makes it look kind of slender, but then you see the actual animal and it's, like, huge. And I always kind of wonder if dinosaurs are a bit like that, too. Ankylosaurus. A dinosaur with stiff armor and tons of spikes. Even its brethren are afraid to casually approach. Velociraptor. A dinosaur of incredible agility. Dislikes working in groups. Oviraptor. Has a reputation for stealing eggs, but this is actually a misunderstanding. Parasaurolophus. Known for its distinctive crest, far more impressive than chickens, ate tons of grass to grow nice and large. Moros intrepidus. In spite of its frightening name, this creature is actually not all that frightening. Varanzonosaurus. A dinosaur with scary-looking nails. Its nail care requires undivided attention. Campasognathus. Although small, this dinosaur is fully grown. It's so tiny and cute. Heterodontosaurus. What, is that what you call someone who isn't straight? What is that name? A dinosaur with special teeth. 3 types, just like a mammal. Dinoithcus. Its claws are very sharp. Scratching an itch would result in an injury. Zoolong. A dinosaur with fast feet, self-conscious about its long snout. Epidextrix. A small dinosaur resembling a bird. It takes pride in its prey tail feathers. Microraptor. A tiny dinosaur living in the treetops. He fears the large creatures on terra firma. Sinosauropteryx. A smallish dinosaur with an irresistible striped tail. Meganopsaurus. A dinosaur which dwells in the desert. It lures around with its friends at night. Leilolinasara. A dinosaur fond of colder climates. Perhaps it could befriend a penguin. Mononychus. A dinosaur which resembles a bird, known for having a single large claw on each hand. Maylong. Sleeps curled up in a ball, just like a bird. Cadipteryx. A bird-like dinosaur with a tail enveloped in pretty feathers. Augustinia. A dinosaur of a colossal body. We assume it must consume heaps of food each day to survive. Brontosaurus. A ginormous dinosaur with a small face compared to its massive body. Carnotaurus. It's a dinosaur, but its name means meat bowl. It does look like a bowl. Kind of. Centologallus. A prehistoric creature with horns above its nose. Those horns get in the way when entering the burrow. That looks like a fantasy creature. And Neurognathus. A small tesserar with the ability to fly. Its most notable feature is its tiny tail. Iguanodon. That's a fun word to say. Its name sounds like iguana, but it's neither a cousin nor a second cousin. Totally unrelated. Giant moa. Look at that body shape. An enormous bird. Despite being a bird, it doesn't even have wings. Pachycephalosaurus. A dinosaur with a helmet-like skull. He feels the need to headbutt everything in sight. Encheronus. Identifies as a dinosaur, but it's pretty much just a bird. It doesn't care what people call it. Calenicanth. A fish that has survived since prehistoric times. Swims around with a patronizing aura. I love dinosaurs that can be described as patronizing. Dunklesterus. A fearsome fish capable of chomping through anything in a single bite. Ichthyosaurus. Although this appears to be a long-snouted fish, it's actually a reptile. Ichthyosaurus cosplayer. Will try nibbling on anything at least once, suffers weekly stomach aches and never seems to learn. Stethcanthus. A fish with a weird pattern on its back. It might be an ironing board. Stethcanthus cosplayer. Enjoys swimming around boats and watching the sailors freak out. Mosasaurus. This creature ruled the ancient seas. It eats anything and everything. Plesiosaurus. A plesiosaur which dwells in the water. It's fun to jump on its long neck and slide down. Oh, Obdurodon. An ancestor of the platypus, with really bad eyesight. It's looking for a good pair of glasses lately. Sea scorpion. This creature may appear scary and unapproachable, but it's not venomous. Camarasaurus. A creature wearing a long pointy cone hat. It's not worried about any neck injuries. Gigantopithecus. Thoroughly applied its favorite conditioner each day to maintain this flawless fur. That's just a horse? Wait. Chalicontherum. A prehistoric animal whose arms drag on the ground as it walks. A skilled crawler. Megatherium. This creature unleashes its tongue instinctually when it sights delicious-looking food. Inclotherium. An odd creature resembles a gorilla, but also looks like a rhinoceros. And a horse? I first thought it was a hyena. That's a weird animal. Woolly rhinoceros. All that hair makes it incredibly difficult to shampoo and dry. Elasmonthrium. This creature has buffed up its neck muscles because it is carrying a massive horn around at all times. Pelurivis. Those magnificent horns are this mighty creature's trademark. Glyptodon. Upon being informed of its resemblance to a giant sesame ball, it got really angry and used an ultra-powerful rollout attack. Ashorora. A prehistoric creature that lived underwater, supposedly near Hokkaido. Longisquama. This one has colorful appendages on its back. He would fit right in at a carnival. Dimetrodon. There are spines on its back which resemble the sail of a boat. A game of hide-and-seek should end pretty quickly. Neanderthal. Whittles away the time between hunts by making little wooden trinkets, probably better suited to the life of an artist. Gigantic egg. A colossal egg. Curious about what it is. You'll have to wait until it hatches. Why is this here? Trojan horse. A horse constructed from rather large trees. You can climb on board all you want, but it can't move. One of my biggest disappointments in this game, no joke, is that they don't have my favorite dinosaur, the Archaeopteryx. Which is weird, because they have a bunch of, like, feathered birds and even flying dinosaurs, or, like, feathered dinosaurs and flying dinosaurs. I don't know why the Archaeopteryx wouldn't be here. Yeah, whatever. Royal family. The Prince. A member of the royal family who is probably still rolling up Katamaris. We can't tell for sure because he is so small. The King of all Cosmos. Look here any time for a dose of kingliness. We always strive to watch over the prince and the others with utmost kindness. The Queen. A queen who boasts of having the same magnificence as the king. As of late, she enjoys going on walks of all of the prince's little cousins, and that's what a lot of the cutscenes in this game are about. They're very fun. Papa. The father of the King of all Cosmos, both kind and strict, secretly wields a bamboo sword. Sightseeing. This is a fun one because there are a lot of, like, real-life monuments in this category. Vertical garden. Who would have thought that ancient people had the advanced technology to build this? Palais Garnier. Day and night, one can hear high-pitched shrills and echoes within these walls. Lighthouse of Alexandria. Sure, there's a lighthouse attached to this, but the building is just filled with unrelated offices and such. Megamouth Building. They simply sever the top of an existing tower. Now this can be equipped onto other buildings too. Isopod Building. There are rooms towards the top, but this is mostly just a parking deck. My god, the king is throwing shade at some of these. Viper Fish Building. Due to budget limitations, they decided to cancel the top spike halfway through the project. Handfish Building. A strange layout with only one room on each floor. It's quite roomy. Shark Building. This may look like a clean building, but it's really old. There are tons of roof leaks. Barrel Eye Building. An inconvenient structure you can only enter via an underground entrance. The owner insists on having no entrances above ground. Fangtooth Building. A brand new company has rented office space here. All of the employees are eager new members of society. Octopus Building. Tons of Earthlings come here for a haunted house experience, only to be disappointed by the lack of ghosts. Quartz Palace. Famous for its slippery floor, 9 out of 10 first-time visitors will take a spill. Tuna Castle. Once hosted a feudal lord who ate nothing but tuna for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Castle. An ancient building which only housed significant historical figures. Presently it is popular with tourists. Egyptian stone statue. Sits with excellent posture, but the backrest is at a 50-degree angle, preventing any and all relaxation. Olmec Head. Has a very hard head, and therefore never listens to advice from others. Mayan Pyramid. A ruin you can climb from 4 different directions. There's a palace at the tippy top. L'Arc de Triomphe. An abnormally large gate, it has no problem being open all the time. Eiffel Tower. Completely see-through, with all of its bones visible. No need for an X-ray. Leaning Tower of Pisa. A tower satisfyingly tilted to the side. There are various mechanisms in place to prevent it from falling over. Waffle Building. The first floor of this building housed a restaurant. It's open 24 hours, which is wildly convenient. Foie Gras Building. The structure looks like a cute little house, but it's actually a fancy office building. Castelia Building. This company is improving its business capacity lately. Champagne Building. Oh, there is more alcohol references in the game. Huh. Why would they name it that? it just boosts up the rating a little bit. The rooms with balconies are the most popular. Everyone fights over them. Olive Building. Everyone gets free olives when the caretaker is in a good mood. Big Ben. Similarly named, but not necessarily associated with a large explosion in outer space. House of Parliament. A place where the chosen ones participate in important conversations. I never thought of referring to elected representatives as chosen ones. That's really funny. Colosseum. A place where many ancient battles took place. The underground portion is now exposed. Parthenon. A building rich in extraordinary history. Although old, it still bursts with personality. Windmill. A structure built next to flower fields to spread their delightful aromas. Is that an actual reason people build windmills? I know they're for energy and power, but like, do people actually go, hey, let's put this near a flower field too to beautify the area? That never crossed my mind before. I gotta look that up now. Sphinx. After years spent in this stance, it's become unable to stand up. Pyramid. The grave of an important leader who lived long ago. Fool around here for a cheap amusement, and you shall be punished. Big Pyramid. These are riddled with traps on the inside, which are highly dangerous. Squirrel Sphinx. A loyal squirrel who continues to wait for its master forever. Cat Sphinx. A serious cat that waits for its master every day, made of stone. Rabbit Sphinx. A loyal rabbit awaiting the arrival of its master, sometimes hops. Raccoon Dog Sphinx. You know, those Egyptian raccoon dogs. A loyal raccoon dog waiting for its master. Occasionally it transforms into something else. Statue of Liberty. Depending on the day, she might lift up her left arm instead or even take a seat. George. For a special occasion like this, he at least could have smiled a little. Thomas. He cut his bangs by himself, but failed. Theodore. A beard made from stone is more scraggy than scruffy. Abraham. He wants his chin beard chipped off for a nice clean-shaven look. Stone Bear. An adorable mascot who is massive in size and cherished by all. Moai. Appears to be deep in thought, but is actually just staring into space. Stylish Moai. Daniel the cooler Daniel. Tried to be more fashionable, but nobody noticed any difference. This was a shocking realization. Photo stand-in. Stick your head through the holes and take pictures like a true ninja. But what? It requires courage to take them by yourself. Oh, because there's a ninja on it, okay. Nazca Lines. Such a good display of street art. Even if we want to erase it, you simply cannot. Nazca Lines. All three of them are named the same thing, okay. This piece of artwork is hard to appreciate because you must view it from overhead to know what it is. Nazca Lines. This display of art shall remain as is. It's too big to erase. Machu Picchu. Ruins atop a mountain. Even now, it emits a mysterious aura. Big kanji. A romantic who often sprawls out on the mountain's peak to gaze up at the starry sky. Big Buddha. This pose is a gesture used to escape from someone hitting you in the streets. Wait, what? 10-story pagoda. Each month there is a competitive race event to see who can climb to the tippy top first. 5-story pagoda. A fairly tall structure with 5 floors. It doesn't want any more floors added. Burial mound. An ancient grave in the shape of a keyhole. These sorts of old burial mounds are common. Column. A part of a massive structure. Went on a walk by itself for a change of scenery. Broken column. When did this break? Who is the culprit? It's an unsolved mystery, but this broken artifact now seemingly holds artistic value. Strange. Just 4. They could have condensed this, put this in something else too. Oh, it's just the logo from the title screen. Bon. Mistakes during the game can result in these letters falling down from overhead. Die. Somewhat fed up with the A for always wanting to stand out above the rest. Nam. That pesky A came along once again to ruin the alphabetical order. Co. Insert an E between the C and O to become a successful member of society. Space. The Moon. A strange satellite which looks like a rabbit, or even a crab when viewed from afar. Uranus. The planet of Uranus, sporting its colorful pattern, it likes the detailed design on its body. Uranus satellite. Is it Uranus or Uranus? I don't know. A rascal of a moon orbiting around... Let's call it King George. A rascal of a moon orbiting around the vicinity of Uranus. Neptune. A planet of a suspicious wavy pattern. This mysterious aura is its secret weapon. Neptune satellite. After spending too much time near Neptune, this moon developed the same wavy pattern. Pluto. The gorgeous, dazzling dwarf planet of Pluto. Thank you for still calling Pluto a planet. It's still a planet in my heart. And wants to keep sparkling well into its elder years. Pluto satellite. A moon piddling around at Pluto's feet, hoping to become gorgeous as well. Jupiter. Larger than the other planets and therefore confident enough to show off its glistening shine. Jupiter satellite. A conceited moon who brags about being larger than most full-fledged planets. Big Bang. An explosion considered the origin of all things. There may be a baby Earth within. Small Bang. A less big bang. This one seems to lack the power to create matter. Teapot planet. A planet shaped like a teapot, it functions well as a UFO rest spot. Teacup Galaxy. Tea-like stars, when the tea stalk floats vertically, they will orbit at a faster pace. Noble Youngster Star. A star with much more experience to gain, selfish and high maintenance, gets in trouble often. Noble Lad Star. A star with remarkable achievements already, but sometimes wants to be babied again, still has room to grow. Noble Minister Planet. A fully grown matured planet, a presence loved and supported by all. Horror Planet. The appearance of this star screams bad news, yet everyone seems to find it adorable. Old Coin Galaxy. Assembled out of ancient coins from years past, greedy humans love this sort of thing. Cowbear Shogun Galaxy. A planet formed to celebrate friendship. They're laughing because they got the wrong ring size. Cactus Planet. A spiky planet. As expected, the other planets avoid it. Grass Planet. A planet infested with dense grasses, self-conscious about how bland and unpopular it is. Venus. A planet coated in golden bits. They detach upon jolting movements. Golden Satellite. A satellite rolled from a Katamari of gold. Those desiring money and fortune tend to relocate here. Octopus Planet. A planet inhabited by an octopus plotting to conquer outer space, a relative of the alien. Shell Satellite. The star is recycled from all the clamshells left over after drinking miso soup. Skull Saturn Satellite. A planet with its trademark skull. Rotate the rudder and the skull will revolve. Maybe it'll turn to a rose as well. Pirate Ship Planet, yes. Pirate Ship Planet. A pirate ship that doesn't even recall becoming a planet. It's highly concerned about how this will affect its future. Mercury. Persistently brags about orbiting much quicker than all the surrounding planets. Hieroglyph Planet. A planet decorated with mysterious drawings. The planet itself doesn't know what they mean. Mummy Planet. A mummified mummy-like planet. The interior is shrouded in mystery and bandages. Coffin Saturn Satellite. This moon is definitely missing something, whatever it was. It's wandering aimlessly through space now. Oasis Planet. A planet boasting a colossal oasis. Thirsty aliens stop here for a drink. Academia Planet. Clearly a very clever planet, birthing many geniuses on its soil. Rose Galaxy. Stars birthed from romantic roses. Marriage proposals occurring here have a 100% success rate. Red Rose Satellite. A star spun from a single rose. A wonderful planet, a place overflowing with love. Mars. In spite of its hot-looking outward appearance, this confusing planet is actually freezing. Hanawa Planet. A planet sculpted with the same method as a Hanawa. The craftsman must have worked tremendously hard. Rock Planet. A planet made from jagged boulders. It's struggling to decide whether to change its name from planet to meteor. Cousin and Kin Planet. A peaceful planet where the prince's first and second cousins live. In the next category, you will learn that is actually wrong. Sirius. Look at the sun, and you'll see this star shining brighter and livelier than all others. Mammoth Satellite. A planet of a powerful and dynamic presence. A crashing meteor wouldn't even make a dent. Cousin Planet. A planet where all cousins gather when something happens. It gets cramped if everyone conglomerates at once. Dinosaur Planet. A planet where something is predicted to emerge soon. It's been orbiting near the sun to warm up. Jurassic Planet. A planet inhabited by prehistoric creatures. They noisily screech and squawk non-stop. Fishy Planet. A planet whose whole surface is drowned by an ocean. Considered a fish's paradise. Takoyaki Planet. As you can see, this planet is only an octopus ball. The surface is too hot to be inhabited by humans. Sugar Planet. A sweet, sweet planet. It may taste sweet, but don't assume its personality is sweet. You get this planet for doing one of my favorite levels in the game. Origin Planet. A planet rich in oddly nostalgic aura, highly favored by sappy romantics. Space Geta. We, the king of all cosmos, kicked this sandal into orbit. It became a star floating through space. Meteor. Red. This meteorite crashed into a star some time ago and suffered dreadful injuries. Meteor. Pink. When another meteorite approaches Earth, this one will tackle it and blow it to smithereens. Meteor. Orange. Friendly with all the planets, whizzing and buzzing around them each day. Meteor. Yellow. After crashing into Earth, this meteorite ran away screaming, "Sorry!" Meteor. Light green. A disastrous meteor who forgot how to stop. It's just screaming as it crashes through space. Meteor. Light blue. Moves at an unfathomable speed. Its final destination is non-existent. Meteor. Blue. This meteorite is busy rushing through space every day. It doesn't have time to hear your wishes. Meteor. Purple. This meteorite wants everyone to know that wishes don't come true with a mere triple chant. Life isn't that easy. Meteor. Cyan. This meteorite forgot how to stop. It's trying to bump into passerby stars to slow down. Meteor. Magenta. This meteorite moves even in its sleep, so it always wakes up wondering where it is. Black hole. This object is so lonely, it'll accept any friends it can find, therefore it vacuums up everything in its path. White hole. This selfish, picky object will not hesitate to generate whatever it desires from thin air. Stardust. Stardust that glows of interstellar lights, said to still glow even after being reduced to a fine powder. This is the final item that was a pain in the butt to get. And it's an item that almost single-handedly made me not do this video. And that is because, for a while, this was patched, Stardust is the only item in the series that is permanently missable. And the reason why is because every time you complete a level that you've played already, or fail a level, you generate Stardust in the final stage. If enough Stardust spawns, it gets clumped into Shining Stars. If enough of these spawn, it gets clumped into Bright Shining Stars. And if there are enough of these objects, Stardust will cease to exist. And I bet you some of you watched the Let's Play I did with my sister. I replayed levels a lot off-screen, which means by the time I got to the final level, I couldn't pick up Stardust because it just wouldn't spawn, because I replayed levels too much. This item punished you for liking the game too much. Now given, this has been patched, but that is absurd to me, that there is a permanent missable in Katamari. Like, oh my god. But yeah, this was patched, so I do have it now. At least one of these will spawn regardless of how much you have played the game. Shining Stars. Gather several of these shining together and make all the little earthlings go, ooh, ah. Bright Shining Stars. This group of stars shines bright enough to heal your tired soul. Vega. She created the best outfit of all time, all to add a unique flavor to this year's date. Altair. Booked a restaurant where reservations are usually impossible, excited for tonight's lovely dinner. Big Dipper. Although shaped like a ladle, this can hardly scoop anything at all. Cassiopeia. The kids are rebelling lately. These matters are being discussed at the family meeting. Orion. Incredibly powerful and robust. Its only weakness is, of course, scorpions. Big UFO. This airship puts on airs by traveling at extreme speed. As a result, the furniture inside is a disaster. Space Station. Recently started complaining about how bothersome it is to process all this data without any help. And now for the final category. Cousins. Now, I wish some of these were, like, I've been talking about this a lot. I do wish some of these categories were compacted, if only because, or if only so there isn't a final awkward page with one thing on it. I can't even see the icon for it. Now, given it would be this, because I think it's always the first item, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so by cousins it means, like, the planets the cousins live on, which can be rolled up in the final level. Harvpoo. Harvest and Pooh live here on this fruity planet. Cactoclop. Cacta and Clipclop live on this prickly planet. Cosluckamba. Cosme, Lucky, and Chamba live on this planet where one may experience a taste of Japan. How convenient that most of the new cousins live together. Also, some of these, like, item shapes are so weird and abstract. Like, some of these are really cool. Muryu. Mu and Ryu live on this super cool planet resembling a shuriken. Palsis. Paula and the princess live on this overflowing with happiness planet. Banlai. Ban and Charlie. Oh no, Charlie's new. Oh, they did make some new ones then. Live on this planet chock full of mechanical components. Norlison. Norin and Wilson live on this planet, which is famous for its aquarium. Dansura. Dangle and... Okay, forget what I said then. Dangle and Asura live on this planet, which is pretty much an obstacle course. Shirkle. Sherman and Paco live on this tiny yet fat planet. Clara. Clay and Para live here. This planet is always surprised about something. Huh. Nikyun. Nine-Eye and Kyun live here. This planet surely loves surprises. Magrive. Mag and Drive live on this modern planet. Kenhiro. Kenta and Kunihiro live on this artistic planet. Tamans. Tamago and Hans live here. This planet is themed after a conveyor belt sushi restaurant. How fun! Planet Prince from the first game. A place where one may listen to music or view their collection. Not particularly functional in this game. Space Mushroom. Looks like a mushroom, yes? Looks delicious, yes? Well, you can't eat it. Lace. Lamoir and Ace live on this peaceful planet where love wafts through the atmosphere. Ichigo-kan. Ichigo and Can live on this lush planet. The air is incredibly fresh. Miss Sonin. Miso and Johnson live on this warm planet resembling a bowl of miso soup. Hanui. Hani and Huey live on this sweet-smelling planet. Fupio. Fumin and Opio live on this lopsided planet. Odessi. Odeon and Daisy live on this planet. It makes an annoying moo-moo sound sometimes. Jukao. June and Shakao live on this planet, but it's easy to get lost here. They seldom cross paths. Odevan. Odigo and Havana live here. It's easy to fall off the face of this planet. Lalanja. Lalala and Najama live on this fun vacation planet. Slick. Slip and Nick live on this planet. It looks tasty, but it's inedible. Macho Lucha. Macho and Lucha live on this juicy planet. Juicy? What? Velpeso. Velvet and Peso live on this joyful, colorful planet. Sig Nickel. Signolo and Nickel live on this heavy metal planet. Dipsy. That place looks miserable to walk around on. What the... Dip and Marcy live on this planet where happy dreams are bound to be had. As well as seizures. Shaigal. Shy and Jungle live on this planet. It looks flashy, but only on the inside. Fujarni. Fujio and Marnie live on this artistically shaped planet. Minkle. Mickey and Twinkle live on this spiky, potentially painful planet. Byotsuo. Beyond and Natsuo live on this potentially dizzying planet. Kurok. A planet where one can enjoy a Japanese-style aesthetic. Kuro lives here. Alone? That's kinda sad. Kanoko. Kanoko lives on this planet. There's something suspicious about the whole place. Huh. Jubi. Jubi lives here. This elegant planet boasts a fairy tale atmosphere for all to enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, that was every item description in Once Upon a Katamari. Goodness, that took a lot. This is fun, though. I really like doing these, and if they ever make more Katamari games, I will absolutely do more of these too. But yep, I will see you folks later. Thanks for watching.